Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Tokyo. Yeah. Super exciting. First of all, shout out to everyone watching on Zap.stream. How amazing is it that we get to stream this event from our own kind of client here? Loving it. So I'm curious, first off, is there anyone here who's new to Nostr, like last month, very new user? Okay, help these people, help this person, help them along, encourage them. It's great to have you. And a show of hands, who is in Costa Rica? Oh, good. We got some repeat attendees. Awesome, guys. It's great to see you here again for our second Nostr conference. It's a real privilege to share space with you here in Tokyo with the many, newer Nostr users for the first time. Watching the protocol and the products and services built by this community grow over the last year has been incredibly inspiring. Our goals for this event are pretty simple. We want to spend some time together and strengthen the network, try on new ideas, build things, break things, and just enjoy ourselves. So I want to pass it over and get our content started here bright and early. There's just a few housekeeping notes. There's a miniature Tokyo diorama building workshop in the lobby. I don't know if you saw it. It's going to get kicked off at around 11 a.m. If you have any children, this is a really good family activity to do here. We also have a great local community give back opportunity while we're here. We're raising Bitcoin for a group called Chance for Children in Tokyo throughout this event. The organization's been around for over a decade, and their sole purpose is help eliminate disparities in child education caused by family income inequalities. I'll talk more about this endeavor tomorrow, but feel free to find me, or there should be a QR code if we have yeah, or use this QR code if you'd like to make a Lightning donation. I'll be around. In the interest of attendee privacy, please ask permission before you take pictures of groups of people, and be especially mindful of people wearing red lanyards. I'm sure many of you have been to Bitcoin Nostr conferences before, so you know the drill. And in case you haven't been there, there's a workshop stage through the door to the right past the big wall back there, so make sure you get to know the venue a little bit and go check out the content over there as well. If you need any assistance for anything at all, grab me or one of the people in the green lanyards that are volunteering. Lastly, we have a welcome party tonight right here in the venue from 6 p.m. Getting started. Please join us. We're going to do a traditional Japanese tuna filleting. So we got a guy coming, big tuna on his shoulder. He's going to cut it up into like 800 pieces. It's going to be amazing. It's a whole thing. You don't want to miss this, trust me. And we're also doing a sake testing right here. So we'll probably, head out for a night on the town and explore Shibuya afterwards. So where's NVK? Is he here? NVK here? Well, NVK is, if you need help like booking reservations or finding things to do in Tokyo, he's the official tour guide of this event. So he's more than happy to help you out there. So let's make the most of our time together here. And without further ado, I have Vanessa and Jerome from Damas. Please give them a warm welcome.
This is a very serious talk. So welcome everyone. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. We're so excited to be here. Thanks, McShane. Yes, thank you. So I'm Vanessa. I'm part of the Damas team. I started using Nostr just inadvertently because I had to, I guess, given where I live at Damas headquarters. So Will is my partner, and he started working on it, I guess, 2 years ago. But I started in December when I heard that there was some buzz happening. But now I'm here, and I'm here to stay, and I'm pretty involved in everything that goes on. And I'm happy to have my sidekick here today.
Good morning, Vanessa.
Good morning.
GM, Noster, #coffeechain. I hope you all hope you're having a good morning. My name is Jeroen. I heard about Noster first last in December when listening to an interview by Preston Pish talking to Will. I generated my first key pair using astral.ninja, which was a very rough user experience. I only started. Oh,
Say how you really feel.
sorry?
I said, say how you really feel about it.
That's how I really feel about it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I only started using it daily in February using Amethyst, and right now I am using Damus. 2 months ago,
Most of the time, right?
Most of the time, yeah. 2 months ago, I started working with Will and Vanessa. I had to do an internship for my degree, and they were grateful enough to have me.
We're grateful to have you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we're here this morning, bright and early, to talk about what we like to call unmarketing stir. Yes, so we're here at an unconference. Marketing on Noster is not traditional, as is the protocol and the clients and everything about it. It's difficult to market something that is almost unmarketable, right? We don't have ads in the app, we can't use any of the traditional methods, and the budgets are nowhere near what a traditional company would be using. So we've explored some really interesting ways to unmarket Noster over the past couple months, and we're excited to share some of those and also get your feedback on some ways we can continue to build in this way.
Okay, so this was the mission we put for ourselves. Obviously, we have a lot of work to do.
Basically, what we want to do is grow the network, and it's going to take time, but we think it's possible. Look at the room here. It's pretty much packed. We've got lots of people at home watching, so the plan is to grow this as large as we can, and the more people that start to use it, hopefully they'll want to stay. And that's the basic, simple message that we want to get across.
So, marketing. What I learned about marketing after all my classes, the thing that stuck with me, is that it's only really about communicating value. It's not about paid ads necessarily. It's not about making the best ad or telling the best story. It's telling the real story. So, what pain are you solving in people's lives? What painkiller are you applying? And the why. Why are you building? What pain did you experience yourself, or maybe your family members? What are you trying to improve in the world and people's lives? That's why we do it.
Yeah, so what we wanted to do is a bit of a retrospective on the last, what feels like very short, 6 to 8 months, basically. So we have a bit of a timeline here, and this is, again, going back to unmarketing, these are some of the things that not only the Damus team, but other team members and people in the community have been doing to essentially market this protocol. And a lot of it's organic, and a lot of it has been, we've benefited from some really amazing people that have helped us out. One of them happens to be here, and he's the first that I mentioned here. So obviously, people like Jack, and not just him, Edward Snowden and people like that who mention and talk about Nostr have really catapulted it in waves over the last year or so, less than a year. And then for the Damus team, when we launched in February on the App Store, super exciting. Again, some input from different people and talking about it on the other network and different places. And then things like getting banned in China really does help with our marketing. So that turned out to be obviously difficult, but also gave us a lot of media attention. So things like this that have happened, especially over the last 6 months, I guess, anytime there's something that happens either on Noster or on X, right, that gives us extra attention. And what we've tried to do is capitalize on that attention. So, when we were in Oslo, funny enough, at the Freedom Forum, trying to speak about free money and free speech, we had an issue with the Apple Store where they tried to remove us based on the Zap protocol. So that, though, led us to lots of media interviews. So our user base grew based on that difficulty that we experienced. The live events like this, McShane mentioned, getting people onboarded live is so effective. We were in Bali recently. Rhea's in the audience, did a great job with that conference. And we found that people download the apps, they like them, but they're not really sure how to use them. And so that's difficult. The education piece is so important. So the live events, super important for us. Podcasts, so many great people in this audience have done amazing podcasts the last year. And then anytime there's new features or development happening in this community, obviously that, again, gives us more and more attention and more users downloading.
Now, over the last couple months, we've been lucky enough to see different communities develop. See a couple of them here. Now, for this conference, we were invited by the Japanese people. We are very grateful to be welcomed here. The last week, I had the opportunity to meet them in person, one-on-one and in groups. We shared food together and drinks. I got to meet them in person. Maybe people don't know this, but they do them from how we do it. They don't use replies. They rarely mention each other. They use Nostr more like a chat room. There's about 240 daily active users in Japan, and they're just doing their own thing. They know one another. They have maybe a couple overlapping circles, but they just talk to each other directly. They talk about the most simple things in life. They talk about their ride on the subway, how their breakfast was. Yesterday evening, I overlooked them chatting about who was going to be present this early on for the conference. I remember a note saying, "It will be rough being there at 8:30, but if I feel unwell, I will go outside and have a walk."
Good advice.
Yeah. So they're really incredible people, and if you're here, they're here in the audience, and I would ask you to make time to get to know them, try to connect with them. We can all learn a lot from them.
Absolutely. We've taken a lot of notes, even just the last couple of days we've been here, because as Jeroen said, everybody in different communities uses this in a different way, and it's all amazing, and we want to hear from people. So we're here as well, and we'll talk a little bit more about that to learn from you and to learn from people at home as well. So I know that there's a stream coming in and questions and all of that, so we're excited to answer those.
Now, every type of user values something different in Nostr. We've been talking to a lot of different people. Now, of course, we all like to talk about technical aspects of the protocol, decentralization, encryption, censorship resistance. But I think we can all agree that this does not really resonate with 95% of the population. Like, the average person is not a programmer. They will not care about this. So there's a choice. Do we focus early on the technically proficient people, on the Bitcoiners, like we've already naturally done, right? Most of our marketing efforts, they go towards Bitcoin conferences. We talk about the technical stuff, and that resonates. We see the result in downloads, so this is working. But what message do we tell to the everyday carer? Well, something we would like to figure out. The people I've been talking to, they usually, the average person usually gets into Nostr because of a Jack tweet, and they stay around because of the people they meet. The people, the content, the interaction, and the connection, not necessarily because of the protocol, just because people are nice. And from what I've been able to find out is that people do care about no ads, but all other things here, they take a while to explain. It's difficult to explain, and we would like to find out a better message.
We're going to add to this list, hopefully, by the end of the conference.
There's a lot more.
Yes. So we wanted to do a little bit of a story time, and we are going to open it up to the audience for as much time as we can here in a second. But one of the notes, I had to stop myself there. One of the notes that I made a little while back was, why are we still here? But I stopped myself because I think what's more important than, like, why did you get here? All of that is what's keeping you here. So the team, we've been working on, how do we retain people? And wanting to know from this group, I mean, you've come from all over the world, you've made time, taken time out of your work week probably to be here. So why are you still here? What's keeping you on Nostr and using it? So we wanted to, of course, start a hashtag, because that's another unmarketing tactic that we use. So if you want to respond to any of the questions that came out of this presentation, or you want to share some stories, if you can use unmarketing. As I said, I kind of had to use Nostr early on. I was skeptical, I'm not going to lie. because Will's worked on a lot of side projects, and I was like, okay, sure, this sounds fun. But realistically, when I started to look into it and learn myself and really understand what it was about, that's what's kept me here. And then, as Jeroen mentioned, the people you meet here, the community that you're able to build. I mean, we've been traveling a lot lately, and we've met with people that we're seeing again and again in these different places, all different walks of life, all different types of people, and they truly are good people. It's like, what is going on? But it's amazing. So if you have the same experience or not, please let us know. And you wanted to tell a little story too, I think.
I think I already did.
Okay, we can move on. So the other question that we had was around future growth. So we want to hear from you. We have some ideas, which we'll share in a second, but how would you grow Noster? What unmarketing would you use, or what do you use to get people on Noster and then staying on Noster? So again, with limited budgets, we can't do, huge traditional advertising campaigns. We can't do some of the big, events that maybe eventually, but for now. So you do have to be a little bit creative. So we'd love to hear from you on marketing in ways that is working for you.
How would you do it?
Well, let me tell you, Jeroen. So we're going to talk about Damus in 2024. Ooh. So, Damus Android. But we're not giving any dates.
Soon.
But I learned my lesson with the merch store where people kept asking me when. I'm like, soon. But yes, so the team is working on an alternative to iOS, I would say, more than just Android. So that's really exciting because obviously if we're able to market to a larger group, specifically Damus, but also Noster, bring as many people into Noster as possible, and then they can use whatever client they want, but it's nice to have the variety. We're working on some new material. When I say that, looking at ways that we could potentially, take advantage of some of the really great, I'll say influencers on Nostr, but really the people that are really proud to be part of the community and who can help us with, tips of the week or some fun content that they can then post elsewhere and have people join Nostr. And what about the last one here? It's
Maybe a bit controversial, a paid ads experiment.
Not in the app. Not in the app. No ads in
No.
the app.
So Damus will not serve ads, but we feel like it would be a great idea to serve ads for Nostr on other social platforms. Now, of course, at the moment we do not have the budget to do so on a large scale. We don't have the revenue streams to justify that, but we do want to do an experiment to see where the cost of acquisition comes into and see if it's actually a viable method of informing people.
Yeah, because we've seen lately too, and again, not everyone agrees with this, but Nostr is the new Instagram, and even Edward Snowden did kind of allude to that he's seen a lot of content like that is refreshing to see on Nostr. So, why couldn't we have more people that enjoy Instagram come over and use Nostr more regularly? So these are some of the things we're looking at. But we want to hear from you. I don't know how much time we have left, but if anybody wants to, you can ask us anything. It doesn't have to be marketing a Nostr. You can ask why he's wearing this costume the day after Halloween, but yes. Oh. Any questions for us?
There's one.
Yes. Excellent. Don't be shy. I know it's early, but
Hello.
hello.
Just regarding your question about how to market Nostr, in my opinion, I think creating good value, like, for example, I'm a Bitcoiner, so I also use the Lightning Network a lot, and I have knowledge on the Lightning Network, so maybe I can create content that other people can see and follow, and if they found it valuable, I will just say, hey, I'm in Nostr, and they will say, what is that? Then I can introduce them to Nostr that way.
Absolutely. That's great. Great advice. I think a lot of people are using that. And, talking about Bitcoiners, obviously, that realistically is the first group that really is using this, beyond the technical people. And there's lots of other groups too, but, we're happy to have the Bitcoiners here, and that's wonderful. But we've even been talking this week, there's lots of Japanese users that are not Bitcoiners, and same when we were in Bali, like outside the conference, it was lots of people that are using Nostr for different reasons. So I think these communities is really exciting to see, and it's about nurturing that content.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Morning.
So I'm just actually wondering why the Japanese choose to use Noster over, say, any other instant messaging app. What's the core reason that they've chosen to do that?
Most of the users I've spoken to, they use a whole range of different communication apps. Most of them are concerned with the censorship resistant properties. That's why they also use Nostr.
You'll have to ask them as well. I think that's a really
they are
great
here.
question.
You can ask them yourself, yes.
Yeah, we had the opportunity to have a wonderful dinner with about 15 local DOMAS users this week, and it was absolutely incredible to learn from them. They brought translators, thankfully, to help us, and we spent, 3 hours eating and talking to them. The meal was insane. But yeah, we learned so much. So I do encourage everyone to use the hashtag or talk to them live here while you can.
Yeah, pro tip, if you want to talk to them, you download DeepL and just say whatever you want. It translates it to Japanese.
Yeah, there's been lots of
really well.
conversation around translation in Nostr, and I think there's even just yesterday, the day before, I think some really good ideas have come forward about ways we can make that easier and available to a lot more people. So that's a really important priority for us.
Any more questions?
Oh, yes. Oh, it's hard to see.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
I know Will has sort of a background in the music industry as well. I'm just curious, what's your experience onboarding artists, musicians, and perhaps what could entice them in the future as well on the platform?
Yeah, that's a really great question. Yeah, Will worked at a record label quite a few years ago called Monster Cat. And way back then, he was encouraging the artists to be paid using Lightning and Bitcoin. So he built kind of a system for payments, which led actually to the Zaps a little bit. So that background is helping in terms of how we would onboard people. We've been speaking to a lot of musicians. There's some really, really great ones probably here today as well that are very interested in how they can use this network. So I think to answer your question more broadly, when we get groups like that, it's important to understand what their pain points are, kind of what Jeroen was saying earlier. So what is it going to take to get them to use Nostr? And if you look back at some of the other presentations that have happened about Zapvertising, that kind of failed because then we couldn't do Zaps on the post after that. But you still can in other platforms and other clients. But that led us to realize that artists, any type of artists, whether they're YouTubers or filmmakers or musicians, they can really make money using Nostr, and that is a huge benefit. Even if it's a little bit low to start, it's better than a lot of the other alternative ways.
Excuse me, sorry.
When you're thinking about how you're centering your users, the people you're trying to reach, what are the personas that you're thinking of, and how is that kind of growing the group?
Jeroen just asked me that yesterday. He's like, so where are the personas, Vanessa? We don't have them, but he's working on writing them. That's a good question. You want to
I wrote out a couple off the top of my head. I think the most significant one is, of course, Bitcoiners. Bitcoiners are usually preconditioned to understand the properties of the protocol very quickly. That's why you can inform them very quickly. That's why we also go to all these Bitcoin conferences.
Yeah, I think other personas, though, if you look at some of the groups that are emerging, there's a huge female population that is emerging on the protocol, which is exciting. There's all different kind of sub-communities. So I think adding personas to our toolkit in terms of how we market it is a really good next step, which is why I'm so glad to have our trusty intern who's in business school helping.
Can I ask you a question? Have you done any work on this or written personas out?
Little.
A bit, okay.
Okay.
please share.
Yes.
So I've been trying to think a bit out of the box. And the first persona that came to mind is my dad. My dad is in his very early 80s, and he will outlive my mother very shortly. My dad should not be on the internet. Just gonna leave that there. Lou, no. And I am worried about him isolating himself. So I'm envisioning a person who is older, who still knows how to use tech, has a smartphone, understands that you can engage with others and find like-minded people and be less alone. And so I'm thinking about how do we reach people where they're looking for community and give them a space where their adult children can feel like I'm not gonna have to drag daddy out of like conspiracy land. And I'm less worried about having to be there all the time. So that's one example of trying to think really broadly about how can we have an impact in spaces that we might really not be in.
That's really, really great. I think my mom's a very active Nostr user, and so you can find her at Rosie. But yeah, I think that's fantastic to think about those groups, and I think education is going to be really important with getting anybody onboarded, but specifically if people are non-technical or they're not typically social media users or any of that. So, great point.
Hello. Yeah, I've been quite concerned about the way the internet's going for quite a long time. It's sort of evolving into a kind of Big Brother surveillance system. Nostr appears to be an amazing opportunity to kind of change that direction and do something different. I think there's probably a lot of people out there that are quietly worried about the nature of the internet and probably mostly just don't think there's anything that can be done about it. So I'm just wondering how we can get the message across to them that there is this new system that gives us an opportunity for something different.
I think we've talked a lot recently, and Will's talked about this a little bit too, that aha moment. So I think it's about getting people to that stage where they realize that they can't live without Nostr in their lives. So that can happen in a lot of different ways, right? You know, most of the time, I guess, it's the zaps because, wow, you know, even if it's not on the post, if you get a profile zap where you're able to give zaps to people and make them feel that they've really got value, they're adding value, that could be the moment. Or it could be, you know, you feel free and that is the moment for you. Or you find another use case for Nostr, not just the social media aspects, right? But maybe you're building on Nostr and it doesn't have to be programming building. It can be, you know, artists or contributors and stuff like that. So I think it's creating more of those moments for people so that they really don't want to go back. I also got a really good piece of advice from somebody, and I can't pronounce his username, but I did a note about it recently, and he said, just get your friends and family, try as hard as you can, like do whatever you can to get them to delete every other social media app for a week. Get them to try it for a week, go like, you know, cold turkey, and then get them to get the, you know, Facebook back, for instance, and try to get them to go back there, and they probably won't if they've done a week. 2 minutes? 2 more questions, okay. Hey.
So I feel like social media is, you know, you have this opportunity to completely not only compete with older platforms, but also kind of you have the opportunity to reinvent what social media is. And so what are your thoughts on where you're kind of looking into taking Damus and where other clients might be going in terms of reinventing how humans use social media to connect?
Yeah, I mean, I think speaking for Damus, you know, we're always thinking about ways that, you know, you can make things better, kinder, you know, so finding tools and finding ways to add things to the app to make it easier and also to make it easier for people to give back, I guess, within the app. So that for me, that's, you know, making it somewhere that I want to be, where I want my son to be. You know, I can't believe, again, I don't know where there's any wood here, but knock on wood, I really have not had any negative interactions, and that's incredible. And so it makes me feel comfortable, for instance, meeting people live like this, bringing Mr. E to places like this, because I know that we're going to be supported. And I know there'll be ups and downs, but for the most part, making the app, continue to make the app somewhere that people want to be and feel safe being. I don't know if you have anything else to add to that.
I've had minor negative experiences, but like this such a very small fraction of all experiences.
But after this, it's all going to be positive.
Let's hope so, yes.
To be a hero forever.
Yeah.
One more question.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm a big fan of Twitter since 2008, and I'm a big fan of Bitcoin since 2012. And actually, there is like a combo of these. Plus, back then, the first time when I met Bitcoin, there was no Lightning solution. But right now we have Lightning, Bitcoin Lightning, so we can pay with sats so instantly. And now we likely talking about the V4V model, value for value model. So maybe DAMS is more like the first of its kind to for the mass adoption of Nostr. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think, Dom is obviously first to use Zaps, I think. I don't know. I know Will came up with Zaps, but it might have been Kieran who implemented it first, actually, on Snort. I don't know. But yeah, so, I think we want to continue to build the Damus brand to do mass adoption on Nostr, not just to use Damus, but generally to bring in as many people as we can. And that's why we're doing all of these talks and podcasts and stuff like that, because we do believe that this is a great way to bring people into a great social media protocol that can then grow into more than social media. And certainly Zaps is a great way to do that. And then what we're finding is that the Bitcoiners bring their non-Bitcoiner friends in, they get zapped, and then they have an interest all of a sudden in learning more, right? So I think the Zaps and are definitely helping, but I think it's about, just continuing to build on what we have as Damus and go from there, which is a nice segue into our final slide. I know we have to move on. So Will kind of gave this away yesterday, and I was a little upset, but it's okay. We have a new website. He already did a note about it. So super, super exciting. I want to call out some people who are here, actually, and I encourage you to talk to them from the team. Roberto, our designer, he's here. Fantastic job in such a short time frame to get a new website rolled out, as well as Daniel, who's a new member of our team working remotely. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here, but he implemented it in so fast. So we're really excited for you guys to take a look at it. It's got all sorts of new features. You can go to our merch store there. You can see where we're going to be. You can see some of the things that we're working on, media appearances, and more importantly, I think we want to see you there. So, we're going to have some ways that you can communicate with us through the website. And I think when we talk about unmarketing, realistically, we still need marketing tools to unmarket something. So things like this are really going to help us to propel forward. Rather than just having people go to the App Store immediately, it will be, hey, here's a place that you can really learn more about Nostr and what it's about. So excited to hear your feedback, and any final words, Nostrage, Jeroen?
Let's have a great day.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks so much to everybody for Woo!
All right, next up we have Dread giving a presentation called The Caribbean. Guys, I want to let you know the workshop stage is starting content 2 over there, so go check it out. I think the first talk is Noster hardware. You need to get some people in that room as well, get them excited, get their morning started off right. So yeah, give it up for Dread here.
GM Nostrages, Coffee Chain GM. Thank you, X-Frog. Good morning, everyone. Let me know if you can hear me correctly or hear me clearly. All right. So if you don't know who I am, my name is Dread. I am a Jamaican Bitcoiner originally, but became a Nostrage last year November when we had Nostr November, which was a pretty cool event that if you were there, you realized you were a part of something early and something special. I was invited here by my uncle. I'd like to shout out my uncle. He's a quiet but strong force in my life, and probably yours too, if you know what uncle I'm talking about. Okay, so I'm here to talk about the Caribbean. I know you see a website up here that's GitHub, and eventually you'll be going there to see what exactly I'm building, but I'm going to start off by talking about the Caribbean. And we are in a section of the world that has massive archipelagos, and the Caribbean is one way on the other side of the world that is also a pretty special archipelago, a special group of islands to me, because we are a special group of people. We were brought there from all over the world. We speak about 6, 7 different official languages, dozens, if not more, of unofficial creoles and patois and different dialects that kind of keeps us separated culturally, keeps us separated in terms of communication. But we're all pretty much still one people. We identify as Caribbeans. I like to say that Jamaica is one of the center pieces of the Caribbean. That's because I'm biased, I'm from Jamaica. But if you ask someone like Arvin, he'll tell you that the real Caribbean is represented in Trinidad and Tobago, where they have a Caribbean festival that represents much more than just the official 13 Caribbean islands. It represents 26, maybe 30 different nations and nation states that identify with the culture of the Caribbean. Belize along the coast, because we all celebrate the same type of culture, the same type of crop over, the same type of wins and losses of the region. The one thing missing there, in my opinion, is free and open connectivity. A lot of our connectivity, a lot of our communication, whether it's communication with value, communication, language, or even communication with us physically meeting and talking to people and learning about each other's culture, is blocked. It's usually blocked by different borders, regulations, censorships. I mean, in the name of our safety sometimes, sometimes you can't really easily go from Jamaica to Cuba, even though they're literally 90 miles apart. If I had
After you've shared every type of music, art file, forever, what do you do with that? So I decided I wanted to make hardware and make a phone, an open phone, this was about 2005. And so we worked on the first open source cell phone called OpenMoco. I don't know, has anyone had an OpenMoco phone? Check that out. You had a free runner? Wow, cool. Yeah, all right. You had one too? All right, great. And that work, once that work ran its course, the hardware that was OpenMoco turned into a company we called Chi Hardware. And with Chi Hardware, the goal was to get further inside the hardware itself and get to the chip. And it wasn't enough to open all the parts of the build process, the build tools, the community. We just had to go further. And so that led from moving from Taiwan to mainland China, where things are made. You've heard that before, right? And we made the first open computer called the Bin NanoNote, which then led to making a video computer called the Milky Mist. And the Milky Mist was the guts and the essential parts of the first Bitcoin miner, which was founded by Kanan in around 2010, 2009, 2010. Does anybody do mining here? Anyone a miner? A little bit? Okay, that guy's doing mining. So with Kanan, I would say that it's maybe one of the most successful open projects ever, but most people don't know that because the plans often for the early miners were shared amongst the Chinese manufacturers. So later on, actually, as part of Canaan, we went ahead and made ehash.org and released one of the model, all the specs, PCBs, software, everything, so that it could speed up adoption of standards and what we were working on. And then that work led to making a company called Linzhi, and that was the first Ethereum proof of work ASIC miner. So if anyone's interested in these topics, you can come over here and take a look at the boards. And we got Steve here, Steve Mosher, who invented the MP3 player and a lot of other things. And we also have a hardware engineer, Werner Almsberger, who's demoing the board.
In the beta, and I think it's a really cool concept because it allows you to be able to have different communities in the app via Nostr, and those communities can be targeted towards different things. One could be just simply buying and selling stuff. One could be talking about farming. One could be talking about video games. And these different communities are a really cool way to localize a community or localize a group of people that want to talk about something. And I'll bring that back to the Caribbean. You can now localize communities in the Caribbean that want to not only send value home, but they also want to talk about their culture and share it via hashtag. I loved what Vanessa said earlier because these marketing strategies work across cultures to all show us this big Venn diagram of where we are similar. So if you have somebody talking all know Carnival divided the entire Caribbean under one hashtag that we can all talk about, we can all share value around, and I'm building an app that can do that with Noster sharing value, Noster bringing money home to people, Bitcoin bringing money home to people, and then open source so people can use it in any way they wish. So that being said, we're hoping to launch hopefully later this year.
Kind of expensive. What really was a bummer was Amazon killed it. And this was like many years, this was like 2015. So it's not unlikely that a service provider in the cloud will stop your service if it's running or your relay if it's running. Right, exactly, right? You've had that happen? Really? Exactly. So let's call this rug pulling. But really, it's content creators who create the value in the networks, but they don't own their subscribers. That's a major issue. And I just give a couple stories. This is my friend Arlene, and she had ALS. Unfortunately, a year ago, she passed away. And she was an amazing person in St. Louis, where I'm from, and she was in art, and she was just great. And she was a part of a community of 100 people who were doing non-traditional treatments to reverse ALS. And it was working. But unfortunately, Facebook shut down the project, and Twitter shut down the project. And we know, we've heard this story over and over again, and I'm not even going to get into the pandemic today, okay? It's too traumatic. But unfortunately, we lost Arlene last year. Also, my best friend Basil was a Syrian activist, and he was the first person to buy the first Bitcoin miner. And totally amazing story for another day. But Basil, unfortunately, was in Syria during the Arab Spring, and was, what do you do? There's things happening. You have a hackerspace in the middle of Damascus. He was out there with his iPhone recording things, and eventually he was picked up, and his services were shut down, and he was forced to give up his keys, and everything was compromised. But unfortunately, he was executed by the government, and we never got the full final story of what happened to him. But that's a really extreme case of, you can't call that rug pulling, that's just straight up execution. But that's, if we don't have control of our information, this is worst case scenario, or one of the worst case scenarios. So what are personal relays? So we believe in this preventing the rug pulls. And we really think that there is an instance and a way to do targeting of relays. So you can think like geographic targeting, relay.japan, relay.mars, content-specific targeting for music or news, community focus. We've already seen many a few different projects that have taken services that have been downed and reconstituted them. But is that enough? And then of course fan-based. Think about Ronaldo, who is there's rumors of his support for a faction of one of the conflicts in the world right now. But actually, I looked this up today, and it looks like it's a rumor only. But he's had a lot of problems with his followers, all million of them, many millions of them. Our experience with hardware is that content accelerates when it's paired with hardware. So you see this with music, going from music to records, to tapes, to CDs, to MP3 players, to iPod. We're in one of the birthplaces of the iPod, right? This is where the hard drive came from, the magic moment with Steve Jobs where he found the hard drive that, another hardware story we could talk about later. And that ended really with the smartphone, right? There's not really an independent music player. And then with images too. You could say photographs led to digital cameras, which led to smartphone. And now you're seeing an expansion of functionality into specific devices like a GoPro. Also with game consoles, you see the same thing. The evolution where once there's use and there are people who they demand more from their experience, then they go to a specific product. So our Scarab is the name of our prototype, and it's a personal relay. It's a small board computer. We actually have the demo right over here. So if anyone wants to take a look at it, you can come over and check it out. And it's targeting like high storage, connectivity, and it's appliance-like, and we're trying to keep it under 750. Yeah. Here's a photo of the prototype. This is with our partner VIA. Here's a couple of them running in the field. This is one running in Beijing right now, and this is the other one running in Hong Kong. We should try to put them in some more challenging places. Do you have anybody have a challenging place you want to put one? Okay. Off grid, maybe. I also have an early case prototype as well we could take a look at. And challenges that we're facing, and this is why we're here at Nostrasia, is to try to overcome these. And also, I think if you have ideas about it, we'd like to talk to you about it and see where we can work together. Really, because we've worked in Asia for so long, I'm not really concerned about chip availability. I know this is a major topic you see in the news. I'm not concerned at all about manufacturing. We're not concerned about shipping or sourcing or any of these. These are really details, or global stability, really. But the challenge for the personal relay is that it's behind a consumer router, and that makes them very hard to find and maintain. And so moving forward, we're looking at some of the bottlenecks that we have. Like one is ICANN, right? Because the relays are using centralized name servers right now and centralized domain names. So we'd like to, remove these issues in order to decentralize hardware more. Also, are there ways to do peer-to-peer discovery? In Amethyst, I think there's a lot of discussion about how to do that and how to have direct communication between clients, and we're totally interested in that. Also, there's Gossip Protocol and Yggdrasil that we're looking at as a way to make the hardware addressable. And also, we're looking at integrating of services. So if you have a service, we'd love to talk to you about that and ways we could work together on that. And we're here, the team is here together really to finalize hardware as well. So, you can always, in our post-pandemic world, it's our luxury to meet and talk about things. So we're doing our first customer ship in March 2024. So the future is really partners, and we want to work together with you. And we want to meet people who could be service partners on NIP5 and also other types of partners, IoT. And we already have received some investment, and we're continuing to take in more. Another picture of the box. Yeah. No, not that board. This is another case. This is a case prototype. So that board is a prototype. It's the first prototype. Yeah. So that's the talk. Let's talk. Here we go. Any questions? This is the first time I've talked publicly since 2009, so thank you for humoring me. No, not really. I cycled 125 kilometers a couple days ago, so that burned off all my stress. It's a prototype. It's a direction we want to go. We're looking at going. So, you're a practical guy. I'm just wondering. Yeah. Yeah. Well, one, you don't have control over those, especially on old PC. The other problem is it doesn't scale manufacturing-wise. So can you imagine like trying to manage like 10,000 different types of computers and trying to make the software work across them? It's very difficult. And Raspberry Pi, I'm not sure you guys, if you're hobbyists, like could you buy them? Can you still buy them? They were totally out of stock, right? During the pandemic. So yeah, that's an issue. And also the other thing is it's also not their target. They're focused on getting these devices out to hobbyists. So they're slow. Yes. Right. 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 Well, so our team, we've taken products from idea all the way up to manufacturing of semiconductors several times. So you could think of as a Bitcoin miner as like a Ferrari or a high performance engine, it's a race car. So, we're not there yet with Noster, but we could get there. You think about like a Tesla, it also has like very high performance chips inside of it. And you want to be able to work in a way that you can play to the future. And that's really the only way, is to have control over the hardware. So you had a question.
Yeah, so this, I assume you have some embedded relay software that's developing in tandem with the hardware?
Yes. What do you do? Software. Okay, cool. Do you make relays? The gossip. Okay, great. Well, we should talk some more for sure. That's right. That's the goal. That's the goal. As easy as possible. Right. Think about when you buy a device for your house, right? And like a router even, like think about the first challenges of plugging that in at home. Like how do you get that online? Now, try to just get your mom to use Noster. That by itself is super difficult. Which phone does she have? Which, you know, XXX. But so the real challenge, and this is why you need a team, a focused team. Nice beard, by the way. Yeah, we got some beard competition going on here. Steve wins. Go ahead. We're exploring those avenues right now, but there's a lot of work to do.
So Ben, total domination on VHF and Noster. Are we ready for it?
Yeah, I mean, it's that if there's ever going to be something which exists, which replaces the current way we do things with social networks, for example, because I think Nostr goes beyond social networks, it would have to be something where you could have that gravity of user effect and network, which these big platforms have, so it makes it very hard to move to a new platform. And you have that with Nostr because you can just make a client and then you have access to X amount of users instantly. So the future's bright for Nostr. I think it's the solution when it comes to replacing some of these legacy systems.
I think we don't have the future assured. Go for it. I think we need to build it. I think we need to evangelize. But in the
I agree.
Yeah, in the early days of Twitter didn't invent anything. All Twitter was this API, and anyone could build an app that connected to it. And that meant that people built tons of different crazy apps. And that's what we're doing with Nostr today. And so anyone who wants to build an app can just take the NDK libraries and they can put it together, and that's why we have all these different apps. What we need to do to assure Noster's future is figure out how to get to other communities, because a financial model, but what we need to do to assure Noster's future is figure out how to make it work for people into knitting or different language communities or different, there are 100 million ways in which people can identify and connect. And Nostr can solve all of those problems and be apps for those problems if we make space for people to find their communities. And yes, then do financial transactions and zaps and all that stuff. So I think we're in a very good place, and we've got a tremendous technology base for a new model of applications.
Well, it's been 6 months since the last gathering we had, more than 6 months. What is the most exciting development that you have seen since then and that you would like to see more in the near future? Rabel.
What's the most exciting development? I would say the most exciting development is the maturity of things, the maturity of relays, the maturity of the apps themselves, the polish that we're getting on top of it, and the maturity instead of the underlying libraries. I feel like our user growth has become stable, but our work on the back end and the technical infrastructure has been really phenomenal. And so to me, the exciting part is seeing that it's getting easier to build Nostr apps, that they're getting better and they're getting faster and then we're things.
What about you? what's been most exciting since the last time we did this type of panel?
I don't know. Better ask Benak first. I must think of.
Hey, Ben, this is where you jump in while Fia Jeff thinks.
It's that permissionless development environment in Bitcoin, where in general, of that blank canvas, that open protocol where anyone can develop anything, and then by having permissionless development, it means that you have this renaissance of clients and people experimenting with the technology, which has been really exciting to see over the past 6 months. And to be honest, just the fact, like, it's such a new concept and way of building a client and with relays, and the fact that it didn't really break. Like, we had a bunch of users come in, like people built a bunch of stuff, and it's functional. It still works. It's getting better, and it's been a great 6 months of just seeing all the new clients which are being built, like Rebel said, and then just the momentum and the enthusiasm by the Nostr community. If you go on the repo and look at NIPs, the amount of like conversations there on, the arriving consensus on how a NIP will take shape and form and be committed. So there's clearly just a really great community, very enthused, clever, inspiring people working on the stuff, which is great. That's what we want. That's where the value is. The value is in the developers and the community. That's
Yeah, the community is continuing to be strong. And Jeff, anything came to your mind?
Yeah, I have an answer now. I think one of the most important things was the increasing realization, like people, developers, and people involved in Nostr are realizing that Nostr doesn't have a global state, and they're starting to work around that. And they're realizing that, for example, Nostr cannot be censorship resistance if the clients don't. Well, when we at Nostrica, all the clients, they were just mostly talking to a fixed set of relays, for example, and I thought that was very bad. And now all the clients have some way of like reaching to other relays or are working on that. So for the social microblogging aspect of, or not assuming everything has a global state, like with counts of total number of likes and stuff like that people are used to in Twitter. And yeah, that kind of stuff.
So you're saying
general shift.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying that I saw a general shift in the mentality of most people, most developers.
Yeah, just accepting that mindset of not having a global state. I am a little bit disappointed, though. I mean, Nostr and Fia Jeff, that has been a major development. I thought you were going to mention that. Like, how did that come up, man?
Well, it was just a joke, right? Or should I assume? Should I pretend it wasn't? I don't know. I don't even know what these things mean. I don't know why everybody found that so funny. I don't speak English, and I don't know what that means to put at before the words.
Well, I mean, you merged it into NIPS. Now it's officially Nostr, right?
No, I merged it to the repo that has my old article that I wrote introducing Nostr. I have to rewrite that and put something else there that explains it better, I think. But yeah,
well,
maybe if anyone has a suggestion, like for people that just arrive at that repo, if they can see something better than that old text.
Sure, I mean.
But yeah, I merged it, but it's Derek's fault.
Derek, Nostr developer. I don't know. I really enjoy your blog posts. Like I think every like major event like that should be accompanied by a blog post. Just a suggestion. But on my end as well, going beyond Nostr, OpenSats has been a major development, and it's great to see that Nostr contributors, Nostr developers, Nostr designers, like anyone that contributes to Nostr, now has that option of being supported through OpenSats. Like, how has been that work going, Jeffy? And like, is it demanding on your day-to-day? Like, does it take too much of your day-to-day? Would you want to go back to like full-time coding? Just how is it working with OpenSats?
It's not much work. No, it's basically the same things I would do already. Like looking at projects, I already spend a lot of time looking at what everybody's doing.
Hello?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. What did you
I
say?
don't know. I think OpenStats is like, I'm not the one doing the heavy work there.
Well, that's then testament to how well Gigi has organized things and the rest of the board. I don't know, Rabel, you wanted to say something on OpenSats?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing we have to realize is that OpenSats and the various support that we've been able to get from Jack has been really critical in keeping this technology independent and keeping folks from, trying to launch shitcoins to fund it all or go to VC funding or do all these things, is the ability to sustain development of many projects and many people working on it means that we can do the work to make the systems function well, and as opposed to just doing quick adaptations. So I felt like at the beginning of the year, we had really quick hacks of like, oh my God, I can build a Nostr app really quickly. Now we can be like, I'm working on this and I'm gonna keep working on it and I will have money to work on it next year and I'm gonna do it right. And so that's transformational. And we see it in the quality of all the applications in the libraries, and like Noster Design is a great site, a huge resource. And without that support, then those resources would just go to people who could have companies that could pay them.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, OpenStat's done a fantastic job of just freeing up all those minds. I'm always amazed in the free and open source world. I mean, I'm lucky enough to be able to work on my things full time, but switching from like a fiat job and doing fiat work to working on something like Bitcoin or working on something like Nostr, I think like those people are heroes, man. Like, I don't know how they can. I mean, they enjoy what they do, and I did it for a while as well, and working in the evenings or whatever. But it's so hard to flip between those two worlds. So to have a mind freed and be able to spend all their time focusing on their Nostr projects it's great. It's really good.
And yeah, it's when you look at OpenSats as organization, like it's amazing. Not only we mentioned Fiat Jeff takes time, Gigi takes time, but like everyone involved, the whole board does it in their free time, and now they're volunteers. So it's just amazing to have organization like that supports Nostr, but also there is a Bitcoin part of that organization, and that's where like BTC Pay server is supported by OpenSats. It allows what you're saying, like, hey, we know that we have a year to develop something instead of just focusing on, hey, something is launched, there needs to be a result right away. We mentioned daily active users. What are your thoughts on what all of us can do to like push that number up? And should that be our focus right now? Or is the focus on what you said, like last 6 months, just developer community? Like, what are your thoughts on that, Rabel?
I mean, I would say to Rabel's point before, as an onboarding experience, because, I mean, Nostr isn't Bitcoin, okay? But because it's being built by a bunch of Bitcoiners, the majority of the community is Bitcoiners, and then you open up the client, and if the client has a global feed, then it's going to be Bitcoin stuff. So when I was at the Human Rights Foundation in Oslo, I was onboarding activists, and of course they love the idea, like for the first time you have this easy to access freedom of speech tool, which hasn't existed before, right? And then, so you explain the Nostr proposition, and then you get them to download a client, and then you install the client, and then there's just a bunch of Bitcoiners on there just talking Bitcoin stuff, which we all love, but normal people might not love. So
having people have access to content which is relevant to them is probably like our biggest battle. Like that's the thing most on to people. I mean, I had it like literally just, you know, like onboarding a coffee and a client, and it's the content which puts him off. So yeah, Fiat Jeff, I was interested in this because we were talking about this yesterday, and Rabel, I know you've been working on a similar thing. Is making more use of the relay system to deliver relevant content. Like Fiat Jeff, how do you think that will take shape over maybe the next 6 months or year?
Well, I think it's natural, and I hope we get that soon. Like relays, the relays don't have to be dumb. Like they can have special filtering abilities, and there can be communities that form around relays, and the clients can basically just display all the posts on a relay that has a specific niche, and we can onboard people using that. Like we can make people install an app somehow, and they open the app and they're already inside that relay, and that relay doesn't have anybody talking about Bitcoin. And then they can expand later. They can add more relays, follow people out of that outside of that relay. But the first experience doesn't have to be a generic relay that will be populated only by Bitcoiners. And I think, like, I've been talking about this for a long time, but I should have built something, but it's coming. But if you look at those Mastodon activity pub websites, they have a bunch of directories of servers, and the servers have, like, they have special topics. Like they have servers for education, servers for gaming or whatever. And I don't see why you can't have that. Like, it's much more natural to have that on Nostr than on activity pub, because on activity pub your identity is tied to a server. So if you choose a server about gaming, you basically telling everybody that your entire personality is gaming. But on Nostr you can have your personality and you can participate in different communities. So it's much easier to have these specialized relays, I think.
Yeah, I would agree that the problem isn't that there are 500,000 Bitcoiners using Noster. The problem is that when someone joins and they're not a Bitcoiner, they only see the Bitcoiners on Noster. And so the problem isn't the existing community. The existing community is what sustains us and what makes it real, and we can develop for it. What we need to do is, through the communities, through the relays, through content discovery, through my talk later today, I think I've decided I'm going to call it Noster for Normies, and because it's about making it so that it's not just for Bitcoiners. And if you come from a crypto experience, the idea of a wallet and a key makes total sense. And the idea of logging into a web app using a browser extension makes sense. But to normal users, that's a crazy concept, and it's a huge barrier. And so, a Bitcoiner will be like, I don't want to use a non-custodial solution. I don't want someone else to hold my keys. That's scary. But to a normal user, that's the normal way in which they want things to work, and they understand it. And so what we need are services that let you log into all these Nostr web apps, but using OAuth or using passkey, where the users own their keys, they have a backup of their keys, they can move it off so they're not stuck in that service, but we don't have to explain so much to them. And right now, when you go to the Nostr website, it's for developers. Like, I just did a screenshot of it. Like, it's got the code for what a Nostr event looks like, and not a description of what it feels like to, find community and connection and be able to have all these different kinds of apps. And so we need to start doing user experience research and start having those personas that describe how people are working on stuff, and start sitting down with communities like the Oslo Freedom Forum and others and saying, okay, what would it look like to start onboarding people in that community and make sure that they find their people?
Yeah, we do need to, in FHF's defense, like he's been bugging me for ages for us to change the nostr.com website. I really like the design of it. I just think it looks pretty. But yeah, you're right. You're totally right. And
it works for me.
Yeah.
The problem is, and it works for us,
Yeah.
but it doesn't work for all these other people that we know would benefit from getting on Nostr.
That's a very good point. We'll do that. Fix that one. I have to take the opposite view though with public key crypto. I'm kind of a public key crypto extremist. I think that it's an inevitable path that average people, just as they had to learn about email and whatever else, that at some point they would just have to learn key management because passwords will get too hard and too long for people to remember, and captchas will get too crazy. And public key crypto fixes a lot of things. So I'm almost of the opinion that we shouldn't obfuscate the complexity of Nostr using public keys in Nostr to a more traditional login experience, that we should just ignore the traditional login experience and have users just get used to key management. Because I want to see a lot more work on key management, so hardware devices, delegated keys, those sorts of things. But it's a very interesting debate as we transition to a platform of freedom where, you know, the way in which you're autonomous and by the keys in which you secure, and then whether that can be done in a way where you outsource that to some other service. Again, Fitchaf, like what's your opinion on that? Like just the key management system, and whether would you like to see kind of like a more traditional login system for managing keys?
Yes, I would. I was thinking about that recently. Like, I think there should be, like, there could be some services. The problem is that people think these services can. I don't think that has to be the case. Like, you could have a system, and then someone goes there and logs in with their email, and they get a confirmation email like they like to do, and the service, like these services, to get the signatures, and the keys never leave the services. But the current Bitcoiner crowd of Nostr will probably hate this and think it's evil, like they do with the Zebedee social app that most people like to shit on, but I think it's working very well for a big segment of users who wouldn't care about Nostr otherwise, and they're using it. And I think we need more of that. And people shouldn't ever lose the ability to have their own keys. But it's if we want to grow, I think we need these kinds of things. Yeah, but shouldn't everybody be focusing on that? Like, we don't want to lose the spirit of Nostr.
Yeah, I mean, segment of users for the Zebedee app is like cute girls from California. Like, someone needs to get to the bottom of that. What's happening in Zebedee via Jeff? We'll figure it out. But one thing that I'm really missing as a user of Nostr is the ability to like obsolete my private key. I mean, I'm sorry guys, but I just love dying online, as everyone knows that follows Uncle Rockstar. Like, what are your thoughts, Ben, on this? Like,
you should make a NIP, like
I should do the NIP,
the death NIP, where you can just kill your keys.
But I talked with via Jeff, and Jeff, you like disagree with the approach where I would just broadcast that key is obsolete and optionally point to a new key. Like, are you against that approach?
No, I like it. I just don't think people should do it. Like, people shouldn't think there's a correct way of doing this. There's a NIP from Pablo proposed for doing this in a way that is not that bad. It's reasonably safe. Like, you can't, because if you do it the naive way, someone can steal your key and then broadcast that your new key is actually their key. So they steal all your like month, or like you wouldn't want to rotate your keys every month using these techniques. It's like for when you lose your key and you want to say, we want to broadcast this thing that says you have a new key, and then hopefully most people will catch that event and they will use some special client or their normal client to automatically switch from following you on the old key into the new key. And that way we won't lose 100% of your followers and your identity. You still keep some. And similarly, there could be a way to say this key is dead forever, and you broadcast that, and then everybody just stop following that key, but the key continues, but the mass following, treating that key as if it was you. This could be done too.
Yeah.
Again, it's not guaranteed.
And for me, to do this, it's critical in a sense, because right now, everyone that opens are stuck, whatever the key is created, but whatever app they use. What are your thoughts on this, Rebel?
No, I think that the key rotation stuff that Pablo proposed is a great idea, and I think it's important. And I think that if we do the cloud-hosted copy of the keys, then you can, I was talking to Matt working on NOS about how this could be a way in which you could set up the signatures for the backup, which you keep, and then if that cloud provider that you're using for authentication and login went bad, then you have a way out. And you could say, okay, well, now I no longer trust this, or they've been hacked. And so, one of the things that makes Blue Sky easier for people to onboard in is that there's a default app. But another way that's easier is that it does use keys under the surface. They just don't explain it to the users. And I think we don't need to make that the only way things work, but we do need key rotation. We need the ability to do that, and we need the ability to do, basically custodial Nostr as an option for folks. And not everyone's going to use it, and not everyone has to use it, and users have to own their keys. But I use Coinbase, I use Binance. Thankfully, I didn't use FTX.
I'm waiting for Booz to start, but
yeah. But
you're doing good.
the point is, those exchanges and their custodial services that let people log in, give their ID, connect to their bank account, buy Bitcoin, that worked. I use Cash App all the time, and it has keys under there, it has wallets, but I don't have to see them, I don't have to worry about them, and it lets me interact with this larger network. And so we need more of that in Nostr, and we need the key rotation so that you aren't stuck forever on that.
But then we need that similar in Bitcoin, where we have that community, not your keys, not your Bitcoin, not your keys, not your data, and then just kind of some terms to remind everybody that they should probably hold their own keys and hold their own data if you're using custodial services.
Yep. The last big development that I want to get your thoughts on, from my side, big development was the prisms. Did you see prisms with the ability?
Yeah, super exciting.
Yeah, because for me the thought is, what if I, as someone that ideologically supports Nostr, I'm up to send sats every day, as long as there is a prism that sends that to nature photographers or Japanese community. Those are my thoughts in that direction. What about yours?
Or for example, if you are using Nostr to do paid content, paid newsletters, videos, photos, anything like that, then you want to be able to easily send a portion of those sats to the platform creators, to the person who's doing the curation and sharing, to the original creator, and Prisms lets you do that. And I was looking at how to do that before Prisms came along, and there's some individual wallet setting things, or it was a push to go towards like the Ethereum smart contract world because you could implement it there. So I think the Prism stuff is super exciting and opens up possibility. One thing I want to think about when we think about payments, we can't change Apple. We can't change their rules, but what we can do is support using Lightning when and where we can and fall back to Apple and Google and Samsung taking their cut when they need to. And so I think that the services that sell content using Lightning, with Lightning payments and everything else, should be built with a fallback where, yep, you get 30% less. It's a shitty deal, and we should fight for that to be changed, but we shouldn't give up on the idea of paid content.
Man, split payments, or prisms as you call them, is a subject dear to my heart. So
I was just about to say in LM Bits.
Well, in LM Bits, yeah. So Fiat Jaff and Crypto Graffiti did a DJ set during COVID to cheer us all up. And the idea was that you could have a video stream, and then in the QR code, when you donated, if you donated enough, you would get a link to download the track which he was playing. And then when you donated, a portion was split between the DJ and then also the music producer themselves. Within the LM Bits community, extension, and then within the LM Bits community, we all really got excited about this idea of just splitting payments. Like suddenly we have microtransactions and we can split payments. Like, it's really powerful, like really profoundly powerful for just the money management. So we then created a new extension called Split Payments, where you can just say, okay, when money hits this wallet, we want X amount to go to this wallet, this wallet, this wallet, which then eventually turned into you could give LN Europays, LN addresses, and it would push the payments to those different addresses. The idea is that at point of sale, so you could have like a group of people making coffee, and then at point of sale, they could all decide, okay, you're going to get 30%, you're going to get 20%, you're going to get X%, and then when someone actually buys the coffee, everybody gets sats into their wallets. Then you can like extend this out to larger scale production, where you buy a laptop, and then distribution gets this, manufacturing gets this, and then marketing gets X amount, and then those percentages are predefined, and then within those different departments, it then gets fanned out again. You have this like tree of payments. We have micropayments. We have this micropayment technology now, right? So then, or you have the guy cleaning the toilets, and you can see in his wallet the sats dribbling in, and then all of a sudden they start slowing down, and then it's like, well, why are they slowing down? And then it's because, we decided to take X% away from marketing and put it into R&D. And then the cleaner on the shop floor said, well, that sucks, I want more sats. And it's like, well, okay, but we'll get more sats, in a month's time or a year's time when that comes to fruition. And I think it's impossible for people not to become socially conscious in a production environment when they have this access to split payments. It makes money management within a corporation, a business, so much more efficient. So it's great that Prisms are doing this on Noster. And yeah, Fiat Jaff, like, that was such a cool extension. In fact, so in Lugano, there was a coffee producer, and they were selling coffee in Lugano. Yeah. And then they were using LM Bits, so when they did the point of sale, the payments were split, and the producers were getting the money directly, and they were getting 5 times the amount of money they would get selling the coffee on the open market, because you haven't got all those middlemen in the distribution model, particularly when you're dealing with like unbanked people, so they can just get ripped off because they haven't got bank accounts, right? So now they have this access to these digital payments. You don't need to have a registered citizenship or whatever. You have access to digital payments. That can also exist for Noster and Prisms. So it's very, very exciting, very profound, and can have real benefit and impact on the world, I think.
Yeah, let's use it more. Okay. Session. Thank you, Fiat Jeff, for joining. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Rabble.
We've got time for Q&A here.
Yeah, we have 5 minutes, 10 minutes. How many questions? Anyone has a question? Emperor, right away.
Actually, I have several one, but maybe we don't have time, so we'll go short. One time, we saw that, I think it was Apple that kind of censored one app because of the Zap, and they don't get their cuts. I think there is a way to work around that might work if we take a look at the community. Very often something is forbidden, But if you split it into two different services, both of the service can be allowed. And somehow if you connect them together, it does the same feature as was originally intended. So a typical idea, I was thinking, for example, Zap, if they say, okay, no Zap in the app, okay, I cannot do Zap, but maybe I can, if I have my own server, and I say, okay, every time you see a Zap coming from me that has this word, then you send the Zap. For example, you send a message, Zap to Ben. Then the server interprets that as sending money to Ben, and you have basically the same features that are basically Zap, but Apple cannot complain about it. And it's same thing with, you were talking about custodian Noster, where the custodian has the private key Noster. There is no law against this. Well, why it's not possible to give a private key? So, but what about then this private key allow, if you send a special message, send money? Typically speaking,
are we up for that approach?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, what's up with you, Nicholas? You're always taking on like big entities. You know, like BitPay, I will make you obsolete.
It's in my blood.
Yeah, it's in your blood.
I mean, this is the adversarial development thinking, which is certainly born out of the Bitcoin environment, or is the king of it, of course. And we need it in Nostr because, of course, like we're attacking power bases. Big corporations like Apple and Twitter and whatever else, Facebook, they are going to, before they end up adopting and using Nostr, which they will, they are going to attack it. So this adversarial development thinking is interesting. I mean, it comes from, you know, a large part comes from the Bitcoin development environment, which is, I think it's a healthy thing we have.
Yeah, I agree.
I would also say that as difficult and bad as it has been, the fights between Damus and Apple, it's been good for Damus and good for the community because it exposes the values of what we're doing in Nostr, and we're not just concerned about closed social platforms on centralized servers, but like closed development environments and application environments like exist with iOS, and I'm an iOS developer. That's a problem, and so we should make, and there are hacks to do end runs around it, and I know that Will has done tons of experiments with like rapid uploading, like the shelf that appears, so you can see the profile and send the Zap from that, which I've started using, it's great. And so, and Nostr Wallet Connect, so you don't have to put the wallet in the app. We just need to keep experimenting with that, and we can be the rebel army that just sits out there and continues to try things and figures out what works, because we can try 1,000 things.
Yeah, agreed. Next question, yeah.
What's that cypherpunk quote with the Nazis, censorship is damage and roots around it?
Well, it's like big corporations will not give us rights out of their benevolence, but rather we need to fight for them. So yeah. Any more questions? Let's go.
This is a quick one. I get nervous every time I need to give my Nostr private key to a client when I'm using it. Are we expecting always giving the private key for the clients?
Yeah, well, this is what we were talking about. I do like Pablo's NSEC bunker and his proposals that are coming, but we kind of discussed this, right? Like we're excited.
We have like some hardware stuff. So we made like a hardware Nostr signing device, an NSD, and I think make NSDs, not NFTs. Like I think more people will be using these Nostr signing devices, and I think there's a bunch of solutions. I mean, the entire of Nostr is a very good commercial opportunity for all these industries to step in and build a whole bunch of hardware and relay services and whatever else. Actually, I was interested in Fearcheff's take on that, like the commercialization of Nostr, like how he thinks that's, because obviously it's very, very much a free and open source development environment currently, and people are running relays for altruistic reasons, and there hasn't been really any experimentation running relays in a business context to be able to support the relay service. So, like Fearcheff, like how do you feel that that will go? Do you think that that's something we're going to see more of? And is it something you welcome? Or
I don't see ways to make a lot of money. Maybe there are, but it would be very marginal. I think relays can exist forever and expand and scale based on this, and having a relay that is restricted or a relay that just doesn't accept spam, like it filters spam somehow, and then it's very, very cheap to run a relay. And I don't think that's a problem. Like I think there will always be people running relays, and there could be like businesses made around the relays that they will sell something, and they will just give the relay usage for free for people that are around their business doing something.
what about things
But
like?
Yeah.
Sorry, what about things like data storage? So for users who want everything stored forever, like who pays for that?
Yeah, no. For this kind of stuff, you can pay, like, but to be very cheap and the margin will be very, very low. Like Noster.wine, it already has a relay that stores everything for you, and for all epochs. Like you can export your Twitter stuff from 2007, 2006, and all your tweets, and you put them all on this Noster.wine relay, and you pay a very cheap fee, and they store it for you forever. But there's not a big business to be made out of that, I think.
Yeah. So, Fia, Jeff, not bullish on relays, commercializing it, but on other use cases, maybe. And to answer your question, then come to Ben's workshop tomorrow, 1 p.m., right? Do you have Nostr signing devices?
Yeah, I've got some Nostr. I'll do the physical hardware workshops probably like throughout the next couple of days. We're doing a Zap lamp. So this is Black Coffee BC's work, who works with Ellen Bits, and he's created a Zap lamp. So when you get zapped, the lamp goes off. It's pretty flipping cool. So we'll be doing that, and then maybe making some Nostr signing devices, and then some Bitcoin points of sale and stuff, the usual hardware workshops.
There you go, so you don't need to enter it. McShane, do we have one more question?
One more question here.
Yes.
Hi, guys. So on Nostr, we've seen a lot of, back here. We've seen a lot of versions of things that exist, so Twitter feeds on Nostr, blogs on Nostr. I'm curious if you have seen any or have thought of any new concepts, ideas, applications that are not versions of something that already exists, but are some completely new idea or application that Nostr enables.
Streamster?
Dude, so like this is a subject close to my heart because we recently did a NIP 107 for IoT. I have a bunch of IoT devices in my house, and I want to be able to turn them on and off without having to sign the horrible terms and conditions involved in IoT software. And like, we're buying all these surveillance devices and installing them in our homes. And actually, like, I just want to send it a DM and say, can you turn on, please? Like, what's the temperature of my boiler? And using Nostr for that, I don't know, maybe it's not the most efficient way of doing it, but again, like BC's been working on an example, and it's dope. Like we have an app like a client, and then you can just turn the light on and off, and you can tell your heater to turn up, and I can just DM those things, and then you're accessing that permissionless developing environment. So for me, it's IoT. I think is really exciting, and we also have like a more public IoT system, which FitJob's got a NIP for, where you could like weather data and things could be kind of a bit more open.
I would say like the data marketplace stuff is super interesting in terms of making it easy to build stuff. But I'd also say that there is nothing new under the sun. All we are doing is remixing the same human activities over and over again with different technological rules underneath it. You know, there were apps like Twitter before Twitter. And it just, you know, it was what is this same behavior of giving people updates over being able to have mobile phones. There are newspaper articles in sections called Twitter from the 1920s, which have tweet length updates of status of what people are doing, because that is a thing that exists. And so we don't need to, like, we need to find out what works natively on this new medium we're creating, but we don't need to reinvent everything. We just need to figure out how it makes sense in this permissionless network for building social applications.
Yeah, to me, the biggest value of Noster is that data format. And like, I think this is the data format. Fia, Jeff, your thoughts, closing thoughts?
Yeah, I think that I'm just answering the question. I think the DVM stuff, the way for AIs to communicate is a new thing. I think people doing the AI stuff, they're mostly using centralized platforms. And if you do it on the open with public data, you can have some interesting things that we haven't seen yet, like with interaction between these and like someone doing something and other people seeing that and expanding on that. I don't know what will happen. The same way you can do that for IoT, like the way that IoT devices that capture stuff and publish that stuff to the world, and someone else takes that and does something with it. There could be new things arising from that, but I don't know. That's it. I don't have any more thoughts.
Well, Fia, Jeff, thank you for working to make sure that Nostr has a bright future. Thank you, Ben, as well. Thank you, Rabel. And thank you, Nostragists, for joining us for this session.
Thank you, Rockstar.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone.
All right, next, Pablo, give us a few. Pablo's preparing for the first of like 20 talks he's giving over the course of 3 days. It's called Noster Discoverability Doesn't Suck. Before that, just a quick reminder, if you don't want to be in photos or you want to remain anonymous, you can pick up a no photo badge at the front desk. Give us a couple minutes here for Pablo. Thank you.
Sorry for the technical mishaps. New to so yeah, there's like some
just give us a
loud
minute.
music.
All right, we're good.
Good? All right. Awesome. Okay, so today I'm going to be talking about discoverability. So what do I mean by Nostr discoverability? It's just finding stuff, finding content, finding people, finding new use cases, finding applications, finding whatever. When I was telling my friends, like here, that I was going to be talking about discoverability, it says, it's like one slide. It just says, it sucks. It's completely broken. And fair enough, because it's quite true. We have a lot of challenges with regards to discoverability. Like the onboarding experience currently is very subpar. Like these guys were saying just now, there's a lack of content diversity. People come in, it's all PSPT, and it's just number go up and all the typical memes. And a lot of broken interoperability. Clients are still not great at finding events. There's a lot of stuff that you reply to something, it shows weird in one client. It's kind of to be expected because Nostr is like this beautiful chaos, and we're so early in the development of Nostr. But this is just all stuff that has not been fleshed out. It's still early, as we always say. But if we look into the future, we see that Nostr has some really cool properties with regard to discoverability. And the case that I'm going to be making today is that Nostr has some properties that allow it to be just orders of magnitude better discoverability than legacy level, whatever you want to call it. So let's think about how the capture web, the current legacy web, how does it do discoverability? Everything in the current web it's very anti-natural. Everything is a top-down approach. Everything's synthetic. So discoverability is all synthetic. It's just we are so used to how it works that we don't see that it's not the natural way of doing things. So search engines is a very obvious one. The coercive algorithms that Twitter has, that Facebook. The algorithms, we always in Nostr discuss a lot about algorithms, but algorithms is basically a way of, from a top-down approach, telling you, I've decided that this is the content that matters to you, so here, have the. Each one is onto itself. So how are we here in a barely or unfunded decentralized protocol? We are like 10 people here, and we all fight about the NIPs and whatnot. How are we going to displace these industries? Or at the very least, replace them? I don't think we're going to replace them. I think we're going to just make these things obsolete because we're fixing an underlying problem of data flows. And I think we're going to displace them by playing a different game, not competing head-on. We're changing the structure of the game, and we're designing our own playing field. So let's back a little bit to the properties of Nostr, because this stuff is kind of technical, but it's like one slide. But how does Nostr work? In Nostr, everything is an event. Just the subs are events, a like is an event, deleting something in it is an event. It's the only construct that we have are events. Now, events can reference each other. So they create like this weird soup of chaos, right? Like you can have a like of a sap, and like you can create any kind of weird construct. And this weird soup makes a bit of like, it unconstrains the flow of the data. The data can just go anywhere, and it's just like a stew. So I've been calling it that like a bit of a data liquidity. Like the data becomes fluid. The data was siloed in the platform that was creating the data. So this is a bit abstract. So let's take it a step back and look at an example. How does it currently, the production and consumption of the data, and how can it work in Noster, and how does this affect discoverability. So on the left side here, we have typical Twitter interface. There's a bunch of tweets, and someone links to a YouTube video. So some of the followers of this person go to YouTube, they watch the video, there's a section that ensues on YouTube, and this data there is part of the data that was some activity happening on Twitter, that attention flows and stays constrained within YouTube. And this is a little bit weird, because when you think about it in these terms, you realize that there is a discussion that is going on about a video or a book or a song or whatever it might be. And the fact that the origin of the discussion is a certain media type, or it's happening on a certain platform, constrains that discussion to that platform. And if you think about it, that's like super weird. Like, why? Imagine if you were talking with a friend, and because you're talking about a concert, you need to go to like this one room, and you can only talk about the concert in that room. And then when you talk about, because I'm interested in your conversation, in your thoughts, I want to see your thoughts about the video, the concert, or whatever it might be. And what's interesting is that the platforms, because this is happening, the platforms are competing in a zero-sum game for your attention and your energy. We see these perverse incentives, like what Elon is doing now with Twitter, where if you put a URL, your content, your tweet might not be as seen as much, or this. This is, to me, this is strange. It's just, it's been normalized. But if you think about it, it's really weird. And it has profound effects on discoverability of content. Video. I publish a video event, whatever it might be, like on NIP94, for example. And the discussion of the video is just kind of ones that are tagging a video. So as we are having a conversation about a video or a song or whatever, the discussion is going into the feed. So if I'm having a discussion about a book and I'm tagging the book, my note is kind of ones. So people that are following me are going to see that. And maybe they'll find a new book that they didn't know about. So this is organic amplification of the reach of content. So it solves distribution. It solves very different way. There is activities, if there is engagement with a piece of content, it just naturally happens to be dispersed through the social network. It's not, it doesn't require to be an advertisement. It doesn't require to be a search engine result. It doesn't require a top-down for you. So there's an important aspect of when we marry and we unleash this chaos of data. There is a big technical tax that applications must pay because of this. And there was a very, very funny example that happened a few months ago. The tax is that if, say, for example, I make a comment about a song, or I make a comment about a book, or about whatever, a coin showing transaction, or any kind of Nostr event, or an IoT, a light being turned on, and I made a comment about that. If that means that data is to go to what each different kind number represents. And obviously that doesn't scale because there's like a lot of numbers, like millions of numbers. And that would mean that Damos has to know, okay, kind 31337 means Subster song. It's just impossible to handle all the different kinds. So what's missing is the context, right? And here's the funny example that a few months ago I wrote a music client, sort of like a Spotify client, based on Carnage's design, called Subster. And as a test, I uploaded a song, Lana Del Rey song, because I listen to a lot of Lana Del Rey. And VHF went into Nostr, and on the chat part of the client, he responded on the Lana Del Rey song that just was named test. He responded, "Is this Lana Del Rey?" The event that he created with Subster was properly tagging the song. It's just Damus or Amethyst or no other client, because I was just making up the kind. No other client knew what the hell that was. So for VHF's followers, that was like, just, is this Lana Del Rey, with zero context. And people were and VHF already talks kind of cryptic sometimes, so it could be one of these weird messages that he's sending. So there are two solutions to this problem that make it from a challenge into like a really amazing construct. And both of them are really simple. The first one is NIP31. NIP31 is simply an alt tag. If you remember the days of the 56K modems or 28K modems and images downloading very slowly, images would have a text that would explain this image. Once it finished, this image is going to be a cat licking a baby or something. So the NIP31 is simply a human-readable tag that any client can implement, and they don't need to know that kind 5000 is whatever, DVM, or kind 8000 means this other thing. It's just literally a song, Summertime Sadness, by just that. Going back to would say, this is a song, and the response is this Lana Del Rey? Which it would be obvious, but yes. And context is very important, but we can go even a bit further than that, leveraging Noster in a very funny and cool way. Now, the context is great, like you said, but maybe you don't know the song. What if you can tap and just listen to it in a Nostr client that knows how that? And this is possible, and it's really funny because it's quite simple, but it feels very much this proposal to make this happen. It's a little bit like glue. It ties everything together in a bit more of a seamless experience, where you don't need to know that if you want to watch a live stream, you go to sub.stream, and if you want to create a highlight, you go to highlighter.com, or if you whatever, to all these different clients. You can just leverage Nostr for that. And NIP89 is very simple. It's just application developers can say, I can handle songs, or my application can handle categorizing people, or my application can handle creating conjoins, whatever it might be. And on the other side, say, oh, I use this app for creating lists, creating highlights, I use Highlighter. And now when you tap on the application, on the event that is a kind of Damus or Amethyst, but probably not Amethyst because Bitter will support every single kind. Other than Bitter, all the other normal clients by normal people, you tap on the event that the client doesn't know what it is. It just says, this is Lana Del Rey, and you tap it, and a music player pops up with the song. And Damus doesn't have to do any work with regards to supporting the song, to understanding what that kind is. It doesn't have to do anything else. So it scales like O1. It scales without extra work for each individual new use case. So well, it feels very magical. And it brings everything together. And the way I've been thinking about it is, it allows any developer with no marketing to create use case, an entirely new thing, and get organic reach. If there are users that want that new use case, this construct creates organic distribution, organic discoverability of this use case. Developers to explore the long tail, to really look into things that would not have been possible otherwise, because maybe the user base of your use case is so small that it would be impossible to bootstrap a network effect. But in this way, this 5 or 6 users that you might have are your distribution. Like if they are impacted by the product, the interaction of your users with your product, that interaction is the marketing. Like each touch point can be the marketing, the distribution of your product. And it's organic. If your product is trash, then you will get no distribution. If your product is fantastic, this new content way of doing things. And to me, that it feels much more natural, much more aligned with how reality works. Instead of having like this one voice coming from the heavens and telling us you need to use WeChat, or like it's just use whatever you do, and if your network is using it, it will be amplified. If your network is not using it, it will die off. And there is something very powerful to be said about super apps, because I see Noster as competing with that. It's not so much competing just with Twitter, it's competing with super apps. And I think these contracts allow us to create very compelling super apps at the protocol level. And I've been thinking that super apps are not evil. They are not created, I mean, as a everything. In reality, the big tech companies, they must explore the adjacent markets. Amazon, if Amazon remains only selling books, Amazon gets crushed by someone that is music, but transitions to also selling books. So there is a very strong incentive. Like you start with one niche, and then you start expanding and expanding and expanding. Way to defend your niche, like as you expand, but the expansion is the defense. Not survive in a big tech market, because transitioning from one place to another is so trivial that if you don't expand and take everything and provide a full service for every need that your users have, they will go somewhere else. Like someone else will conquer those use cases. This has a very important challenge, and I think this is one of the things that really excites me about Noster. The fact that these applications must become, to survive, they must become big. They must serve billions of people. It means that the experience must resonate with different cultures, with different values, people that have different expectations. And in a way, I think this is why the web in the past 20 years has transitioned to all kind of look the same. Like you go to Amazon, Italy, and it's kind of the same like Lazada in Thailand, and you go to Twitter, and it's pretty much like Blue Sky, like the interface-wise. You go to any page, like software as a service page, and it's all the same structure. It's like the hero and the features and the testimonials and a bunch of brands. And it all looks the same. And I think it's partially downstream from the fact that there are these incentives. Because at the beginning of the web, like the 90s, it didn't all look the same. It didn't all feel the same. So in a way, I think we've been paying innovation tax. There's a lot of innovation because applications must serve billions of people. And this is my favorite example. I think Arkinox was around here. So he created this client. It's a kind one client. So it's a microblogging client, but a video. Because it's such a weird experience, and navigating it's so different that it might appeal to people that are currently like 10, maybe 1,000 people or something like that. So there is no way you can create network effects on something that appeals to such a small minority of people. But because it can leverage the rest of the content that is produced in Damos, in Amethyst, and you can have interactions with people that are using a typical looking client, this type of client is possible. So I think we're going to see a flourishing of this. Back to the beginnings of, like, probably everybody here remembers that there used to be more third-party applications that created slightly different experiences, that were more creative, right? But of course, the problem with a third-party application is that it's a third party, so you can't really transition from creating from a weekend project to creating a business. You are always downstream from the fact that you need a key to get the content that is the soul of your application. And that has been abused over and over. But the innovation tried to come from this standpoint. It was just killed because it was completely centralized. It was completely permissioned innovation. But yeah, I mean, Nostr has been around for a very short time, relatively speaking, and we already see a lot of creative new experiences. So my point of the talk is to embrace the chaos. We have in front of us beautifully an experimentation of just exploring the long tail of everything, of experiences of current use cases and of new use cases, and munching a bunch of data types together that were not explored, putting them together. We have a very strong hand with regards to how simple yet powerful the protocol itself is. So my take is that we don't need to hide this chaos. I think the competitive advantage of Noster is that it is chaos, and we can, at the edges, organize it in different ways. we can display the chaos in creative and new ways, and most of that will not work. Some of that will. We'll learn a lot, but we have the opportunity of chaos and allowing the individuals to choose the level of exposure to this chaos. I think there is no other, there is no competition here. We are creating our own playing field. Embrace the chaos. Yeah. Thank you.
We have time for a couple of questions right up front.
Hi, how are you? Onboarding and also the diversity. Onboarding and also the diversity of content. And a lot of that is because the average person is not really on this or part of this ecosystem. What are some ways and what program can do right now or right after this unconference to be able to mobilize those things?
So it comes to mind, and to be the obvious one that one can do, diversity of content, right? Like, you don't like the lack of content diversity, just create different. Really believe in pitching too much. Like, we, in a way, pitching is sales, and in order to have sales, first. But we have very strong fundamentals that we will get there. So just create a type of to exist. There is a larger conversation with regards, and they touch a bit about currently onboarding. Private key management is like really weird for people, and the obvious way of doing private key management is just don't manage them for normies, right? So you go to Damos, you download Damos, you create your key there. You never see the NSEC; it's just there, and you don't use any other client for anything else, and your Noster experience is very curtailed. It's a very limited. You've experienced like maybe 0.1% of what Nostr is. Nostr, pretty much like Bitcoin. Nostr is you go to another client and they are, even today, they are all very different. If you don't experience that, it's really hard to say that you like. What's the difference between experiencing one client and just going to Twitter? It's just like a Twitter. So work to do with regards to solution is wrote signing, and I want to integrate with Umbrel, I want to integrate with Star9. And what they were saying, I really think that we need to have, and I talked with VHF about this, that we need to have a service where you just create an account, you just have an email and a password. Like the way I imagine is the password is just an encryption on Insect Banker. It's not like a real password. It just allows you to decrypt. But the email and password flow is very familiar. It's something that people are used to, and I think we need to attack from that front. We will end up being able to teach people about private key management, but if you off the bat is okay, read these 6 books and welcome to Noster. It just doesn't work. Friends are not here, by the way. And
up next, we have NVK with a special announcement. I have something real quick, guys. You may have noticed Tokyo's extremely clean. I want to keep it that way. So please, after you have your lunch, your bentos, please return the box, the bento box, where you got it from, to the stand there, so we can recycle everything properly. Super. And by the way, lunch is here, so if you're hungry, you can grab food. We have many different options out in the lobby there.
All right. I'll give you a thumbs up from over there when I count it. Sure. Hello, and as you can see, this was not very rehearsed. I just figured we do a little demo. Let's get. I'm gonna get into it, but so what's going on is all the phones are owned, right? We don't have secure private hardware, and that's pretty abhorrent. I mean, like your iPhone and your and your Android phones, they can be remotely accessed. You have no privacy in them, and we don't really have diversity in this space. And so the comms are pound, and what we need to do is free the comms, right? So we need devices so that we can communicate privately and experiment in a that people, you choose who can see what you're doing, and that makes a new device. It's like the most we have right now. So I can't use a cell phone, but we can start somewhere, right? We don't simply give up on it and don't create something. So we've leveraged the mechanical design and some of the stuff that we were doing for Bitcoin Hard. Decided to find something affordable as a technology platform and create something that is for hackers. Right now, this is a product for the nerds. And because like most technology really like hackers playing with it to start for people to have a portable device that they can use for communication that is also hackable, has some sort of like capacity of security, and you know, and fit in your other phase. You have Arduinos, you have you know, you have ham radios. You know, some of us like those. You know, you have like your game platforms, and then you have like the hardware wallets that are like super secure, some less secure. We wanted to create something sort of like in the middle as a playground for hackers, because creating like portable hardware is not simple, right? So most makers out there, they can buy their awesome like little ESP32 boards, but they can't create a wrapper, they can't do battery management, they can't like add a lot of other things like secure elements on it, and we can. So we figured we expose the stuff that we do for us to play in the Nostr space and other forms of comms in a P2P sort of capacity. So what do we think like people are going to do with this is Nostr signing devices, mesh communications. We're still trying to figure out if you're going to have a relay on it or not. But the devices can talk to each other. They can talk to the internet. You can have password managers. You can do Bitcoin transaction coordination. It really is like a small, very powerful general purpose platform. So you can do whatever really you want. So today I just wanted to demo a very quick P2P communication on this device, because my hope is that it sort of like inspires people to go out there and try to create embedded software that does some of this stuff, and hopefully they will build for that, ESP32, and they can build for these devices. So we have a little demo. I have my assistant here today. I hope, there you go. So, okay. So let's, he's unnamed. He created Facebook. Here, the power button. There you go. So we have two little devices turned on. They are unpaired. These guys don't hold memory yet, so like there's nothing saved on them except for the OS that we created. So do you wanna chat? So we're gonna press chat, select chat. There we go. Hey, and I send that, and it shows up over there. Look at that. What is he writing? Help. Anyways, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So what's really cool about this is this is a little protocol called there you go. This is a little protocol, and ESP now leverages the Wi-Fi modem. So your Wi-Fi radio is being leveraged for you to send information back and forth between these devices without any pairing. It's multicast, right? So we could have 50 devices here. We could all be chatting to each other. And we can encrypt the data. We can use it to transport Noster envelopes. And we think that like people are going to be using for some of those things. And these devices, they will have a secure element. We found a open secure element that it's a little bit hard to use, so we're going to do some pre-programming for you. You can hold your NSECs there, for example, right? You can do some of the very high security stuff in a very cheap, affordable platform, so that you can go in a protest and everybody can talk to each other, and the Fed FUDs can't really listen to what you're saying. It's pretty cool. So yeah, so that's Saturday, and I hope people enjoy it. We hope to ship it soon. But the cool thing is, because this is an open platform, ESP32, you can go right now, buy a ESP32 board on the internet if you're a developer, start targeting code to that, and then when you get your SATS link, you can sort of start loading some of that code in. And you can take it out and SatsLink ideally could talk to any other ESP32 module product platforms out there. You're not sort of contained in this space. So that's it, guys. Thank you very much. Yeah, sure. If anybody has any questions, just mic is over there.
Hey, just a comment. Hi, this is Lottie again. I just want to say I really love the fact that it's built like a Game Boy.
Yes.
Like this is great. And also, can we have this deck?
Sorry?
Can we have the deck? Is that going to be somewhere publicly?
Yeah. I'll put it online.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'll definitely put it online.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have a domain?
Absolutely, it's satslink.com. Like, yeah, domain is something that we have.
All the domains. Other questions, comments from the audience? You have one?
Do you have a Noster account for CoinKite or?
Not yet. I'm waiting for key rotation.
Okay.
You know, you can't as a brand.
Pablo.
Yeah, come
Pablo,
on.
fix this.
So funny you ask. This is because we leveraged Q1 mechanical design for this. He accelerated things further. So hopefully end of the year, early next year, it should be out. No, yeah, like early in the year. Yeah, early next year. Yeah. Christmas is almost here, man. Vendors move too slow. You know, it's the plastics people.
Over here, Enrique, question. I see an evolution happening here from your earlier devices to now. What is your vision for like a final form of what this could become?
So that's a great question. We really don't know what people want to build, and so leverage the mechanicals of one product, right? Affordable for people. And the hope is that people will inform us like what they want to do with this, and you know, a second version would hopefully reflect that, right? Does it need to be smaller? Does it need to be bigger? Does it need something else? And we're going to learn a lot. So this kind of a shape and sort of mechanical. It's very conducive for typing, right? It's a nice keyboard there, we think that this should be general purpose enough for you to create, and then sort of like, and then we can specialize and maybe, I don't know, make this into a little sort of, you know, maybe it's just like a token that touches something and signs an NSAG, but first we need something for people to develop on.
All right, thank you, NVK. Give it up for
guys.
SatsLink. We'll take a few minutes here. We've got one more talk before lunch. If you're hungry, again, there are bentos and sushi, all sorts of things out in the lobby. Please make sure to return your bento trays to the volunteers at the table so we can get everything properly recycled. Just give me one minute here.
Yeah, no worries. Great, that works, yeah. I was going to walk around, but let's keep it easy. Yeah, I'll introduce myself, yeah. Huh? No, I'll keep like this. Just keep me still, yep. That's good. Testing, testing. Hi, everyone. My name is Alex Lee. I work at the Human Rights Foundation. We're a 501c3 nonprofit that promotes human rights in closed societies. I work on everything Bitcoin and financial freedom and Nostr related at the Human Rights Foundation. We have a grant giving program that gives grants to support projects. So I just wanted to give a short introduction. Led us already through the work of my boss, Alex Gladstein, who talks a lot about Bitcoin and why Bitcoin is in human freedom. The Human Rights Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit. We're based out of the US. We promote human rights in closed societies. Now, a lot of you may have heard about the work we have done in promoting Bitcoin as a powerful tool for activists, but a lot of you may not be aware of all the other programs that href also does. So obviously we're a human rights nonprofit, so we do a lot of traditional human rights work, lawyers at the United Nations promoting human rights. We like to think of very innovative solutions and innovative ways for regular people and for activists to promote human rights in their countries. So some examples of programs would be like Flash Drives for Freedom, where we work with people in South Korea to smuggle and ship flash drives loaded with Wikipedia information about the outside world into North Korea. So that's an example of one of the. I'll speak about the Bitcoin Development Fund later, which is another. Give grants to support Bitcoin and Noster and the like. So does a lot of work promoting human rights, and he's a Russian dissident. And we have the Oslo Freedom Forum. It's our annual conference series. Think of it like the World Economic Forum in Davos, but instead of dictators and shitty people gathering together, it's all human rights activists and people who are promoting freedom, trying to make the world a better place. Yeah, so how do we promote human rights? We partner with activists, we create innovative solutions, and we mobilize people, right? So you can read all about this on the slide, but I wanted to get into the big question, right? So whenever I'm at a Bitcoin conference, people often ask me, why would the Human Rights Foundation support something like Bitcoin, right? Isn't Bitcoin just a speculative technology helping rich people in Silicon Valley get richer? Isn't it just about people who got in early making a lot of money? I get that question a lot when I go to Bitcoin conferences, but I'm going to get the question, why would href support Nostr, right? Isn't it just a bunch of weird people talking online, talking about zaps or whatever? Like, why would we talk about Nostr? Why does the Human Rights Foundation care about Nostr? So I just wanted to take a quick step back. I know my talk was titled href funding Nostr, but I wanted to expand it a little bit and talk about human rights. And why does freedom matter at all? Why does human rights matter? So over half of the world's population today lives in an authoritarian or competitive authoritarian regime. And you know, authoritarian regime, when you think about authoritarian regime, like what does that mean? Like what does it mean to live under an authoritarian regime? Living in an authoritarian regime means that if you post something that's critical of the government, just on Twitter, on Nostr, or we just make a private post to your friends that's critical of the government, you could be arrested and sent to jail, right? It means that if you dare to use money that's not controlled by the government, right? If you save in dollars or maybe if you save in Bitcoin and you opt out of the government's financial system, you could be arrested and sent to jail. It means if you do something as simple as maybe liking a post that's critical of the government, you could be sent to jail, right? And that sounds bad, right? Hopefully that sounds bad. We're in Japan, it's a thriving democracy. Many of us flew all around the world. We came from the West where we took our freedoms for granted. But why is authoritarianism bad? Why does it matter, right? So these numbers are actually a little out of date. I'm pretty sure they're worse, which is sadly. But authoritarianism and authoritarian regimes are responsible for 97% of the world's refugees, right? If you think of people fleeing horror and violence of war, authoritarian regimes are responsible for most of the world's refugees, right? 79% of the world's active conflicts are caused by authoritarian regimes. If you just follow the news at all, you think about Russia's invasion of Ukraine and all the other wars going on right now, it makes a lot of sense, right? 18 out of 20 countries with the world's worst access to drinking water are in authoritarian regimes, right? So when I got to Tokyo, I went to the hotel, I just turned on the tap, and I drank water straight out of the tap, right? That sounds very, that's actually a very revolutionary act. Most people in the world can't just go to their hotel, turn on the tap, and drink the water, right? Many of us take that for granted. 90% of the world's countries that are ranked lowest in combating human trafficking are authoritarian regimes. It makes a lot of sense. If you're an authoritarian dictatorship that'll throw someone in jail just for criticizing them, why would you care about something as simple as human trafficking and finding sexual slavery? And 9 of the 10 world's poorest countries are authoritarian regimes, right? If you take a step back, that makes a lot of sense. If you can't even provide basic services for your citizens, if you'll arrest, torture, and kill people for simply criticizing you, you probably aren't that smart at economics, and you don't understand how to even run a less shitty central bank, right? You probably have massive inflation, if not hyperinflation. Your government's poorly run, right? So what is the problem? What is Nostr trying to fix, and why would the Human Rights Foundation try to support Nostr? Free speech is under attack globally. Now, you know, if you think of other social media platforms out there, they suffer from a lot of you're trusting data, basically, right? And one example of this was when a former Twitter, now X, employee was sentenced to more than 3 years in prison for spying for Saudi Arabia. There's a vibrant, distant community online on social media platforms. And Twitter can be a powerful platform for human rights activists and everyday people who are trying to speak out against their government, right? They can create an account anonymously online and post news, post information, and criticize their government without having to go through the risk of actually physically being on the attending a protest. But the Saudi Arabian government figured out, hey, if we could find someone inside Twitter and just give them money, we can get the private IP addresses, email addresses, information of people who are criticizing us, right? And that's very dangerous. When you can't speak out and we can't speak out online, you expose yourself to central government attack, right? The government can just find you physically and arrest you. So that's one problem. Another problem is, said again, this is like Twitter or Facebook, and they have a legal office, a corporate office that a government can, it exposes your private information, trying to attack freedom online. They're trying to attack free speech, trying to attack our right freely. So obviously, what's the solution? What can we do about that, right? Like, and I hope it's self-evident. We have decentralized technology, right? We have Bitcoin, money that the government can't debase. They can't just print more of it out of thin air. It can't be easily mass surveilled. And we have Noster, right? Noster's not perfect. When it comes to improvement, when it comes to private key management, you know, and NSEC management. And there's a lot of things that we have to work on, and it's not going to be easy. But it provides a gateway. It provides a escape path. It provides a way for us to. So I'm just here, all the builders here, all the people here who are trying to make the world more free, more prosperous, more decentralized. And the Human Rights Foundation would like to support that work. We would love to support all of you builders who are building here. So that's why we have a Bitcoin Development Fund. The Bitcoin Development Fund promotes projects that promote the decentralization, usability, and privacy of Bitcoin, Lightning, and Nostr now. If you don't follow our work, so I put up some grant recipients up here. We've supported great iOS Nostr client. We supported Snort for activists, essential for people who are trying to accept donations online. We promote educational programs like Summer of Bitcoin, which are trying to onboard more people into building on Bitcoin, finding college students and getting them into Bitcoin design, Bitcoin core development. We support a lot of Bitcoin core developers. One example is Gloria Zhao, one of the Bitcoin core maintainers. She now works for Brink. I'm excited for her. And we support Bitcoin circular economies like Bitcoin Economy because it's important for us to build communities, build places where Bitcoin is. So if you'd like to learn more, you can follow me on Noster. I am on Noster. You can learn more about the Human Rights Foundation and the work we do at hrf.org. And if you want to learn more about the Bitcoin Development Fund, where we support Bitcoin, Lightning, Nostr projects, conferences, community building conferences, you just go to hrf/devfund, hrf.org. Interesting project, or definitely apply for funding. We'd be excited to look at it. And yeah, thanks so much. Have a great day. I know I'm keeping you between lunch. And yeah, if there's any questions, I'd love to take questions. Thank you.
For Alex, questions for Alex?
Noster community?
Yeah, so my journey at Href was I was a student at UC Berkeley. I was studying, and I was just I've always been involved with civil liberties and human rights. I did a lot. I volunteered for Berkeley Cop Watch when I was in college. Cop Watch where scanner and listen in video calls, and then we'd videotape them, and if we saw them doing anything illegal, we'd sue them, right? So I used to do that in college. It was a lot of fun. I was involved in a lot of civil rights, human rights in college, and when I graduated, I was looking for, searched the word freedom on the UC Berkeley job search engine platform Handshake, and a human rights fan, and that's how I got a foundation. Nostr related, I honestly, I'm a huge fan of X or Twitter. I used to post a lot, but given recent, a lot of, like many people, getting a little bit disillusioned with, Facebook, Meta, Instagram, Twitter, X, everything. And then I remember a lot of people on Bitcoin Twitter, the people I would follow, were posting about this cool new thing, Noster, there's no censorship, you can post everything you want, you can control your own identity. I was like, that's cool, let me just try out Noster. So I downloaded Damus, shout out to an amazing app. That's it, that's how I got on Noster.
Questions for Alex? We've got an hour break in the content here, guys. Go stretch your legs and get some food. Thank you.
Looking good?
right, guys, we're getting started here with client censorship and the paths forward. We've got Will, Miljan, Vitor, and MBK. Let's give them a big crowd, guys. Come up to the front of the main stage here, and we'll get started in about 5 minutes.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Hello? Yeah. Alex, let me know when we should get going. Yeah. Hello, and welcome back to the Bitcoin review. No, just kidding. Today we're gonna chat about censorship and the pros and the cons of it. I know it sounds like there's only cons, but it's not that simple. So we have Mr. Will from Damos.
Hello.
Miljan from Primal.
How's it going, guys?
Are we going to have Vitor from Amethyst in video or something, or no? Oh, you're looking for him? Okay.
If not, just get someone else.
Yeah. I'm sure we can pick one more client from the crowd.
Just kidnap somebody and bring them over.
Yeah, Marty's here.
Yeah.
We need more people.
Kieran and Marty.
Kieran, are you around? Nope. Okay.
Yeah, get Marty. So we got robbed by Vitor.
Yeah, Vitor was going to video link in
I see, okay.
and be behind us like Fiat did. Why don't we get started, and
Sure.
They can always join us midway. There is enough on this topic. So first, why don't we start with just sort of like your general view on where do you think censorship is useful versus is just a horrible thing? Unfortunately, like, we don't have a better word for filtering, and censorship is a kind of filtering. So how do you go about that, Will?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I give some background into what even made me start working on Damus, because the main reason was seeing all the censorship on all these platforms, right? Seeing these centralized institutions having so much power over people that they can easily just completely erase them from the internet. They build their following. They build this huge social graph, and they spend a lot of time online. And then at a flip of a switch, they can just erase them and all that data. And I realized that's just it's not good. It's horrible. So I first looked at Mastodon as a potential solution to this problem, and I realized it was worse. The censorship resistance was people were getting banned left and right. It's easy for your account to get erased. So I guess I'm not really answering your question, but this is.
I mean, we all know Mastodon sucks. I mean, I ran an instance, and I was the benevolent dictator on that, and I had to cancel some people.
And I'm like, oh shit, should I talk bad about Cold Card? Because I'm like, am I gonna get banned? So it's you have to think about those things. It's the self-censorship, especially when you have someone running the instance. So I felt like Nostr was the first time where we have a solution where it's harder for people to be censored. So yeah, I don't know if didn't answer your question.
Yeah, that's the beginning. Mr. Miljan?
Well, I will echo Will's words here. I think the main reason why many of us are developing on Nostr is to avoid censorship and to go around it. Probably the protocol might not even be here if we didn't experience so much censorship out there in the recent years. And certainly it wouldn't get the level of passion that it's getting both from developers like Will and myself and many others here, as well as the users. Like this early stage of Noster where we have a fairly small user base, but very passionate user base. I think is a product of what actually had happened in the last few years. It was a wake-up call for many of us to just like to see how things work currently, and then we definitely need an alternative. And the whole notion that there is a handful of companies, maybe one company that owns the kind of global town square, is just insane.
Yeah, and I find it interesting because this is why we started our clients. But in some sense, it's becoming just like everyone's just used to it, and it's expected. And now we're more focused on client features, and it's becoming like an invisible thing, and it's kind of just accepted, which is interesting.
So I think the counter argument to like our so like we're all fairly self-selecting, free speech absolutists and all this stuff. So. But the counter argument to that is that, there's this great quote that I can't remember who said it, but it's essentially like, people don't want freedom, people want a better sell, right? Freedom is a scary thing. There's a lot of responsibility, and there's other issues with that too, right? So a lot of people, at least in my view, like Twitter or like Facebook or whatever because they can have a sort of like a safe, cozy space, where they can dunk on the opposing view, but they don't need to interact with the opposing view when they don't want to because they can just block and they can do whatever they want, right? So, one is like, how can we provide people also freedom to censor what they don't want to see in a way where it doesn't feel like there is some marionette sort of like benevolent dictator on the platform?
Yeah, this is like the root of everything, which is, how much should clients be censoring, aka like some people call it moderation, but as a client, you have a huge responsibility when you make that decision, because now you're making a moderation decision on behalf of everyone using your client. And yeah, it might remove some spam, but it actually might also remove some legit stuff. In some cases, like, with, I think the Iris client originally had this web of trust model, which is like a really cool way of finding spam. You only see messages from within your friend group, which is fine, but it's a moderation decision in the sense that you're going to be missing lots of messages. Those people are effectively shadow banned, right? And they might not necessarily be spam. So I feel like as client authors, we have huge responsibility to, and when we're making these decisions, we need to be very transparent about them, because like it's really a really crappy experience when they're like, wow, I'm actually missing messages that I'm expecting because they're making some moderation decision on my behalf. So
yeah, I mean, it's very easy for things to get lost. What's your approach to handling some of these questions?
So when the clients shouldn't be censoring, period. Clients shouldn't be in the business of censoring. They should be in the business of offering tools to people that people can choose to use or not. So when we all started kind of holding our keys to our online speech with Noster, I think that's the kind of the magical moment where the balance of power shifted forever. And we're just in the early stages of that. And we as client developers probably, we can make a bunch of decisions about how we're going to run our clients. It gets even more complicated when we're not only dealing with client apps, but for those companies or organizations that also run services. That's like the next kind of level of complexity. Anyone who is running a service is introduced. By service, I mean things like an indexing service that offers full text search of the Nostr network, or the media hosting service, or the caching service for acceleration services, those types of things. They are, all of those, running those types of services introduces some centralizing factors to the network, definitely, and people running those services need to, of course, be aware of that. And in my view, the correct way to handle this on Nostr is to make it easy
cancel your key pair, but they can prevent your key pair from participating in their system. We just say that the relays is also their right to not have your stuff, right? Like they may choose not to host your data. But I guess the value here is that you have alternatives and you can go elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, relays should be banning as many people as they want, because it's in the design of the system where relays can make those decisions. So it's not a big of a deal when the relays do it, but it's when the clients do it, because clients are naturally centralizing things within Nostr, because a lot of people use like one client, like a lot of people use Damus, right? So I feel like I have a lot of responsibility to make sure at the base layer that there's no censorship happening. And and a thing that actually happened recently when I was designing a new feature, it made me realize I'm like, I don't even know if I should turn this on by default. So I added this feature where you can filter NSFW tags, hashtags, on your following hashtags and things like that. And I realized that if I were to turn this on by default, which might be like a reasonable default, then that would be the first time where I'm actually like making a moderation decision on behalf of someone. And a lot of people don't go into settings to like turn it off. They might not even know the settings there. So I was like, I don't even know, like, so I eventually made the decision to not enable it by default. But now it's like, you have a first-time user who like is scrolling the hashtags and all, they're getting porn in their feed. So it's one of those really, as a client author, I'm like, I don't know what the right thing to do there is, because I don't want,
Yeah, how do you guys feel about algorithm, like feed algos, right? Because that's where it gets dicey, right? I mean, the whole point of the feed algos is for you to filter and rate and and change the way that the content is presented. But as we now know, like how Google is, and people, it becomes the internet for people. It becomes the only thing they see. So how are you guys see it approaching sort of like now that's still small, and how do you see this evolving? And like, how do you handle the algo choices and algo transparency and all that stuff?
I think that algos will be, I don't want to say absolutely necessary to use Noster at a certain point after we get to a very large amount of content, not like a lot of users, maybe even AI-generated content and stuff like that. But in my view, they should always be deliberately selected by the user. So let's say if you're probably the correct choice, at least for Primal currently, is that the default feed doesn't have any algorithmic interventions. The default feed is just the chronological feed of your follows. And then we already have, the trending feed, which is our opinion of what's relevant at any given point. So that's when things get interesting. And we notice that people seem to care a lot about what trends on Primal.
But we'll get to Dams on that one too. But I guess like my only pushback on that is, if the goal is to sort of onboard new users, right? We can't just like dump like, the main feed on them, right? We have to do some kind of, activity feed sort of like.
There's going to be a bunch of different feeds and hopefully offered by a bunch of different players. And the user should be able to select through the curated list of feeds. We're kind of starting to work on that at Primal, where things are a little bit more interesting than just like chronological feed of your follows versus maybe what Primal thinks it's relevant in terms of the trending stuff. We're starting to come up with different algos for a bunch of different scenarios, which we think are going to be interesting. But what's important is that every algo is open sourced, so that it's perfectly transparent how we're coming up with this. And if there are any filter lists, those lists should also be transparent, and also, if not opt-in, but at least like opt-out. So the user should have the ability to select the types of algos that they want to see in their feeds or not.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people think I'm like anti-algo because I'm like a chronological feed maxi, but it's not really true. My issue is like I'm against one algo, like the default algo. Like you open TikTok and it's just like you scroll mindlessly. I think that is causing lots of negative effects on society and humanity. So But I think Nostr is uniquely set up right now to do it much better, which is, I think next year is going to be the year of algos on Nostr in terms of just, Damus will eventually have lists and different types of algos. We're starting to see the trending feed and stuff in Primal. I think even Snort, when I open up Snort, there's like a default trending algo now.
Yeah, I think it's coming from Noster band, but
Okay.
I'm not sure.
So it's like we're set up perfectly to start exploring this space, and Nostr uniquely is going to do it really well, just because we have different clients trying different things. There's going to be different algo feeds, so I'm really excited for next year in terms of what we do with algos.
So that's actually an interesting point, which is when it comes to content discovery, the notion of offering a content discovery feature again introduces some centralizing factors into the story, right? So if you're a Noster client, let's take search. Search is a very good example because everybody agrees that search is useful, right? Whereas some people might disagree that trending feeds are useful. So that's fine. So if you're a Noster client, and when it comes to search, you have basically three options. You can not offer global search. You can say running indexers introduces centralizing effects to the network. I don't want to do that, and make a principled choice to not offer this feature. I respect that. Second choice is to stand up your own indexer and offer the feature, and the third choice is to use someone else's indexer. So
I mean, the data. I mean, we have this massive liquidity pool of data, right? I mean, like, if you're well connected to relays, right, as a user, you could almost say like you have this like universe, right, of like almost everything that's on Nostr would be available to you except for the stuff that doesn't want to be seen, right? So like private relays or things like that. So, the data is there. It is up to, I guess, the user to pick a client that will sort of shape the data in a way that they want to have.
I'm curious to get your take, Will, on the fourth option.
Yeah, I mean, so I've been thinking about this a lot. The way that I'm starting to view, at least Damus, at least my client with NostrDB and things like that, is, I really want these features to be in clients. So this is why I've been kind of building this database from. And so my view is like, you have your node is like, or your client is like, has a certain view of the network. Yeah, it's not a global view, so we don't have global search, but I think you can still get pretty far with just like your view of the network search locally on your device. So I think that's going to open up a lot of cool. Anyway, I
agree.
That's another.
And that's actually a good take, and can't wait to try that feature.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
What about marketplaces for feed algos and for filters and things like that? Is this like something that's on your radars? Is this something you guys are developing now? Because I would love to have like, here's a bunch of cool things that you could have, like maybe it shows more cats, maybe, like, I don't know, like.
Yeah, so actually Primal was the main motivation for creating NostraScript, because I noticed their relay had custom, like non-spec things you're sending back and forth over the WebSocket. Well, I was like, how could I tap into that in Damus? If someone wanted to write like a plugin, you can plug in.
I think we chatted a little bit, like a DM or two, yeah.
Yeah, even though it's not a stable interface, but it was still cool. Like, hey, imagine if you could write a small Nostr script that talked to the Primal relay using their language, and then you could just simply broadcast that plugin as like a note to the network. And so the marketplace would just simply, you just fetch down all these plugin notes, which are just like, they could even be embedded in the note. The actual script could be embedded in the note. And then you can just install it into Damus, and then now you have a Primal training feed in Damus. So I wanted to make it so, like, I don't have to hard code your relays into Damus. So I think I'm really excited to start doing more with NostraScript. It's pretty powerful. I'm not really doing anything with it yet, but except for unlocking zaps.
Yeah, I know you guys are working more on the social.
Sorry, to answer your question. Yes, we are excited about the idea of marketplace for feeds, and we're excited about it from both directions. The idea of creating our own feeds that are going to be available in other clients, as well as, of course, making other non-Primal feeds available in Primal clients. I think it's going to be massive. And it's one of those examples where it lifts the whole ecosystem. We can kind of help each other out that way.
I think that these things get very like interesting and dangerous, right? As we move just past only social stuff, right? Because you're going to have marketplaces,
You're going to have, the DVMs. You're going to have, it could be blog posts. It could be whatever. So, imagine when news organizations are posting their long-form articles, like, the New York Times of such. And you're going to have clients that maybe have state sanctions on them, right? So I don't know, like Damas China might not be willing to show, what some newspaper that is against the current regime in some other country, in that country.
We'll learn exactly how censorship resistant we are.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the day when it's like, some government is going to come to me and say, you have to ban this PubKey or this group of terrorist organizations, because it'll be really sad where I'm gonna have to. I mean, it's definitely possible where I have to hard code censorship. I don't think it's that effective though, because you could just create new keys so easily.
I mean, Pablo is already censoring BRB.io. He blocked, from NDK. But
as of a couple of days ago, we did too.
There you
so
go.
you know.
Okay, so nobody's handling errors.
No, we've just been handling them for so long. We don't need to handle them anymore.
How do we incentivize, create incentives where, state actors sort of kind of give up, right? Because, it's whack-a-mole. Anyone can see the same content elsewhere, right? Like, that is not true for Twitter, Facebook, right?
Yeah.
Like, the content that is there, it's stuck in there, right? With Noster, maybe on the App Store in China is not available, but they can go see that on the web, right?
Yeah, I think there's not many central places, and this is the whole point of building a decentralized network, is there's no pressure points where they can go to and be effective. Like even China or the CCP, they banned a lot of the bootstrap relays within Damas, but then I just updated it so that you can change the bootstrap relays. And so the next time you go, so it's going to be like this cat and mouse game of if they want to try to do it, but it's going to be very hard for governments to censor Nostr.
Yeah, I think they'll definitely try. If we are successful, or when Nostr takes off in a major way in terms of users and usage, we will get pressured. If we're successful, we will get pressured. And the only way to kind of deal with that is to have as many apps and as many different form factors and platforms running as many different possible sets of trade-offs, as many relays, as many caching services and indexing services, all of them based on open source software. Now that's hard to stop.
Yeah, it's like there's a reason why email isn't censored. I mean, actually, yeah.
Email is complicated.
It's complicated, but
but it's pretty free. I mean,
yeah.
It's very hard to really truly cut it off. It gets tricky.
Yeah, I mean, it got a little bit centralized, but for the most part, you can I run my own email server and it works. I'm kind of in my own little independent node. I wouldn't recommend running an email server because it's a pain in the ass. But yeah, I mean, once you build on a protocol, it becomes exponentially harder for them to shut. There's no central place to shut it down. So.
Very cool. So just sort of looking forward, right? What things do you guys want to see built that could help clients and relays and indexers sort of coordinate around these things?
I mean, so there's one big risk, at least especially with the model that Damas adopts, which is this relay pool model. So this is the dumber and simpler versions of the Gossip model. So there is a risk that's where there could be very few relays, and it might just take one government to say, oh, these are now illegal, and so all of a sudden you have nowhere to connect to. So I think the Gossip model is something I really want to get into next year in Damas, just to have more censorship resistance. Then basically you could run your own relay, and Damas would know to read and write to those relays for each user, and that would help a lot for decentralization and censorship resistance. So I definitely at least want to have it as an option you can turn on. But there's many different ways to fetch nodes from. But I think the Gossip model is something I want to do more.
Exactly the same answer here. So we'll also implement the Gossip model, probably after the version 1.0 is out. So this is more kind of Primal 2.0. This has been part of our vision from the beginning. So when we launched Primal back in March, I wrote this blog post that nobody read, where kind of outlined the roadmap, where we're starting with in 4 different steps. We're going to get from this model where we kind of read from our caching service to the model where the ability to work with the caching service is just a competency of the client, but also we're reading from relays directly and specifically implementing gossip. So, yeah, this is going to be important.
So, you know, the two of you are known actors, right? So you guys are capture points, you know, how do you see the kind of energy you're going to have to put into having some moderation so you guys don't end up in jail, right? So, you know, there is the unsavory pictures, there is the stuff that, like, you know, it's illegal jurisdiction you're in, and, you know, and we all know that, like, I mean, active moderation is an insane job. Like, I mean, it's super hard. It's costs a lot of money. You know, you see the, you know, the guys for Facebook that, you know, like jump off buildings after doing a day of it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know how effective my theory around this is, but, you know, I'm basically positioning Damus as a browser, as a client, like a browser in some sense. So, you know, Damus doesn't host any images. We don't even have like an image cache or anything. So, you know, a lot of the issues that these centralized services, what they run into is that they're hosting the images, and so if, you know, if they need to be taken down, you actually have to go to Twitter and like take down that image. Whereas like now I just go to like the Noster build guy, can you take that image down? But you could. That's the only kind of the centralizing risk is like I'm pushing a lot of the liability to people who want to do those things, but for the most part, Damus is just like, we're just plain text.
So more than just like avoiding jail, which is definitely a good thing.
Good goal.
Yeah, you're not winning if you're in jail.
That's right.
More like beyond that, certain types of filtering can be just useful services, as long as they are opt-in and selectable by the user. So we're planning to implement all kinds of filtering algorithms that people can choose to opt in or opt out of as a service to our users. And I think as the network grows, this will be more and more useful. And hopefully those types of filters that are fully transparent, again, based on open source software. So everything, by the way, that we do at Primal is open source under the MIT license. Hopefully those filters are good enough to also keep us out of jail.
I actually want to talk about something really quick about images in general. I don't think images should be censorship resistant because you get into these situations where you accidentally post an image and you realize like you dox your address or something on a photo, and then you're like, well, you definitely want that to be censored, right? So if you use like NIP whatever and try to upload that image to like 10 different relays, now it's much harder to take down the image. I don't know. So I think it's good that images is censorable in some sense. It's not like that's the trade-off that I'm willing to make just for, you know,
it's
legal reasons.
Like none of these are simple black and white issues once you drill into them.
I mean, you know, Nostr doesn't have a native way of hosting binary data, right? So, like, it's already an unsolved problem to begin with, right? Like, where do the pictures go? You know, where does the video go?
Wherever you want them to go. Yeah.
That's right. I mean, I guess we could.
That's the other stuff, I guess.
We can do base 64 and just put them in kind one as text.
But we shouldn't.
Don't do that, please.
You listening hacker out there,
don't do that.
Base 64, all the things. So, I guess who's doing like a good job at like handling this fine balance in the early days where we don't have all the tools yet, to have not a lot of knowledge yet, but like who's doing a good job out there, and like what are some examples of like things that like you wish didn't happen?
I don't know what other people are doing, so I don't know. Like, if they are censoring people, I wouldn't even know. So
it's so early. It's hard to point anything that's being done super well, actually, in any segment of Nostr. It's so early. Like the whole meme, like Noster's broken. You know, like we're assembling the airplane in flight. Stuff's broken. For all of you guys out there using our stuff, when you tell us that stuff's broken, yeah, we know, we see it. Like when, you know, and the bar is set by Twitter, you know, like multi-billion-dollar company that's been at it for 10 years, and people are like, oh, why doesn't Anonymous do this? Well, It's just a
And they
couple
still
guys.
haven't figured out. I mean, nobody has, right? Because the,
Yeah.
the problem keeps on changing too, right? Society changes, what's acceptable behavior, what's not, what countries expect off the platforms, the laws change.
But on the flip side, things are improving so rapidly. That I think everyone can agree with, because like you just look at where we were, let's say 6 months ago, things are moving quite nicely, and I have a good feeling about what's to come actually in the coming months.
Yeah, I mean, this year has been insane, and just seeing all the progress of all the clients, and yeah, exactly what you said, how far we come. It's been amazing, and now look, we're here a year later almost, and we're all in Japan, and we're trying to figure this stuff out. It's just it's amazing to see this much energy and people just trying to solve these hard problems. So yeah, just appreciate everyone that's here and that are on the mission with us. So thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely on a user bear market now for Nostr, which is perfect. It's the time to build.
Thank God.
Right? Because once the users come, I mean, we've saw this last time, right? I mean, you're busy trying to make sure servers don't melt.
Like you notice when like a whole country comes online.
Yes.
I noticed that with like there's like I think it was like Saudi Arabia or something. They came on. There was 1 million messages in like Farsi or something.
That's when BRB became BRB.
Yeah, and then they left because they realized there's no delete.
That's right. I mean, you know, like that's actually a very interesting thing to bring up because you know people have come to expect a capacity to delete. They don't understand the Streisand effect. They don't understand that on the internet everything is there forever. Because you know they do remove from the immediate world that they live in, and things kind of go away. So I mean, Germany has laws, the right to be forgotten, right, that are kind of like hilarious because like you know the internet doesn't forget and doesn't forgive. Isn't that anonymous? So I mean, you had the feature, right? I've deleted myself accidentally on Damas.
Well, yeah, it's like it's not a real delete. It just wipes your profile.
Is that just to pass App Store?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it was the dumbest thing I ever implemented. It just like wipes your profile and then it sets a flag on your profile that says deleted.
Deleted.
And then when you try to log in with Damas,
it dumps you.
So I actually got rid of that because it was so annoying. It was too confusing for
Was
people.
Apple okay with that?
Well, they're not checking anymore, probably.
That's right.
Like
Yeah, they accepted.
You got that check mark first, and then now you're.
Once you're on the App Store, it's okay. Now you can just start to like undo the stuff that you got.
I mean,
on
like
the App Store.
we went through all this, right, with Apple in the early days of Bitcoin, right? Like Apple said no Bitcoin wallets. I think it was 2014 or so, and everybody started shooting their phones on videos on the internet, and then they kind of like changed course a bit. I guess like eventually the demand is so great that it doesn't matter what they think or want, right? I feel like that's what we're going to end up seeing for Zaps. It's unsustainable for them to want to take 30% forever of that stuff, right?
Yeah, my goal with Zaps is like we just need to put it in everything, like and just make it such a common operation in the Nostr ecosystem. And once the Nostr ecosystem is so large, it'll be like banning Zaps will be like banning the hyperlink in the browser. Like that's, and then at some point it's just going to be silly for them to keep maintaining that policy.
I agree. It should be obvious that iOS is just not as much fun as, let's say, Android or PWAs because Zaps are either not there or they're inferior or they're subject to 30% tax or things like that. But having said that, I think we should try and do our best to somehow get the Zaps back into the App Store. Even like, I think it's more important for them to be there even in a form where we bend the knee, so to speak, and pay the 30% tax. I think that's a better outcome than not having them in the App Store at all, because Zaps are so integral to the overall experience and enable so many other use cases.
I mean, we see this with Twitter subscription, right? I mean, Apple, said, Elon, we want 30% of this. So Elon said, you know what, if you buy it on the internet, it's cheaper. And
they somehow let him get away with it, but they didn't let anyone else get away, including Amazon.
But eventually it becomes, like if you repass the cost to the user and you make it clear, like this is the Apple tax, and you call it Apple tax on the receipt, right? Users themselves are going to sort of like start complaining to Apple.
So they actually don't allow you to do that. So I think
of course they don't.
No, Facebook actually tried it. Like and so their users were, if you tried to buy something or something on the marketplace, or I forget the exact what happened, but they actually would show like, oh, Apple's taking a cut, and this is what it actually is. They actually got removed from the App Store when they did that because they don't want users coming after them and being unhappy. So.
Yeah, but like people are gonna notice, right, that on Dumba's Android, it's cheaper to buy that Zap than it is on iOS, right? Like
That's
people
what
are not,
ultimately does it, I think.
yeah, and especially if it's the same brand, right? That's where things get like obvious.
When I had the call with the Apple people about this whole thing, what I thought was really interesting was you were allowed to buy things with Zaps, physical things with Zaps. So this started to get me thinking. I was like, what if there's a loophole here where can you buy someone a coffee? Like, what if I can buy someone's lunch? That's a physical thing that you're zapping. So what if we have a button on post that's like buy me a coffee or buy a lunch? Like I started thinking about this. Like, is this a potential way to get Zaps back in? I don't know. But that was an idea that I was thinking about.
Well,
recently.
I mean, like let's go like in this direction. Like, let's say things get worse, right? And like the Pixel store also doesn't want it anymore, and like eventually, we go back to, maybe there's a different nip now. It's just like Lightning again. You know what I mean? Like, it's not Lightning called Zaps. It's just, something else because people are not going to stop sending Bitcoin to each other. You can post a Bitcoin address and get paid, right? Bitcoin is no permission receiving.
Yeah, I mean, this is the huge, like, these are the gatekeepers, the Google Play Store and the Apple Store. That's kind of the biggest risk right now because, like, so many people use those devices. Like, and it's much more fun to use Nostr on your phone. So I think that's kind of the biggest threat right now for Nostr. And we need to, maybe we need new app stores. We need more ways to, like, sideload. Obviously, they said they're doing that with Apple. I don't know if that's even a thing. I haven't read anything about it, but yeah, we need different ways to like get things on our phones. It's not controlled by these.
Economically it gets weird, right? Because see, like we're not selling some token, right? Like Bitcoin is a traded asset, right? Like that has a price. So like if you give the app $10 to buy Zaps and you're only getting $7 in Zaps to give away, like people get crunchy even if you're not showing the Apple tax on it, right? Because the clients are not going to take that loss, right? It's at 30% is like it becomes uneconomical for you to have those, right? And we're going to definitely see more on-ramps for sets for zapping in the platform too. Like there's Strike, there's all this a block with the Cash App. These apps are going to start getting integrated, and the source of Bitcoin for Zaps may not be the one that we have now that Apple is after. How are we doing time? Oh, wow.
What are we going to talk about?
Yeah, let's do some Q&A. Get a mic around and really get some deep questions here. I see hands there.
Hi, it's Lottie again. So first of all, it's really cool just to be sitting in front of all of you guys because you build things that are really essential to everything we're working on. I'm a huge Damas fan, I use it every day, so thank you. I think one of the things I would like to know is in what ways, I know you had said you don't necessarily need any more feedback because you guys already know all the things that are broken.
No, keep the feedback coming. I
Okay.
didn't mean don't give us feedback. Just know that we probably know about it and maybe, are going to need some time to get to it. But definitely keep the feedback
People
coming.
Complaining is like the main reason why I know certain things are broken. So I love it when people complain at me.
Absolutely.
But sometimes it's like, yeah, when everyone's saying it, I'm like, yeah, I know it's
Remember,
broken.
the best form of
Gets all
complaint is a pull request.
Okay, so that comes to my question. It's like, what is the most constructive way, not just to give you all feedback, but also make sure that the community is aware of it too, right? Because again, if it's like 70 people adding you that this thing is wrong, that's probably not helpful.
The most useful thing that you can do as a user if you want to help fix the issues that you're seeing is just provide a way to reproduce it. Because a lot of the time people would say, oh, this is broken. I'm like, well, what are the steps you went through to get to that state? And I think that once we have that flow, then we can easily fix the problem. So I think if you want to help client developers, just provide ways that you can reproduce the issue. So
I co-sign that. Short of providing the code that say the actual fix, yeah.
Hi. Will, you touched on kind of hi, over here.
Hello.
Social media and how it's been negative for our generations. But you also talked about earlier, you put out a note saying 99% of Damus users leave because it's not sticky, it doesn't have the algorithm, right?
Yeah.
So my concern is, how do we prevent these clients from becoming Twitter again? Because the algorithms work because it keeps people engaged. And so if we create the most efficient algorithm is probably going to be something like that. Like, how do we prevent that from happening again?
Yeah, it's really interesting because we ran through this with Jerome about our actual retention in the app, and we're going through it, and we realized it's like Damus is not even going to be successful if we don't, in some sense, make it more sticky and add more engagement features. But then it's like, yeah, what you said, we're going down that route of what if we go overboard, right? So maybe there's a balance where we can, make it make it engaging, but in a healthy way, not in a way that's like driving people insane and making bad effects on society. So I'm really looking forward to exploring what that is, because I want to build apps that like make people happy and make people have fun and not be overly addicted, which is weird. Like, yeah, it'd be great if I could get everyone on, make Damus like crack and get everyone addicted and everyone's using it. That's like, but is that really what we're trying to achieve here? We're trying to do something different. We don't want to just repeat the old system. So I think there's definitely a balance that I'm looking forward to exploring what that is.
I think you used an interesting word. You said prevent, and the key here is you can't. People will do what they want to do, and hopefully Twitter is going to see the value on Noster, right? And they're going to run their own version of it. So you can't really prevent. It's more like, how do you compete? How do you have such an immersive, interesting, sticky experience that maybe it's like healthier, right? But you still can compete against like a war porn that people are sort of like super glued now on.
I think if the question is how do we prevent from Nostr from becoming Twitter, I think the answer is we just let nature take its course, and it's going to happen organically because there are so many of us. When I say so many of us, so many already, only a few months in, there are so many different client apps making their own decisions and making different trade-offs. And we'll get to see what happens when it all plays out, and we kind of learn from each other.
Yeah, that's really interesting. That's because we're definitely going to see some that are going to be like super addictive, like really addictive algorithms, and we're going to have maybe some that are more chill and care about your like well-being. But that's the beautiful thing about Nostr is we're going to have all of these different things that you can choose from, and depending on your your personality, you'll choose the one that fits best for you.
I don't know if that's your quote or if you stole it from someone, MVK, but I love it. You said, everything is allowed, so everything will be tried. So that's
I don't know where I
summarizes
got that from. So, but but this has another layer, right? Like the data is still there, right? Like you can still, like, say for example, you are more interested in having a healthier relationship with your social media, right? Like you can still interact with the person who really wants that intense, horrible, sort of unhealthy relationship with it, right? You still exist in the same network. So
that's
you actually look completely off. Like, can you imagine like the guy is super angry, angry tweeting in replies about some war stuff, right? And then you are watching like his replies on this super calm interface where like, where is this guy coming from? Like, there's nobody validating his existence on this in this other sort of way of displaying it, maybe. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Great. Do we have more questions?
Hey guys, stage right over here. Miljan, you were talking about how there's 3 options for basically pulling in algorithms that have to run on a server. You either do it yourself, trust someone to do it, or you don't do it at all. And then of course there's the in-memory kind of like client-side version, but we'll discount that. I think data vending machines are a really promising approach to this because in any of those 3 options, or I guess 2 options, you have to address the service that is providing the functionality. And so you're coupling your client to that thing. Even if you make it swappable or user configurable or something like that, it's still a centralizing thing. And more importantly, the algorithm is not fungible. It's not something that can be swapped out transparently. Do you guys have opinions about data vending machines? Is that something that you've looked into? That seems like there's already a kind for recommending content on the data vending machines.
Can you guys first explain what a DVM is, so people get it?
Pablo agrees with me.
Yes.
Is that Huddlebot, by the way? I
Pablo,
can't see you, but
shouldn't you be on a talk somewhere?
Right over here.
It's in 5 minutes,
so okay.
I'm good. So,
Go to his talk.
I think I completely agree with everything you just said. I can't see who that was, but I co-sign. Oh, over there. Okay. Yes, these are centralizing forces, and that's why I agree that the algos should be swappable. And so if we use Primal as an example, we'll make sure that our algos are available in other clients, and that we also are able to consume other algos from other services within our clients. Probably DVMs are the correct way to implement this, but we'll still go deeper and kind of figure this out.
I'm a bit of a DVM skeptic. What my general philosophy is, and this is what I actually just wait and let Vitor implement everything, and then see if it is good an idea or not. And it's actually a great way to just avoid doing stuff that is bad ideas. But DVMs could be a great idea. I'm just I'm gonna sit and see how it plays out before I do anything with them. Yeah, I mean, I'm more focused on Nostr script. I feel like Nostr script, specifically for the recommendation or the pluggable algo thing, I'm more interested in that. But they are competing ideas in that space. So
how far are you on that?
It's ready to go. I just need to find time to plug it in. So yeah, once I go back.
Can I download now? 2 weeks?
Yeah, I'm not gonna promise anything. But yeah, I think it's an interesting approach. I just want to see it play out a bit more. So.
The way we implement it is almost secondary to the idea that this needs to be done and standardized, right?
Any more questions? Hands up. There's a couple there. Make it difficult for these guys. Come on.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I was wondering what your opinion is about how likes cost a lot of, people want attention online, and how zaps are going to cause people to be greedy, and they just want money, and everything is going to be around getting sats, which is cool, but it can also have negative.
E-bagging used to be the term back in the early internet days. Is people will have behaviors based on just trying to either ask for money or just do things for the zaps.
Yeah, is that something that we have to worry about or really be concerned or address?
It's really interesting because I ran into this issue when I implemented only zaps for the first time. So only zaps was a feature in Damus where it removed the like button on your posts if you turned it on, and people were really upset about it because they're like, oh, so I can't just like anything anymore. I'm just throwing change at you, and that's the only thing that's important to you. So it's there definitely is a weird social thing when you turn off likes on someone's post. And it's I only want sats. So yeah, I definitely agree that that is a challenge, but I don't know how to solve it.
How do you guys feel about one sat means F you? Was it 2 sats means I can't remember now.
One sat
F you twice.
I feel like one sat's
I hate you twice.
One sat is flinging pennies at people.
That's right. It's it's me.
Well, luckily I don't have MSAT values because that would be more rude, but it's technically supported.
Did we answer your question?
Yes, I was mainly thinking about, for example, young children, 6 years old. They're going to be using.
They need
Nostr.
a parent. It's parents should be the ones sort of dictating that. It's the lack of parenting that normally causes those problems, not the technology itself. I mean, at least in my view, there is only so much you can do. If you have kids, what they look at a tablet, the mouth just goes like this. Their brains cannot deal with it. It's just too sticky. So you need a human, their prescribed human to sort of direct them in a way that's healthier. At least you can't outsource that to an algo, I think.
Not yet.
Next question.
All right. I'm going to give this to Mr. MBK. So you said this idea of like that the internet is forever and maybe that Nostr notes are forever. And honestly, I just don't fully understand that, or like what the mechanisms or incentives are of like this data continuing to persist at scale.
Yeah, so data persistence is often like, even if you don't think about it in terms of design, it's just that like design to do that because you want the data to persist. It's more because we need the data to persist so that we can serve the data to users, right? So we have all these redundancies, and these redundancies end up never forgetting the data, right? You're gonna have like layers of backup that are maybe deeper backups, and the data is always gonna exist. Like it's nearly impossible to erase it.
Yeah, so yeah, a lot of people think that deletion, I mean, we have a deletion spec. It's like, I think it's NIP5 or something. And so the idea is that when you want to delete something, you send a note to the relay, and then the relay should remove the note.
By choice.
Yeah, they don't have to, but they should. And the only issue now is that if any of the relays that didn't get that delete note, now you still have one relay that has it. So now you have to pull down delete notes for every note that you pull, and so it's actually it's a really tricky thing. It's gonna get even harder in DOMIS now, because DOMIS actually saves all the notes it sees. So now I have to like pull down all the delete notes and make sure that it's deleted. But in reality, it's like every DOMIS phone is gonna have the note, and you can't delete the note from everyone's phone.
I think the directional problem here is that like deleting in computer science is a problem when you have too much aggregated data. It costs more to delete than to store. So I think we're going to essentially disincentivize by design people to actually delete the stuff, even though it's part of the spec. What you might see is filters based on this deletion, right? So you hide at the client side maybe like the stuff that is flagged as deleted.
Yeah, you pretty much need to do that. The clients need to download delete notes and hide them if it's deleted.
It's an owner system.
It's actually easier to edit notes, I think. So maybe we'll see more note editing in the future. So you just like, you don't not only pull the note, but you pull down potential edits on that note. I don't think anyone's doing that
My
yet.
mind was blown the first time I saw that in action with long posts on abla.news. I was like, wait, what?
So this is actually a huge flaw, I think, in the long form notes. So we have this thing called the replaceable note.
Yeah.
And so, you can edit by replacing the note, but then you actually lose edit history because you're actually deleting the old notes. So I want to, me and Semisol have been talking about adding like,
diff?
No, like instead of like replaceable notes, we just have a version history on notes. Okay. So yeah, they are replaced, but you keep the old version, and there's a way to fetch old versions.
So you're just chaining.
So it's a much better way, because we don't want to add deletion as like a core protocol mechanism, because it just causes way too many issues. We see that with the contact list. Like, we get the weird sync issues with your contact list, and it's because it's like there's information destruction happening.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Any?
Not much to add there. I just agree that contact lists are weird.
Did that sort of get your question answered? Not really. No, that's yeah. Is there any way we can sort of like rehash that in a way that would answer? Okay. Alex, do we have time for more? Yeah. One more question.
Hi. Hi. So going back to one of the previous questions, how much of the immersion and user experience do you think has to do with the presence of celebrities or experts that have things of interest to say that the algorithm can then uncover for the users?
I mean, it's very important. That's probably going to be one of the deciding factors whether Nostr takes off or not. At least to a point where it's like mainstream adoption. Is if sometimes we like to harp on influencers and all these types of people, but they bring in lots of people, because most people are lurkers. Most people just want to consume interesting content from people making content. So if we're gonna win, we need to actually get more content creators on the network. So we got to find ways. We got to find ways to incentivize content creators. So that's why we said, like, right when Carlin Walker joined, like, they're like Bitcoin influencers in some sense. I'm like, everyone should be zapping them. Like, we need more people like that.
I mean, like, Twitter at its best, right? Like, if we ignore its other problems, it's like it really is remarkable, right? That you have like some of the smartest people and sort of more interesting people, more thoughtful people sort of hashing it out in public. I mean, that's really the public square right there, right? So, people want to hear from people who maybe, like are like they're distinguished in their fields, and that be just somebody who is very good at shuffle dancing, all the way to somebody who has a PhD in physics, right?
The problem is a lot of those people don't really care about like censorship resistance and the reasons why we built these clients. So we basically just need to get as a good UX to compete with Twitter at that point. Right?
I mean, people don't care about censorship until they get rugged, right? I mean, so and we're starting to see like that does seem to be lurkers, like famous people who are lurkers on Nostr. And then there is sort of like people mirroring some of their posts, right? I think Sailor is he posting his Bitcoin buys on Twitter on Nostr, because he's on Nostr too.
Yeah, he just posts images.
Just the pictures. Yeah.
Just the pictures. We need more than pictures, right? So okay, guys. I mean, this was, I think, like super useful conversation. I think we covered a lot. So.
That's fun.
Give it up for MBK, Will, and Mirjan.
Thank you, guys.
Just need a few moments here. We're going to get Rabble situated for a talk called Noster for Normies. Very excited for this. Just need a couple minutes, guys.
Great. Thank you all for coming. I'm Rabble, and I want to talk about some of the work that we've been doing, and also how to grow the Nostr community and where I think we should be going. I have great respect for everybody who was just on stage. I have some disagreements too. And I think that that's part of the point, is that there is many ways in which we can do things. And first, I am a little bit critical of some of the Bitcoiner community, which is not to say that I don't want Nostr to use Lightning and to use Bitcoin and everything else. It's that I think that our future needs to, people need to not be here for that. First off, as we know, someone called it a bear moment or a winter in Nostr time. When we had Nostrasia, we were facing a tremendous amount of growth. And it was very hard to keep up with the growth. And over the last few months, our growth is stabilized, and we've consolidated around a set of users, but we haven't grown in the same way. And I think that there's a reason we haven't grown the same way, and part of that is the maturity of the apps, part of it is the technology, part of it is the user experience, and part of it is that we have consolidated among one community of users, and we need to figure out how to support other communities' users. What's also important to know is that the Nostr development hasn't itself stalled. In fact, there's a tremendous amount of interesting development going on, and it's super exciting. My talk sort of 8 months ago in Costa Rica was on the history of this, and the realizing that we have faced a pendulum swinging between centralized and decentralized solutions for social software and applications since the 1960s. And so we are now in a moment of a swing towards protocols, towards decentralization, and we don't know how long that will last and how deeply we will be able to engage with it, and the work we're doing is what matters for that. I'm gonna skip over that. The work in building things like Noster and other related protocols was something that a very small group of people were working on in obscurity until Elon Musk took over Twitter. It didn't seem like anyone else was going to be able to adopt these things or pull them off. And so it felt like it was just going to be something we were stuck in a bit of a, this is an interesting set of people hacking, but it's never going to go mainstream. And then, we had Noster come up as one of these protocols that I was aware of because I was obsessed with decentralized social media protocols. And Bitcoiners were aware of if they were particularly interested in this, but no one else knew about it. Once the Twitter apocalypse happened, everyone said, where are we going to go? What are we going to search for? And it's really amazing that Noster took off in this time because it wasn't ready. Damus was not in the App Store. The quality of the apps that were around in November just weren't fully fleshed out. And so that Noster took off is really positive and says a lot about what we're building. So bring up this Cambrian explosion of alternatives. And you may know about Noster and a few of the others, but these are all the different decentralized social media protocols that are out there. There actually are more because I don't have it's not a full-time job to keep track of them all. Many of them have common characteristics and ways in which you might want to use some of them. But, the point is that we've consolidated around this one and we have a set of critical mass. Lastly, that, Noster is after Mastodon, the actual decentralized social media protocol and platform that's getting the most adoption of where people are going from Twitter. And I say Blue Sky isn't because Blue Sky all exists on a single server and it aspirationally wants to be a decentralized protocol, but it isn't yet. So we're around. This is a report from about a month ago. And lastly, I don't think we should assume that we will win. The Communist Party thought that they would have a slow march of workers' proletariats and, they would make Soviets all over the world and Marxism was inevitable and so therefore you didn't have to worry about it. And that wasn't true in any way whatsoever. And there's probably some really good reasons why it's not true. And so we shouldn't assume that Noster will somehow inevitably succeed. We're here in Japan where we had, Betamax, which was better technology than VHS, but it didn't win. So the better technology doesn't win. The better community values don't win. What wins is what users choose. And so we need to think about how to make users want to choose us and want to build with us. And right now, we are really, really good at one set of users, which are the Nostr developers. If you look at the Nostr website, this is a website for programmers, by programmers. You're like, ooh, I'm going to join Nostr. And then it's like, and here's some JSON. Not, here's some social media posts where I can connect with my friends. Which is like it's a beautiful site and it is useful, but this is a developer site and, and Ben Ark knows this and we need this site to show the best of all these different Nostr apps, explain the ecosystem, explain the vision, we have good documentary films that people have produced about Nostr and why we exist. Those should be on there. We should walk through it, things like that. And we have a ton of apps. We have a successful app ecosystem that a few years ago when I was like, we should have a decentralized social platform, I couldn't even dream of this many apps. It's amazing, but we only have a smaller set of users. And so we are experimenting, but we're not there. And lastly, we have Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a financial transaction, and there's a lot of ways in which it is very useful. But what we really have a lot of in Nostr are Bitcoiners. And we have a whole world in which if you are a Bitcoiner, you join, you find other people you like, and you find other people you connect with. And there is nothing wrong with that. But you get lots and lots of Bitcoin memes. And lots of Bitcoin memes. And when I go and show it to people who are not Bitcoiners, they're like, I couldn't care less about the central banking system. and most people shouldn't need to care. This stuff, like this shouldn't matter to most people. We should be able to, just like, you should be able to use it. You should be able to do it. You should, it's fine that it exists, but most people shouldn't care. And most people shouldn't care who this guy is, who didn't create Bitcoin, he just has the same name. So we need to move beyond that, we need to do it. And then if you look at what has grown faster, and now is about twice as big, which is Blue Sky, you can see the map here is that Blue Sky has many more different communities. And they've done a better job of clustering it, even though it is not decentralized. It is not open, it is not collaborative in the way, and you don't have the same level of app ecosystems, but it has done a better job of letting people discover their communities. And I do believe that Blue Sky will, through the app protocol, become decentralized, and I believe that we will be able to interoperate with it. So, for me, the first rule about Noster is you don't talk about the Bitcoin. You have the Lightning there, Lightning networks, Bitcoin, wallets, it's there, it works, you can send people money, you can pay for it, everything else, but you don't, I think we need to find a way to promote what we're doing and promote what we're talking about without talking about it. And that's not to say that we remove it in any way, just we need to talk about what we're doing that's not talking about Bitcoin. Because Bitcoin is a tool, and it's created a culture around it, but we need to think of it as a tool. And we need to think about building a space for many different communities. And one of the things that we need to realize is that we don't reflect the larger society. And so this comes from one of the mailing lists. I found an Nostr mailing list and everything else. But we have 78% of the people who are interested and active are identifiable as men, 11% are women, and then there's a percentage of people who the systems can't identify gender on because they're using something ambiguous. And almost everybody is between 35 and 45. That is not a reflection of the larger world. And it isn't a reflection of who uses social media or who we want to be using social media. So we've got work to do. And we need to realize that there's different strokes for different folks. And that's okay. And we don't all like the same stuff. And if we're going to build a social media ecosystem that everybody uses, it needs to work like that. So, one of the things that you won't notice or understand if you use Noster as one of the 85 or 90% of the users who are men is you won't see the difference in which the way your gender is treated online, the way your race is treated online, the way in which we don't, just because there's a name there, we don't treat everyone the same. And in particular, women face tremendous amount of harassment. And it's not having the ability to handle that drives them off the platform. And so we need to realize that there is lots of garbage in humanity. There is a lot of shitty behavior. We can't make our social software fix everyone, but we have to realize that the shit we see and do online, we don't all see the same. And so the garbage of the internet is what drove a lot of centralization. It's what justified pulling in control into Meta, into Facebook, into AOL back in the day, all of these things. And so we need to build resilient ways of preventing people from being subjected to the garbage. We need to be able to resist it without falling in the trap of a centralization of control. And on Nostr, these aren't pulled in from the Fediverse, we have people who are saying shitty things, really horrible, shitty things. And I'm like, I don't want to see it. I don't want them replying to my messages. I don't want anything. And I don't need them to be off of the internet to be able to have separate spaces and be able to choose what happens. You know, what we need is, we have freedom of speech, we also need the freedom of mute, freedom of ability to not hear what I'm doing. And we need the ability to have freedom from harassment so that people can have their spaces where they can feel comfortable, where they can communicate, where they can enjoy and connect without subjecting themselves to harassment. And so Nostr is about choice and agency. It's about building relays and apps and systems that empower users to have choice. And so one of the things that we've been working on with Nostrasia is, how do we build in tools, both in the Nostr spec and into our application, that can do this? And how do we do it in a way that's empowering user agency? Because we don't want to just ask an opaque, semi-government, corporate entity to make all of our trust and safety decisions. Because we, as humanity, speak 8,000 languages and exist in a couple hundred countries and have millions and millions of subcultures, all of which have different norms, and those norms are okay. And we need to be able to choose what norms make sense for our own communities. And so this is our public space, and we need to be able to make that choice. And choosing what's okay for your community is not censoring it, it's setting norms for your community, because you can have other communities with these apps on these relays that post other content. So we need to build out a system of decentralized moderation, and we need to build out a system where we can replace these centralized services that we had in trust and safety teams at Twitter and Facebook and TikTok and Snapchat with decentralized ones where we do it ourselves. One of the ways we do it is things like the TrustNet algorithm, which says, I'm going to pay more attention to the friends of friends, and their content reports are going to matter more. Their blocks are going to matter more than some random other person. And we use our association, because that's the same way we would do if we meet someone new and they start acting a little weird. We're like, hey, is Bob okay? And they're like, no, Bob's really sketchy. Don't invite him over to your house. He'll steal stuff. Like, that's what we do in human situations, so we need to be able to do it online. So one of the things that we worked on is the spec around reporting content. Initially, Apple just said you have to report content, and Damus added that, some of the other apps that are in the app stores added that, but it doesn't give you enough things, because sometimes you're okay with stuff and sometimes you're not. If you live in Iceland, you are A-okay with nudity. Like, sex on your social media is great, but no violence. And in other places, they're like, violence is okay, but no nudity. And each individual needs to set that. So we have a system by which you can do classifications, and there's NIPS for this now. The other is that setting up content warnings, so that if people have reported content or set up warnings, you can see it. And this is in the Nostrasia app that I work on. And letting users set their own content warnings. Inside Mastodon, you can set a content warning, but there's no structure around it. It's just like warnings. So people do content warnings like, content warning, bored at work, and content warning, talking about my food. That's not useful for filtering. So we have the same sets of controlled vocabulary around this stuff. So you could say, just so you know, I'm going to talk about, use profanity, or there's going to be mentions of violence. And then users can see it. And when you see content warnings, you can make decisions. Do I want to see the content warning? Do I want to remove the content warning? The apps need to support this. We need to be able to give people who are empowered. And then we need to get them a set of tools. This part isn't actually rolled out into production yet, but like saying, I want to subscribe to someone else's mute list. I want to say that these are the content I want to see, these are the content I don't want to see, put content warnings on these, don't show this other one at all, block this content. This is about centering the power of what you see and what your social space is in users. One of the things that we've launched, we're announcing here, is Cleanster. It is a tool that scours the Nostr posts for reported content, checks that reported content against OpenAI's moderation tool, and then re-tags it if OpenAI says, yep, this is offensive content. You don't have to use this, but if you want to, you can add the relay in there, you can follow the Reportinator bot, and it will give you just a feed of tags and reports on other people's content, so that you can choose to say, oh, you know, I just don't want to accidentally come across all this stuff. It's open source. We want people to go run their own. You know, we're also saying, you know, how do we bring people into this? Well, we bring people in by saying that not everyone is here on Nostr, and one of the early ways that Mastodon grew was by cross-posting to Twitter. So we have a bot that cross-posts your Nostr content back to Twitter. For those folks, Twitter's API has gotten very unstable, so it is not working very well, and we're trying to figure out why, even when we're paying them. Another is disappearing notes. I don't know if a lot of people know in the Nostr spec and everything else that you can set an expiration timestamp on content as you post it. So in Nostrasia, if you go in, you can say, I want this post to exist for an hour. And then after that, the relays will drop it. And most relays support the NIPs for dropping this content. And if you set an expiration thing, it won't push it to relays that don't drop content. And you can set it for a year, which is great, because like mostly what really old tweets do is get you in trouble. Another is deleting notes. Delete isn't absolute. You can't get it off everyone's machines. You can't make sure that someone didn't screenshot and everything else, but you can indicate that you didn't want it to be there. And you can ask people not to share it. And so that, I think, does most of the social work. And so like, I wish Damus didn't say there wasn't delete. I wish there was a delete button with a warning like this, which is like, you know, or even more, it says like, we can't be sure it's gone. Relays might keep it. People might keep serving it. But I think that we scare people away when we say there's no delete, because there's also no delete at Twitter. There's no delete at Facebook or Instagram. They always keep a copy of everything. They just stop showing it, but they'll certainly hand it over to the police. Another thing we've added is stories. So you can show expiring content. This is sort of like Instagram stories. You can see people's content, not in the endless feed, but for a specific set of users. I wonder if it's going to play. Oh yeah, so here, there's a little video of the stories. So you can, you know, you can navigate through and see Nostr content in a different way. And, you know, see videos and photos, you know, like Instagram stories. We did some small stuff to try and visually improve it, thread displays of the context of what you're looking at. Another thing we've built and released since the Nostrasia conference is a notification service. So this is a cloud service you can run and we run it for ourselves, that lets you do push notifications. So you do a Nostr event to this relay that says, this is, you know, this is my APNS, the key that Apple generates, and this is the kind of stuff that I want push notifications for. And then it runs as a bot, it pulls down content from relays, and then sends you a push notification to that. I would love other apps to use this software too, because I think if we're talking about engagement, having access to push notifications is an important feature. Another thing we're doing, which is a little bit controversial in a community that doesn't like KYC, is adding a service that lets you attach verified credentials. So if you want to verify a phone number, verify an ID, everything else, and publish verified credentials, you can. You do not have to. But there are things that it enables. Another thing that we've built and launched is a thing called Dumpling. Dumpling is a paid content server. Right now you can pay for content using Fiat and Lightning, but we also want you to be able to pay for content using Apple Pay, where if you're on an iOS device and you have to pay for content, you have to give Apple their 30% cut. You might as well use Apple Pay. The final person will be paid in Lightning. But the ability to do paid content I think is important. And I think we shouldn't walk away from the paid content thing just because Apple wants to take their pound of flesh. We should fight against Apple taking the pound of flesh, but we shouldn't walk away from the idea that there's a business model here that isn't based on advertising. And so we've built and launched this thing called Dumpling that'll do it. There's other ones out there. I think there needs to be a bunch of them. Another one is how do we get groups of communities and users who aren't Bitcoiners, and that's doing through partnerships. So we're working on a partnership with Causes. Some of the Causes people are here. I believe they'll be speaking later, where we take their organizing tool. Ironically enough, Causes started out as a Facebook for Good project that spun out of Facebook. And so you can do a bunch of engagements. And you can, through Causes, you can set up your own relays. Each different cause or organization, like Planned Parenthood, will have their own relay for publishing their content. There's a management interface for it. And we're going to use it for fundraising for stuff. And so, again, these fundraising things, if you're on a platform where, you can accept Lightning directly, you do it. If you're not on a platform that, you use the platform's rules, and while we work to build an alternative. We're also looking at events so that you can organize stuff. Nostr has an event spec, but most of the social clients don't display it. And so, this is about attaching. So you can have an event, you can attach a fundraiser to it, and it's about engagement. So what do I have actually no idea how long I'm taking, but what about Nostr's future? And where do I think we need to be going, having gotten through what we've been working on for the last 6 months? One is contact discovery. If we're going to find people who aren't the existing people on these systems, we need contact discovery. We can do privacy-preserving, decentralized contact discovery with private set intersection, and we should be doing it. We can build a system by which you provide apps access to your address book and find phone numbers to things that match them. The algorithms exist. We need to build it. We need to build services and the sets of libraries like NDK that make it really easy so each individual app developer doesn't need to do that, just like we don't need to do our own encryption. Relay discovery. Relays can have specific relays. We have relays that are just for, content reports. How do you discover them? What do they look like? How do you see that content? What do these different communities relays look like? We need to make that easier and make it easier to find them. Relay management. What's the API for managing it? Adding people, removing people, setting word filters, checking the content reports on a relay. We don't have all that figured out, and we need it. We need better community support. We've got, Satellite Earth, and we've got Amethyst, who have specific communities. Those are great. We need them in some more of the apps so that we can collaborate. And, we have communities on here that are working on stuff, but they're not huge because they're only in some of the apps and people don't know how to discover them. And, Will and other folks were talking earlier, it's like, okay, Pablo had this thing of like, all apps don't have to implement all things. And that's totally true. Like, we shouldn't all be trying to implement all things. We should be able to say, hey, the people you're following are participating in these communities. Do you want to go open an app where you can see that community discussion? Here's the causes relay. It has a specific set of content. It's only like calls to action and political messages. Another thing we need is encrypted private groups, and we need them to be scalable. We have end-to-end encryption for specific DMs, but we expose the metadata, which is not good. But we should be able to have, 500 people or 1,000 people be able to have private groups. And because centralized systems don't need encryption and they just put it on a server, they can do private groups really easily and users don't care about the decentralization stuff. And so we need it to be encrypted. It's a harder problem, but we need to take it on. And we need to make it easy for non-technical users. You know, in the Nostr social app, it says, what's your NIP05? That's a terrible piece of UI, and because no one knows what that means. And so we need it so that people don't have to understand all this stuff. And again, Nostr.com should be for non-technical users, and developer.nostr.com should be for us. You know, and we've got some things that are nice, things that are helpful. You know, NJump, it's a new service. It's really great. You can link to it and then link on to a whole bunch of Nostr apps. Probably need some UX experience on it, but it is super useful, and I'm really glad it's there. Another thing we need to do looking forward is we need to refactor the NIPs. We've got stuff that is in the NIPs that the apps don't implement. We've got, you know, the issue with like mute lists. Amethyst and Damas use one list event, you know, kind for their mute list. The spec says a different one. I don't care which we use. We should just come to an agreement. But like, it's weird that some of the apps use different mute lists event IDs than others. You know, and we need engagement. When you join with a new account on Twitter or Instagram or TikTok, they do a lot to show your content to other people. They do a tremendous amount to make sure that people like your stuff and you feel seen. And if you join Nostr, we're like a little worried about bots and everything else, and so users don't see seen. And so we lose people very quickly here. Last, you know, we need custodial Nostr, which is I just use OAuth, username and password, to log into services, and then I can access these web apps. Shouldn't be the only way. You should own your keys. You should be able to control them. But one of the reasons that like Blue Sky took off is because they hide the fact that the keys are sitting on the server. And so we need the ability to do that. And Nostr Connect is part of that. There are some NIPs that are working on that, but we don't have it rolled out. And the web apps don't support it. You know, Nostr Connect. We need, you know, Nostr needs its Coinbase and Binance. We need these, you know, things where you don't have to understand what it is. You don't have to have a hardware wallet. You don't have to, you know, it's because of the Bitcoin community's history of already knowing how keys and wallets work, we forget how complicated and hard these things are. And we need user experience research that isn't visual design. We need testing. We need people to go out, show up the apps, walk through them, develop personas, see what was going on, understand where they're lost, and fix it. And you know, it is we need to do it many times, and that's going to find all these rough edges. And so, you know, we build the apps for ourselves and we find them that they're useful, but then we forget what doesn't work. We need to remember that algorithms aren't bad. They just need to be controlled by users, and they need to be transparent. And if we ignore algorithms and are just like reverse chronological forever, then we're not going to win, because the people with algorithms are going to tune it to be more engaging. And so it's about user agency. It's about being able to see why the algorithm is making that decision, be able to choose which algorithms, be able to plug them in. Primal does a really good job of this, and some of the other apps do. And we need to make it easy to reuse the algorithms from one app to the other, so we're not like all duplicating each other's work. And we need to deal with CSAM, especially with NIP 96 and the ability to upload media to relays. The laws don't care how the child pornography got on your computers. And we need to protect our users and figure out a way to remove it and fix it. And I think we can. I think that it's you know, someone can recompile the software and run it with this stuff disabled. That is fine. But most users need the they expect that stuff to happen. And so we need the ability to handle it. We need to have adversarial interoperability. This we actually have, which is like I can go take my NSEC and put in another app and they collaborate. No one knows whether or not they're using NOS or DOMIS or Primal or Coracle or Snort. But we also can link between different things. Like you can see a Nostr profile on Blue Sky very indirectly, where it's like Nostr to Moster to ActivityPub to BridgeFetti to @portal, and we need to bridge these things together, and we need to realize that all these protocols, all these open protocols are part of the same team, where you don't need permission to start building stuff, you don't need permission to start using it, where it's self-signed identities. And so I'm super excited about that. And I think that, Nostr is a much better platform than most of the other ones for building the variety of apps. But we don't have the user base that some of the other folks do. And so we need to work well with them, and we can't. Sort of lastly, is a little bit of an announcement that, Nostrasia is an app. We had a company called Verse Communication, but we've also gotten a grant from Jack's Start Small and launched something we called Team Open Tech in partnership with Open Collective, which a bunch of you probably know is a way in which a bunch of open source projects are funded. Some of that is to get them to be decentralized, to support, hopefully, we don't have it all signed off, but Lightning and everything else, and crowdfunding on Nostr, get their stuff more directly integrated with Nostr, and build a better future together. And so I guess with that, I think that's my last slide. Yep. So I want to just say thank you, and hopefully maybe some people have some questions, and hopefully it was useful. And I'm super excited about what we build in the future.
Thank you, Rebel.
Yep.
Oh. Earlier, you dropped a little tidbit about the idea of cloud-based identity management and tracking. I was wondering if you could speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, so logging it, at the moment, you log into Nostr web apps by installing a browser plugin that then stores the keys, and a few of them support NSEC Bunker or NIP46, which is like Nostr Connect, not Wallet Connect, just has a very similar name. And I think that most users have been trained to say, my account exists on a server, there's a username, there's a password, there's an email address, or maybe I log in with my phone number, and I don't have to worry about losing those keys. And so I think we need the web apps in the Nostr ecosystem to support that, and the mobile apps too, so that if I'm in Damus or Amethyst or Nostrasia and I click on a link for a specific kind of Nostr content, like Streamster or something like that, it can load it, and it can still know who I am. And I think that figuring out how to make that integration seamless between all these different apps, and there's the Nostr browser stuff, there's definitely people experimenting with it. I think that's one of the things that's going to unlock massive growth. And so I think we need to not just figure out the tech, but also the UX around it and how we explain it to people. And I'm excited because I think we can do it. But right now, we just sort of have bits and pieces and promises. Any other questions?
Right here.
Yep.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of needs to push this forward, and obviously with like Bitcoin, there's a monetary incentive of people, protecting their purchasing power, wanting to see this thing grow, or in the normal companies, they're trying to raise money, they're financed, they can hire talent. So how do we overcome the hurdles of pushing people to advance these products, in non-traditional means? Maybe there's fundraising, things like that, but how else can we improve these things?
So I think, one of the things that I felt when I observed early Twitter or early Web 2.0 was there were many, many experiments. There were many people who were able to try things, and it was really fun. And then the advertising model took over, and it was consolidated, and you couldn't build your own thing. And so I think having a lot of playful ways in which people can try and use these things is a way to have it grow. You know, I was talking this morning with some folks and saying that every time they tried to share an Instagram meme that had butt, like it was a butt joke, Instagram would be like, no butts, because that might be about sex. And it wasn't even explicitly sexual. And then what's wrong with explicitly sexual content? And so, you know, like maybe the answer is you make a really good way for people to share collections of butt memes that are like censored from Instagram. And, you know, so I think we need to find ways in which people are being pushed off existing platforms. And creators do not like being vulnerable. They're going to go for where they can build an audience. But if they can build an audience and not have their accounts taken away, not have their followers taken away, they will do it. And so I think we need to just sort of try and explore a bunch of different ways of doing it and a bunch of different systems for collaborating and new ways of displaying this information. And make the promise of the open social ecosystem work, where we can have lots of different apps that interact. And then every time you join and try a new app, you're like, oh, my friends are already here. Like, I've never logged in to Streamster, but now I know what my friends are listening to, and I can start listening to them without having to reconstruct your followers every single time. And so I think we need to make the tech easy, we need to make it playful, we need to make it fun, and we need to make it so that people find their people. And that's going to grow slowly. Yeah.
To your left. Thanks for I'm over here to your left.
Oh, yeah.
Really great summary from someone that's like basically I mean, I'm tech capable, but really new to it. Do you see any risk in kind of the movements of the things that you've outlined to get it more approachable for normal users? Do you see any risk of it spawning kind of like the purity test, sort of like libertarian purity or whatever, where, you know, it could foster like a toxic Nostrich, you know, where there's today where it's fully uncensored, it's fully decentralized, it's fully unlimited, but in order to drive, is there a balance between driving adoption versus being true to kind of the current state? Do you see risk for that? And if so, what's the preventative measure?
I mean, to me, the biggest risk would be that people are comfortable and the app developers are comfortable with their experience, and so, you know, don't adopt the model. And this isn't a model which says we impose censorship from the outside. This isn't a model that says we impose moderation from the outside. This is a model in which we build software that empowers users to make those decisions and has sensible defaults. But I could see us, you know, not spreading beyond the Bitcoiners, because, you know, the folks here in the room are happy with what is there and they feel comfortable with it. And so that's my worry, is how to convince the Nostr developer community that our experience doesn't reflect the experience of normal users.
Thank you. Hey, this is Lottie again.
Hi.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm really, really happy that you exist and this app exists and this talk happened, because this is the main thing that I had an issue with when I first joined Nostr. Like, I'm a big fan of emerging technology, especially when it comes to social, and I think decentralized social is the future, but I was just like, because I'm from the music industry, so I was like, how do I get like my friends on here? Because this is such a great way to build an audience and monetize directly and all these great things, and this is an issue in Web3 as well. Like, the tech is always at the forefront and not culture. And I think that the things that you care about are the things that the average person cares about. And that's how mass adoption happens, right? Like literally, what do people want? And how do you give it to them in a way that's digestible, but also that's good for them? My question for you, number one, is are you looking for like ambassadors or something? Because I'm telling you right now, I will post about this every day on Twitter and Instagram.
I think we do, like we as a Nostr community need ambassadors. Like we have OpenSats and we've been doing some funding of developers in the space, but we also need to figure out what the right model is to support sort of community organizers who are like, hey, this, this way in which we're sharing stuff on Instagram is giving it all to Mark Zuckerberg and we shouldn't like that. Or we're organizing on TikTok and, it's great, but they hand everything to the Chinese government and that's pretty creepy. And realize that the social aspect matters. And so we need a way to support almost like a street team of ambassadors, of people who engage and bring their community in and communicate back to the developer community building Nostr where the problems are and what needs to get built. So there's a book a friend of mine wrote called Design Justice, and she wrote this book about how do you design with communities and how do you do co-design with communities. And so I think that we both need to work with folks and say that not just like do this labor for free, but like, can we set aside some of the resources that we have here? And it's not gonna be much money, but to like, maybe it's pay for pizzas or something else, or to get people to show up stuff, or stickers, or help people get online. But I think there's something there and we should try and figure out how to use some of our resources for it to get different communities on board and support the people who do that work.
And second part of my question is, you've already mentioned some major competitors like Threads, Mastodon, Blue Sky, et cetera. In what ways do you see Nostr being the leader in terms of all of those types of decentralized social? And how would you like any of us in this room to help kind of carry that message forward so that way people don't see anything else as a more obvious platform or protocol to be a part of?
So I see Nostr as the strong leader in two different ways. One, it is a much, much more interesting environment to build applications. Like, we can build much more interesting applications. It's like, Blue Sky is super interesting, and some of its tech is better, but you can really only build a Twitter-like app on Blue Sky. And, Matrix, super interesting protocol. You can really only build like a direct messaging and group chat application on top of Matrix. And so Nostr lets us build many, many kinds of applications. And so, that's why I do stuff on Nostr and not ActivityPub in the Fediverse, because I don't get any leverage effect of it. I could build Nostrasia on the Fediverse, but I don't, then someone couldn't build up on top of what I have. And that's the way open source works. The other way in which Nostr is different and powerful is that Nostr's use of connection to integration with Lightning means that easy, fast micropayments are possible, which means we have business models that aren't advertising or high value subscription content. OnlyFans or Substack can do subscription content because you pay lots of dollars per month per thing. And so those are the two places that Nostr really succeeds. But we don't necessarily have more users. We aren't in as many communities. We don't necessarily have the UX is better. But we both can do more interesting applications. And the financial model wasn't baked into Twitter and Instagram and Facebook and MySpace and all those others when they were starting. They didn't have any other model but advertising, and that is fundamentally different. And I don't see the Fediverse or Blue Sky or everyone else being willing to adopt Lightning payments or other equivalent micropayments, and so that's huge.
Could you talk a little bit more about how you might see how Twitter's loss might be Noster's gain, or how those can be basically two sides of the same coin?
Yeah, absolutely. So for the early years of Twitter, the first 4 to 5 years of Twitter, you didn't need to register your app. You just used the user put in their username and password, and there was no way to distinguish between an app using Twitter and a person using Twitter. And that was really powerful because, TweetDeck didn't need to ask Twitter's permission. But there's some security problems with TweetDeck and Twitterific and all these other apps having your username and password. So Twitter was right to switch to OAuth. And over time, that creativity disappeared, and we got only one kind of Twitter. And then, as long as that was the dominant platform, as interesting as Nostr is, in terms of being able to build many kinds of applications, we weren't going to convince people to leave. And so now, we have this, what happens if someone takes over Twitter and messes with it and breaks it in various ways? Then people look for an alternative. And so initially they're just looking for an alternative for what Twitter does today. And so, that's part of why Blue Sky is taking off. And it's not wrong for us to make Damus and Amethyst and Nos and all these others, work Twitter-like, because that's what users understand. Then they can see that they can use it for other things. And so I think that it's not an opportunity to replace Twitter. It's an opportunity to replace the Twitter that was, or the original promise of Web 2.0, which is a much more open platform for building things. And that's super exciting.
Other questions? All right, thank you, Rabble.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Just a quick reminder, guys, we do have an after party, sort of a welcome party here at the venue tonight. There's going to be a Japanese chef bringing a huge tuna to fillet into 800 pieces. It's going to be quite a show. We'll have a sake testing as well and a couple other activations. So please stick around, go take a break, stretch your legs, and come back at 6 p.m. for our welcome party. Next up, we have a really exciting panel. I think this is our first main stage Japanese language panel. If you scan this QR code, you'll be brought to a web page where you can get it translated. We'll see how well it deals with technical Noster terms, but please save this. You can use it for other talks as well. So this will bring you to a web page to translate talks from Japanese to English, and I believe vice versa. Yeah, give us 5 minutes here, and we'll get the first Japanese language panel on stage.
Alex? Nothing. Try it different.
If you're just walking in for this Japanese language panel, please scan the QR code. Save this too. You can translate any of our main stage content. We've got 4 different language options throughout the show. It'll bring you to a web page. You pick what language you want to read, what's being said on stage, and it's very handy.
Came up for a second?
はじめまして。日本へようこそ。この講演はすべて日本語で行われるので、今表示されている QR コードから翻訳できるので活用してください。はい。そうですね。今日この日が来ることをノストラジアが発表された時からすごく楽しみにしていました。そこですね。今日、海外からではなくて日本から来たよっていう人は手を挙げてください。結構いますね。はい、ありがとうございます。はい、では今回、このセッションでは日本におけるノストラのコミュニティの状況について3人で順番に解説して、そして最後に質疑応答の時間を設けるので、この機会に、ぜひこの日本のノスターに関してたくさん質問してほしいと思います。はい、それではあれはい、
自己紹介を。
自己紹介から始めようと思います。こうか。はい、私はこじらです。2月6日からノスターを始めています。日本での勉強会の主催とか、オフラインのアクティビティを、たくさんやって日本のコミュニティを盛り上げています。で、7月に、ザ・フィアット・ジャフに、ノスターへの貢献を認められて、彼から500万サトシをもらったうちの一人です。で、今日本の IP アドレスからつながるリレーを運営しています。あとは、ノスター上で対話ボットを13個稼働させています。
多い。
はい、それでは。
はい、つるるんです。つるるんです。つるるんです。つるるんです。はい、2月上旬、今年の2月上旬からノスターを始めているので、割と日本のコミュニティでは早い方かなと勝手に思ってます。で、気づいたらさまざまなことを手出してる、まだ新人のエンジニアなんで、まだ優しく見守ってください。で、周りの人につるるんと呼ばせてます。呼んでください。で、こじらさんがやってる勉強会、ノスター勉強会だったりっていうのの副音声として喋ってたり、12月に行う予定のオフラインイベントを企画したり運営したりしてます。まだオフラインイベントのことは詳細決まってないんですけど、フォローしてチェックしといてください。はい、そんな感じです。
あ、これ私もらわなくてよくない？
じゃあ喋って。
シオンです。2023年2月11日からノスター始めました。この中では非エンジニアでかつ非ビットコイナーのノストラエンジョイ勢として、日本のコミュニティについて話せたらなと思っております。たまにイラスト描いて載せたりしているので、もしよろしければフォローしてたまに見てあげてくれると嬉しいです。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
はい、今回のアジェンダになります。まず、日本コミュニティの形成の歴史から、その次に、ユーザーの定量解析ですね。ユーザーがどういう行動をしてどんな分布なのかみたいなところを分析した資料を発表して、その後に日本のノスターユーザーのコミュニケーションの在り方というのを解説し、最後に今後の日本におけるノスターの展望、我々が考える3人が考えるノスターの展望について話します。で、最後に質疑応答となっています。それではまず日本コミュニティの形成についてつるるんさんからお願いします。
はい、日本コミュニティの形成っていうことで、まず日本でノストラジアが開かれるまで発展した日本コミュニティの形成からお話ししていきます。はい、でもう1年前になるんですね。気づいたらノスターに日本語話者がやってきたのは、私の知ってる限りだと2022年の末でした。で、この頃っていうのは全然日本語話者いなくて、日本語でつながるっていうこともほとんどなかったんですよね。英語で話してて、英語の投稿を見て探してみたいな感じで、あんまり他の人とつながるっていうよりは 英語圏の人たちの投稿を見るみたいなのが中心だったのかなっていうふうに思ってます。でこの頃のノスタは検索っていう素晴らしい密封なかったんで、見つけることも日本語話者を見つけることも難しかったことでしょう。でちょっと今いるか分かんないですけど N さんとかがこの時期に入ってるのかなと思ってます。 N さんは確かジャックの投稿を見て参加したって言ってたと思います。はい、そうでしたよね。適度に喋っとこうかなと。N さん気づいてなかった、ごめんなさい。そうですね、そんな感じで始まっていきました。で本格的にこれか。で日本コミュニティ年が変わって2023年の2月頃になります。日本コミュニティの誕生っていうことで少しずつ増えてきた日本語コミュニティが日本人のコミュニティがそれぞれつながるようになってきたのがこの頃になります。
ダムスのリリースで。
そうですね、ダムスのリリースで iOS ユーザーがどんどん増えてきて、この頃からちょっとしたコミュニティみたいなのが生まれるようになってきました。で英語圏はちょっとわからないですけど、日本語圏はなんか既存の SNS、Twitter とか X とかそういう既存な SNS への不満とかではなくて、ノスターのなんかすっごいシンプルな、恐ろしいほどシンプルな仕組みに対する技術的興味っていうのが大半を占めてました。なんで割とプラスな会話が多かったですね。
そうですね。不満とか特に書かれてなかったと思います。
ですね。なんで和気あいあいとしてこのプロトコルやべえぞっていう話をいっぱいしてました。はい。で、この頃から少しずつ問題視されてきたのがスパムです。今も苦しんでる人はいるかもしれないんですけど、この頃から徐々にスパムが増えてきてきました。で、増えてきたんですけど、日本語でのスパムっていうのはほとんどというか見たことなくて、英語圏などを中心としたなんか日本語じゃない言語でのスパムが多かったんですね。でこれを避けるために日本からの IP だけ投稿できるリレーみたいなのが開発されてきました。で日本からの GeoIP のみの投稿が可能なリレーが続々登場して、もともとはスパムよけとしてこれも誕生したんですけど、日本語話者がよりつながりやすくなるために、よりつながりやすくするためにみたいな使われ方をし始めてきて、この日本のコミュニティの形成に大きく寄与したのかなと思っています。ただそこで問題になるのがコミュニティの閉じたコミュニティの形成になります。そうですね、閉じてきましたね。ここら辺からあんまり海外の方と交流が多くなくなってきたのかなと勝手に思ってます。でそうした閉じたコミュニティが少しずつ大きくなっていく中で、ノスターに関する勉強会がスタートしました。バース・オブ・ザ・スタディグループですね。でここにいる小白さんともう一方、しのさん。
はい、
しのさん。
そうですね。2月22日の22時22分に
にゃんにゃんにゃんで始まりました。でその二方を中心として勉強会っていうのがスタートしてきます。でこの後でもちょっと話すんですけど、四谷ラボっていうグループ団体が主催となって日本人コミュニティとして勉強会が始まってきました。発表しました？登壇しました？0回。
なんか喋ったはず。
もう覚えてない。自分は。
いや、ノスターちゃんを作った話かな。
そうですね。やってましたね。
作ったみたいな。
ノスターちゃん、13体いるボットの1人を生み出したっていうので登壇がスタートしましたね。はい、自分も1回目からなんで、これ0回目、0オリジンなんで0回目なんですけど、1回目からシャープ1から登壇しました。はい。シオンさんもそうでしたっけ？
いや、私は登壇はしてなくて。
あ、そうでしたっけ？
そうそうそう。
じゃあ今日初登壇。
あ、そうです、そうです。登壇、ノストラ関係登壇デビューです。よろしくお願いします。
おめでとうございます。そうだったんだ。こんなでかいステージで第1回目を。すごいな。
デビューが大きい人間です。
すげえすげえ。 はい、そんな感じで勉強会がスタートしていったんですけど、もうすでにシャープ3までやってるのかな、はい。で、技術話、最初こそこのプロトコルについての技術的な話が多かったんですけど、ノスター自体の使い方だったり、これどうやったら使えそう、応用できそうみたいな話から、デザイナーの方が何人かいらっしゃるので、イラスト描いてみたよっていう勉強会っていうか発表だったりっていうのも増えてきて、発表内容にバリエーションが増えてきました。で、日本では四谷ラボっていうのが、はい、ブルース企画してるんですけど、ブルースカイ、ノスターの人はみんなよく知ってると思うんですけど、ブルースカイでのイベントも四谷ラボが一緒に企画してるので、たびたび合同でイベントをすることもあります。日本では仲いいですよ、ブルースカイとノスター。おそらく仲いいですよ、ブルースカイはい、そんな感じで、ノスターとブルースカイで相互で交流しながら勉強会がどんどん増えてきました。で、そんな勉強会も不定期で開催してるんですけど、そうですね、最後にやったの8月、意外と経ってますね。
そうですねなかなか忙しかった。
なかなか確かになんかこれ資料集めしてて気づいたんですけど、前回8月かっていう。
そう、ノスターの方はそうなんですけど、ブルースカイの座談会を2回ぐらいやっているので。
仲悪いですかね、やっぱり
いや悪くはないです
大丈夫ですか。
12月はノスターとブルースカイ両方の
そうですね、
オフライン勉強会
一応書いてるんですけど、12月上旬にブルースカイとノスターの合同のオフライン勉強会を東京でやる予定ですので、まだ詳細決まってないので、私のノスターをフォローしといてもらえればなと思います。はい、そんな感じで勉強会も進んできまして、
ちょっとペース上げた方がいいかも。
ごめんなさい、いっぱい喋ります。ノスター本の頒布に移ります。で、ノスターに関する勉強会がどんどん進んでいく中で、同人誌技術書展っていうイベントがあるんですけど、そこで同人誌を頒布しようっていう話になって、実際に本を作りました。今日持ってきてるんですけど、こんな分厚い本を第1回目では取り扱いました。で、簡単なノスターの使い方から最新の動向だったり仕組みとかいろいろ事細かに、なんか本当に普通に売ってそうな本を作ってました。
売ったんですけど、
売ったんですけどね今も電子版買えるんで、よかったら買ってくださいで、今月も技術書展っていうイベントがあって、下の2つですね、下の2つ両面なんですけど、ハローノースターヨーブルースカイっていうことで、合同で新しい同人誌も頒布予定です。変わったか。はい。で、オフ会、こうやって日本コミュニティの誕生から勉強会だったりノスターの本の配布など経験してきた私たちは、日本からの投稿できるリレーとかを通じて、ある意味閉じたコミュニティに、先ほども言いましたけどいました。そのため日本人っていうある程度バックグラウンドが決まってる人たちと同じノスターの環境にいるので、オフ会と称していろいろ遊びに行くことが増えてきました。で、閉じたコミュニティであるいい面もあるんですけど、一方で新規参入しづらいとかロム線になりがちっていうような問題も発生しているように感じてます。これは課題ですね。今後に期待しましょう。はい、そんな感じで自分からは以上です。はい、定量解析に移ります。
はい、ということでユーザーの定量解析ということで、いろいろちょっと分析してみました。はいですね、英語と日本語ユーザーの、Kind 1と Kind 42、要するに普通の投稿とパブリックチャンネルの、グループチャットの投稿に使用されているイベントを、集計して言語を判定して、アクティブユーザーをこれは、ウィークリーでプロットしてみました。で、スパムは、独自の判定方法である程度は省いてあります。で、あとはアクティビティパブとブリッジしているモストラは、除外してます。なのでちょっと少なく見えると思うんですけど、英語話者も、そうですね、あんまり伸びてはおらず、ちょっと停滞している状態ですね。日本語の方、下の方のラインですけど、停滞しながらじわじわ増えているみたいな感じで、 最初から説明すると、レーザーポインター見えるかな。このダムスのリリースが一番ピークですね。ここが最高の頂点になっていて、あとはもう一気に2週目から急激に下がるみたいな感じになって、ちょっともったいないなと思うんですけど、おそらくここで大量の、中国語のスパムとかがあったので、それでがっかりして去った人が多かったんだろうなと思います。でなんとこの時点の2月の1週目は英語のスピーカーユーザーよりも日本語のユーザーの方が多かったです。日本語の人数が8424人で英語が5868人ということで、日本語の日本人の方が注目していたそうだったんだです。この資料をまとめながら初めて気づいたんですけど、
すごいな。
はい。でもちょっとすぐに失望して、英語ばっかりだったっていうのもあって、そこで去った人とかが多かったかなと。で急激に、3月あたりから英語話者が伸びて、多分この辺はちょっとスパムが、消しきれてないのがあると思うので、その辺もあるとは思います。で次波が来るのが7月2日のツイッターの、API 障害があって、そこで一気にまた人が増えたんですけど、またじわじわと人が減ってきています。で当たり前なんですけど、ノスター内でどれだけ頑張っても流入は増えないですよね。なので、外部の何らかの要因によってノスターに人が増えると、ツイッターの障害人が増えるみたいなのがあるんですけど、ただ、もはや今ツイッターで障害が起こっても、ツイッターの名前が X に変わっても、ペブルがサービス終わっても、そういう取り扱う記事の中で次の避難先の候補としてもうノスターっていう名前が記事に載らなくなってしまってますので、何かが起こってもこの辺にいろいろあったはずなんですけど、何の影響もないです。なんともったいないですね。なので、ノスターの外で、ノスターのことを書いていくのが重要かなと。ザ・フィアット・ジャフさんは、X が好きなのでよく投稿しているのでいいと思います。でノスターの中は快適なんですけど、ノスターの外でノスターのことを広めることが重要だなと思います。ただこのグラフで注意しないといけないのは、カインド1とカインド42を集計しているので、他のカインド、カインド0とか投稿しないユーザーっていうのが隠れているので、もうちょっと多いはずです。で一般的な SNS の場合はユーザーの 90% が何にも投稿しなくて見るだけっていう話があるので、もしかすると実際はこの9倍ぐらいの数になっているかもしれないです。で次がちょっと、このスクリーンだとよくわからないと思うんですけど、リテンションの推移を計測してみました。リテンションっていうのは、計測開始した日から、その次の計測開始のところまで何%残っていたかっていうのを計測したもので、1列目が100って書いてあるんですけど、2列目は次の週、でこれはウィークリーでまとめているので、1週ごとにどんどん減っていくというグラフになっています。で割と、数字が高くて、シミラーウェブっていうサイトによると、X のウィークリーのリテンションはデスクトップ PC で約 19%、1週経った時にですね。でモバイルで 43% で平均で 32% なんですけど、ちょっと数字が見えないんですけど、これちっちゃすぎて見えないですが、もう 60% 以上いっています、1週目。なのでかなり高いリテンション、もう最近だとここの部分だと 70% を超えてたりするので、かなりいい感じだと思います。 SNS としても、住めば都みたいな慣れたらもう離れられないというのがノスターになっているかと。これが日本語話者の場合です。で英語話者なんですが、 ちょっと2月の数字が、うまく取れてないのか、本当にこういうデータなのかわからないんですけど、平均すると日本語話者の 0.8 倍ぐらいのリテンションでちょっと低いです。それでも普通の SNS よりは、リテンションが高いんじゃないかなと思います。この辺は、ジャックが数字的には詳しいんじゃないかなとは思うんですけど、リテンションは日本語話者の方が英語の話者よりも 1.2 倍の熱量があるというところです。で、次が、マンスリーでリテンションを見たところ、月にちょっとへこんでいるところもあるんですけど、7月はツイッターの API 障害で入った人がめちゃくちゃ来たのでツイッターに帰ってしまったっていうのがよくわかる感じです。ただ9月はなぜか数字が低くて、新規ユーザーはなぜか定着しなかったみたいですね、残念ながら。今回のノストラジアで興味持ったユーザーが定着してくれるといいかなと。この9月が低いっていうのは、7月が低いのも一緒なんですけど、英語話者も一緒なので、集計に何らかのミスがあったのかとかはあんまりないとは思うんですけど、他のグラフにももしおかしかったらこの斜めが全部似たように減るはずなので、おかしいわけではないはずです。で、次は、投稿されたポストの言語を調べてみたところ、全言語、2月1日から昨日まで10月31日までの言語別の Kind1 と Kind42 の比率です。で、これを見ると、半分が英語で 20% が日本語で 8% が中国語、4が韓国語みたいな、あとは細かいのがいっぱいみたいな状況ですけど、先ほどの、アクティブユーザーの差分を見ると、だいたい10倍、ですね、英語話者と日本語話者の差は日本語話者の 10倍近いぐらいのユーザー数がいるので、にもかかわらず2割が日本語ということは、約 2.5 倍約4倍と日本人は投稿しているということになります。
日本人喋りすぎでしょ
で、日本ユーザーの方はスパムがほぼないので、実際はもっとすごいと思います。こっちには多分スパムもかなり含まれているので、もっと日本語の比率は高いんじゃないかなと思います。確実にノスターの日本ユーザーの1人当たりの投稿頻度は世界一です。
世界一ですね。
はい。はい。これは3月8日ですかねに、ジャックさんが投稿してたジャパンコンファームドパンクっていう投稿なんですけどどうですか。Hi Jack, I have a question. Is Japan still punk? Yes. Thank you. はい。
ちゃんと目覚めてましたね。
もう一つメッセージをもらっていて、日本は目覚めていますというメッセージをもらっています。はい、日本の熱量は、熱量だけで言えばユーザー数はまだ足りないですけど、熱量だけで言えばおそらく世界一と言ってもいいんじゃないでしょうか。
このままユーザーが増えたらすごいことになりますね。
すごいことになりますね。はい、では次はしおんさんお願いします。
では私から、最後に日本のノスターユーザーのコミュニケーションの在り方みたいなところ、結構海外の方から日本人ってコミュニケーションのやり方変じゃねみたいに言われることが多いのでちょっと説明をしていこうかなと思っております。で、日本人のコミュニティが発展してくるにあたって、海外ユーザーから誰と誰が会話してるかわからないとか、怒涛の短文の投稿が流れてきて会話に全然追いつけないみたいな 困惑がどんどん出てくるようになっていきました。で、それがなんで起きてるのかっていうと、エアリプライみたいな、日本人がよくやる、コミュニケーションの技法みたいなものがありまして、これのせいだろうと私は思っております。で、エアリプって何っていうところなんですけど、通常誰かにSNS で話しかけるときってアットをつけて、メンションしたりリプライしたりすると思うんですけど、それをせずにアットをつけずにタイムライン上の誰かと会話したりとか、タイムラインで誰かが話している話題にそれ私も気になるみたいにいきなり入ってきたりみたいなことをするっていうのが、エアリプ的なコミュニケーションになっています。でこれは場が盛り上がっていてそこに入るっていう場合もあるんですけど、誰かと誰かが本当1対1でエアリプでやり取りをずっとしている時っていうのもあって、いやもうそれリプレイすればいいじゃんって思うんですけど、なんかそれをどうしてもエアリプでやってしまうっていうところがあって、ただそれを、例えば片方の人しかフォローしてなかったりすると全然この人独り言で何言ってるんだろうみたいな感じになってしまうので、結構分かりづらくなってしまうというのが多いかなと思っています。自分のページが送れない。
頑張れ。
でエアリプが使われる理由として、2つあるなと思ってるんですけど、まず失礼、1つ目が、ノストラの場合特に多くの日本人って共通の日本リレーに登録しているというところがあるので、一つのコミュニティに結局なってしまっている、同じ投稿が見えている人が多いという状態があるっていうのが、エアリプが起きやすい状況を生んでいるっていうのは言えるかなと思っています。で、もう一つの理由としては、これは日本人独特の感覚かもしれないんですけど、リプライとかメンションで話しかけるアットをつけてしまうと、なんだか相手に返信を強いてしまっている、返信をしてほしいと、思わせてしまうっていうふうに感じてしまう人が結構いるみたいで、なので相手にプレッシャーを与えないためにあえてリプライやメンションの形にしないという形を取っている場合が結構あるんだということが
ありますね。これは
あります。で、これを考えると、日本人がそのエアリプをやってしまう、無意識にやってしまうっていうのは結構こういう心理的なところっていうのは大きいのかなとは思いました。で一応エアリプの長所と短所一応あるかなと思って考えてみたんですけど、長所としては
大丈夫
すいません、病み上がりで申し訳ないです。リプライの内側に閉じていないコミュニケーションなので、その会話に当初参加してなかった人も後から全然参加しやすいっていうところが長所としてはあるだろうと思っています。ただしやはり短所の方は大きくて、誰と誰が会話してるかわからないのがやっぱり大きい。でこれはやっぱり外の、コミュニティの外側から見ると本当に意味がわからない状態になってしまうから、疎外感を感じさせてしまうというところは結構あるのかなと思っていて、これは新規が参入してきたりとか、例えば海外のユーザーの方が日本人とコミュニケーションを取りたいって思った時に結構ハードルを感じさせてしまうところなのかなと思っています。であともう一つがリプライでつながっていないので後からログを追うのが非常に難しいというところがあります。なのであの話題が出た時めちゃくちゃみんな話してたけど何の話してたっけみたいな状態になりやすいかなというところが、エアリプの短所の一つかなと思っています。で、エアリプってなくなるのかなとか、直していけるものなのかなと思ってちょっと考えてみたんですけど、多分
見れた。
日本人のノスターユーザーがもっと増えてコミュニティが細分化されていくってなれば、そのコミュニティ全体で起きるエアリプみたいなものっていうのは多分なくなっていく、そういう意味では分かりづらさっていうのはどんどんなくなっていくとは思うんですが、ただその細分化されたコミュニティの中では結局エアリプがまた発生していくだろうと思っています。これはツイッターを見ててもやっぱりそうで、ツイッターって 2017年時点で4500万ユーザー日本人いたんですけど、それでもやっぱり、そのコミュニティの中ではエアリップっていうのがどんどん出てたので、だからコミュニティが大きくなったとしてもやっぱりこう大きくなった細分化したとしても、その中では結局エアリップが起きる、これはどうしても日本人がエアリップ我慢できないからっていうところはあるかなと思っています。ので、多分今後も海外ユーザーの方は困る機会は減っていくかもしれないけど、エアリップを目にする機会っていうのは減らないんじゃないかなっていうところはちょっと思っているので、なんかちょっと前にフィアット JAF が日本人のエアリップをフォローする仕組みが必要だみたいなことも言ってたんですけど、どちらかというと日本人が責任を持ってもしかしたらそのフォローする仕組みを作ってあげた方がいいのかもなと思ったりはしています。はい、以上です。
はい、無理そうですよね。
そういうクライアント作んないとダメですかね。
私はだからパブリックチャットとかグループチャットでやれば大丈夫かなと。部屋に入ればいちいちならないので、そっちをメインにした方がいいんじゃないかなと考えてます。
ただエアリップって多分そのグループチャットに入ろうっていう前に発生してしまっているものだから、
そうね、難しい日本の文化ですね。反応はもらいたくないけど言及したいみたいな。
気づいたら喋ってほしいぐらいの
そのグルーヴ感みたいなのもタイムラインじゃないと出ないみたいなのもあるので、
緩やかなこのなんでしょう、空気。はい。
そうですね、そんな感じですかね。
ちょっと解消できる方法があるといいんですけど、ちょっと今のところは難しそうなので、分からなかったらその話をしているユーザーに何の話してるのって聞いちゃって大丈夫です。
それはリプライしちゃいましょう。
聞いちゃってください。
ちゃんとアットつけましょう。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
はい、じゃあ
変わりました。
はい、ということで今後の日本におけるノスタラの展望を3人からの視点で、語ります。
語ります。
はい、そうですね。ノスターは無限の可能性を秘めた素晴らしいプロトコルだと思っていて、きっと姿を変えながら10年後も20年後も残ってるだろうなと思います。いやそうしたいなと自分が思っていて、日本での発展を使命だと思って燃えています。で今年の目標は、ザ・ジャックとハグすることでしたが先ほど達成しました。はい。で他にも具体的にノスターでやりたいことがたくさんあるんですけど、今一人で作ってるグループチャットのクライアントとか、ノスターのバウンティーシステムとか、あるバウンティーサイトはあるんですけど、ノスター上で解決するノスターのバウンティーシステムを作りたいなとか、ボトルネイルとか、あとは日程調整するとかイベント管理システムとか日々やりたいことが増えてて、あとはその日本でノスターのクリエイティブな活動をキャッチアップして支援していきたいなと考えています。で今一番の問題は、ノスターの課題、日本だけに限らず流入が少なすぎる、新規参入が少なすぎるのが問題だと思っています。その原因の一つが、ウェブ検索からの流入が直接じゃなくて間接的でしか起こりえないので、誰かがまとめた記事からしか入れない状態なので、そこが流入が少ない原因の一つかなと思っています。なのでめちゃくちゃ流入が少ない。日本人も投稿する人が3人とか新しく1日に
少ないな。
ブルースカイだと、2時間で1000人ぐらい増えてるんですけど、もうそれと比べると全然少ないですよね。今ブルースカイの方は閉じてて検索に引っかからないんですけど、あっちは招待制がうまく働いてて、人の心理をくすぐったのか分かんないですけど、いう感じですね。で、ノスターもツイッターみたいに、Google 検索したら引っかかるようになれば、宣伝になるんじゃないかなと。だからもうノスターをやっていればノスターの宣伝になるっていう夢のような生活、どんどん人が増えるっていうのができるんじゃないかなと 思っています。なのでGoogle 検索可能にするためのスタティックなコンテンツをサイトとして残す仕組みが必要なんじゃないかなと。例えば日本でいうとトゥギャッターっていうツイートポストをまとめるサイトがあって、それが検索可能になってたりするので、そういうスタティックなノスターコンテンツ、いちいちリレーにつながなくても検索に引っかかるものを作らないと今後広がるのがちょっと難しいんじゃないかなとは思っています。他にもいろんなアプローチがあると思うんですけど、具体的な方法をコミュニティのみんなと一緒に考えていきたいなと思います。私からは以上です。
自分はですね、自分はまだノスターは何でも実現できる素晴らしいプロトコルだと信じてます。フリーダムなプロトコルだと信じてます。まだまだ仕様とか実装とかが至らないところも多く、まだ勝てないかなって、今の SNS に勝てないかなっていうところもちょくちょくありはするんですけど、既存の SNS を覆すようなポテンシャルはしっかりと持ってると思います。でノスターに関するイベントを、四谷ラボ、小白さんとかがやってる四谷ラボとコラボしながらやっていく中で、ノスター使っていく人を増やして、日本の法令の問題とかもしっかりと向き合いつつ発展させていきたいなと思ってますね。あと私もジャックとハグしたいです後でハグしてくださいこれパワポに書いてあったから追加しましたそうですね、そんな感じで、日本でもっとなんだろうな、発展していくためにはクリーンっぽさ、クリーンで純白さみたいなところももっとアピールしていかなきゃいけないかなって勝手に思ってるので、そういうところもクリアできればいいかなと思ってます。はい、自分からはそんな感じです。
はい、じゃあ私からの展望ですね。ちょっと今日話してきた話と全然違うことを言うんですけど、ノスターの原則版がないっていうのは、こういう特徴は、これまでX でシャドーバンされたとか凍結されたみたいなことを怯えてきた日本のクリエイターたち、特に日本のクリエイターって、2次元のイラストとかで結構規制されやすいってところがあったので、そういう方にとっては魅力的なところがあるんじゃないかなと思っていてなのでそういうクリエイター向けのノスターサービスみたいなものが強化されていくと、日本でももっと発展していく可能性があるんじゃないかなというのは少し思っています。ちょっと画像をリレーに載せるっていうのは結構危険なことだったりするので、そういうビジュアル系のクリエイターがどうノスターを生かしていけるか、生かさせてあげられるかっていうところを考えるのは結構大変だと思うんですけど、やはり規制が対検閲性が高いというところは、そういったクリエイターにとってもありがたいことだと思うので、この方向での発展っていうのは見てみたいなと思っています。はい以上です。
はい、これで一応すべて終わったんですけど、もし質問があれば聞きたいと思います。誰かいますか？
誰かマイクを。
マイクはある。
English or 日本語？
日本語だと助かります。誰か翻訳してくれたら英語でもいいんですけど。
フィンフィンと申します。さっきのエアリプ、エアリプについて、例えば、ある話題、この時、タイムラインでこの話題についてみんなを、ポストして、でももしあと、僕気づたら、コ
この時間を好きだ、まあエアリプちょっと弱いと思います。この状況でどうすればいいですか？
ユーザーが一緒にいないタイミングでエアリプって起きないですもんね。
例えば、今朝のカレーや、カレーを食べた。でも今このことをコメントしたい。でも今ポストはちょっとおかしいかも。エアリプ。でももしあるノートで、リプライするちょっと定説かも。このエアリプはちょっと理解できないですね。はい。
もしやるとすれば、時間が空いてる場合は古いやつをリポストして、それに対して投稿するという手法が取られます。
そうですね。
なぜリプライしないんだと言われると、
私もそうしますね。私もやってますよくそれ。
古いポストはリポストしてもう一回普通にポストする。
その後にそれについてのコメント書くっていう。
そうなんです。
そうですね。
やってますね。
引用リプライでもなくリポストしてその後にもう一回ポストするので分かりにくいんですけど。
これはもうツイッターでもめちゃくちゃ顕著に見られるやり方で、日本人は特に
日本人仕草
ツイッター、X でもめちゃくちゃやります、こういうことを。でこれって多分時間経ってるから今更リプライすると迷惑かなって思っているところがあって、だから本人気づかなくてもいいけど、もし気づいてくれたらいいなぐらいの祈りを込めてエアリップをしているところはあると思います。
そうですね。気づかなくてもいいっていうのが根
気
底に
づかなくて
あるから。
もいいけど気づいてくれたら嬉しいみたいな。でそこでもしカレーの話がその後できるならそれは楽しいみたいな。
それもエアリプで。
それもエアリプでやるの。
メンションは使わないでっていう。
なるほど。そして多分今のニープ、ノストラの、プロトコル、多分、ある種類の感度が、エアリプの状況を改善して可能あると思います。
どうですかね。
カインドではない思うけど。
難しいですね。ツイッターでずっともう十何年以上経っても解決策が見つかってないので難しいと思います。
そうですね。
そうですね。
なんかもしかしたら AI が発展したら
勝手に
まとめてくれるかもしれない。
この人たちは多分同じ話をしてるって勝手にこう判断してくれるみたいな高度な AI が出てくるかもしれないですけど、でもその AI を使う機会って日本人のエアリップぐらいじゃないってなったらそんな発展する必要がないってなっちゃうかもしれないし、そうすると難しいかもしれないですね。
日本人の脳内 AI が処理しています。
そうですね。確かに言語を超えると難しいですね。それ見分けるのは。
中国の方ですか？
はい。
中国だとエアリプみたいなものはあんまり見ない。
何？
エアリプないですか？
中国
中国人の、使い方は多分普通のリプライして、コメントして、今のエアリプの状況は多分、チャットルームみたい感じですね。ある、ウェブクライアントは新しいポストをどんどん 増えて、チャットルームの形みたいと思います。普通のツイッターなどの、ソーシャルアプリ、よく、みたいじゃなく、
見かけない。
はい。はい。
なるほど。
なるほど。
そうなんだ。
やっぱりその同じアジア圏でも日本人がやりがちっていうことが分かりますね。
そうですね。
すみません、なんか逆質問みたいにしちゃって申し訳ないです。
逆にリプライだとリプライツリーができるとヘルスレッドになってどこに何かしたかが分からなくなる。
ありますね。
でしかも通知があちこちに飛んですごく迷惑になるので、そういう面もあると思います。
はい、じゃあ以上です。
ありがとうございます。
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 他質問があれば。
コインポストのブラッドです。プレゼンありがとうございます。すごい勉強になりました。気になったんですけど、今までの英語のプレゼンでよく言及されたのが、結構ノスターのコミュニティでビットコイナーがやっぱり多くて、一番今ノスターで一番大きいコミュニティなんですけど、逆に日本ではそうじゃない気もするので、今の日本人のコミュニティで何か共通点があればそれを知りたくて、で今後どんどんユーザーを増やせるのであればどんなコミュニティをターゲットすればいいとか、どんなコミュニティが一番興味を持ちそうか気になりました。
今だと一番多いのは多分エンジニアですよね。
エンジニアですね。純粋なエンジニアですね。
でなぜか日本だと女性が多いです。
確かに。
なぜか女性が多いです。もう半分近く女性がいたりしますね。
確かに。ビットコイナーあんまりいないですよね。
ビットコイナーはいなくて、2月の初旬に Web3 界隈の人たちが来たんですけど、一瞬でいなくなって綺麗になりました。
それを綺麗って言っていいのか。
お金儲け目的の人たちは一瞬でいなくなって、はい、純粋に楽しめる人たちだけが残った場所になりました。
プロトコル自体面白がってる人が多いですよね。
で DIY でちゃんと自分らで作る人っていうのも結構多くて、困ったら自分でその開いた穴を塞ぐみたいな人が多いですね。
今後発展していくためには何かありますかね。
まずさっきクリエイターの話しましたけど、やっぱ日本人を増やすって考えると、クリエイター引っ張ってきてそこのファンも連れてきてみたいなのが一番手っ取り早いなって思っちゃうところがあったりはするんですけど、どうなんでしょうね。そんな簡単ではないので、聞き込みやすいだとちょっと違う方向かもしれない。
自分的にはいわゆる今ごちゃんみたいな匿名の掲示板にものすごくノスターはフィットすると思っているので、それと同じことが書き込み制限なくてできますよってなったら、宣伝さえすれば一気に人が集まると思ってます。今のノスターの仕組みでもう十分必要なものは揃っているので、
確かにそうですね。
あとは宣伝すれば、ただ中央管理者がいないので宣伝コストを誰がかけるんだっていうことになっているので、じわじわやっていくという感じですかね。
かつごちゃんの人が来るってなると、その管理者がいないっていうのは結構やばい、荒れますよね。
なってみてから考えたらいいんじゃないかな。荒れてみるぐらい人が増えてほしい。
それはそうですね。荒れてないですからね、今現状。
今すごく清く正しすぎて
綺麗ですね。
はい。
そうですね、そんな感じかな。
引き続きでもエンジニアは入ってくる余地はありますよね。
そうですね。
まだまだ入ってこれるんじゃないですかね。
デザイナーがもっと欲しいですね。
デザイナー欲しいですね。
なんか作ったってなってもデザインがしょぼいと誰も見向きもしてくれなかったりするので、あとちゃんとマーケティングできる人がいて、ちゃんと宣伝しっかりできれば広まると思います。
クライアントとかもデザイナーが考えるデザイナーが UI、UX 考えてちゃんと作られたクライアントが。
何でも入れちゃうと 分からなくなっちゃうんで、最初に使い始めた時に機能が多すぎてどう使えばいいか分からないみたいな。たとえチュートリアルがあってもチュートリアル触らないといけないメニューが多すぎてとかなると大変になっちゃうんで
そのあたりの一つの例は、ノスターなのかもしれないですけど、カイジさんがどんどん UI のアップデートをしてくる。
ノスターですね。どうやって翻訳されてるんだ
ノスタ
ーっていう日本人のエンジニアの方が作った、クライアントがありまして、それがちょっと昨日バージョン1がリリースされて、ちょっとそのエンジニアの方がツイートしたところ、新しいユーザーさんが結構入ってきてくれた感じがあったので、その洗練された UI で、分かりやすいクライアントっていうものが、適切にこう、X の避難所っていう形で宣伝してたんですけど、そういう、分かりやすい文言で、誘導した結果によって、人が入ってきたっていうところはあるので、そういううまいクライアントの紹介みたいなのができたりすると、ユーザーが一般のユーザーが増えやすいところはあるのかなと思います。
そうですね。あとデフォルトのアイコンが可愛くなった。
可愛くなりましたね。
もともとの、アメジストとかダムスのプロフィールなしの画像がロボファッシュですごく怖いっていう意見が日本ではたくさんあります。ロボットが怖いからやめたみたいな。
誰かアイコンない人を投稿してちょっといないか。ノスターは NOSTTER ですね。
可愛いは正義ということですね。
コジラにはもう喋ってますよ。
はい。
はい、そんな感じです。大丈夫ですか。
もう大丈夫でしょうか。
はい。
質問が2つあるんですけれども、
はい。
ブルースカイとノストルの違いっていうのと、あとそのブルースカイと主に何を話し合っているのかっていう、そのブルースカイ関連で、ブルースカイとノストルの違いと、ブルースカイコミュニティの人たちとどんな話をしているかっていう、その2点を聞きたいです。
これはコジラさんですね。
はい。ブルースカイの方と何を話しているかっていうのは、特にノスター、そうだな、自分は両方とも開発もしてるんですけど、投稿も開発もしてるんですけど、どっちかというとノスターの方が好きで、今ノスターがメタ SNS 的な側面があって、新しい SNS が出るとすぐ共有されて、みんなで様子見に行って、こんなもんかって言って帰ってくるっていうちょっと文字列をマーキーさせてから帰ってくるみたいな感じがあって、それの中でもブルースカイは一瞬で終わらずに長く続けているものですね。ユーザーも増えているし、で自分も開発してボットを稼働させてますので、そのエンジニアのコミュニティの人たちともつながってるんですけど、ブルースカイ側を開発している人たちはなぜか今のところノスターの開発をしようとしないですよね。なぜかは分からないんですけど、自分的にはプロトコル的にはノスターの方がシンプルで魅力的だと思っているんですけど、ブルースカイの方はあんまり手を入れられるところがなくて、エンジニアとしての余白というか隙が少なくて、あんまり楽しめるところが少ないかなと思っています。ただいろいろ開発している人はいて、自分の中でいいと思っているのは、ブルースカイの中ではカスタムフィードっていうのがすごく重要な要素になっていると思っていて、カスタムフィードマーケットみたいのがさっきの話でもノスターでも出てくるからみたいな話があったと思うんですけど、ブルースカイの方ではカスタムフィードが普通の一般ユーザーでも簡単に作れるようになっていて、条件をキーワードとか誰が言ったかみたいなやつを全部ミックスしてタイムラインが出せるとか、あとそのを誰でも使えるようなサービスを作った人がいたりとか、あとは最近だと知り合いがゲームブックをカスタムフィードで作って、投稿で選択肢を選択すると次のフィードというかポストが現れて、どんどんゲームが進んでいく。選択肢によって結果が異なるゲームが、迷路の中を歩いたりとか、普通にゲームブックが作れるようなサービスを知り合いが作っていったりします。それも別にノスターでできるじゃんみたいなところはあるんですけどカスタムフィード 使わなくてもできるじゃんみたいなところあるんですけど、ボットで毎回次の選択肢を出せばいいやんみたいなところあるんですけど、ノスターの方が上位互換なんじゃないかなという気はしています。プリミティブなんでやろうと思えばできちゃうという側面があるかなと。
大丈夫ですかね。ブルースカイの人いないですかね。大丈夫ですかね。
大丈夫ですかね。ジャックとか大丈夫ですか。
怖いな。はい。あともう一問ありましたっけ。終わり。OK です。
OK。
じゃあおしまいでこんな感じで終わりになります。
はい。それでは終わりたいと思います。
ありがとうございました。
In just a few minutes here, we have Noster for Content Creators by Fabrica.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. I'm Ale from Spain, and I'm going to talk about Noster for content creators. A bit about me. I joined Noster back in December. I started contributing to Snort because I know Kieran from my previous job. And after that, I started exploring other stuff that you can do with Noster. And I'm currently developing Habla News and also helping with the OpenSats Noster committee and from time to time creating other Noster projects. So, Noster for content creators, or the Noster as we like to call it these days. I think that Noster and content creators have really good synergy because on one side, I think Noster needs more users and more variety in the content we have available, and also content creators or people that create and monetize their online activity can benefit a lot from something like Noster. And as Fiat Jeff says, Noster needs more users, not more microblogging features. We have really good microblogging clients, and we have them for mobile and for the web. But what I would really like to see is more varied and different experiences and more niche apps that allow content creators to use the power of Noster. The problem the creators have right now is that they use these huge platforms because the users are there, like the people that consume content are there, and they are also the place where you can monetize the content, right? And as an individual creator, you don't have much power in these platforms. You cannot negotiate the terms, and they dictate what is acceptable content. They dictate how you can monetize your activity, how frequently you get paid, the fees they charge, which are sometimes really high and perhaps even abusive, or they can tell you if your content can be monetized at all. It's also difficult when using fiat rails to separate your real life identity from your online identity, because all your financial activity is basically tied to your government issued ID. And this can be problematic for some people, especially dissidents. And any day, this platform can be angry at your content, or you can break a new existing rule or a new rule, and they can just shut down your account, and you lose all your work and all the audience that you have been building for a long time. And this is really, really unfair. Noster flips this and gives the users and the creators a lot more control and a lot more agency, because on Noster, as you all know, you decide what is acceptable content, what you want to see and what you don't want to see. If you choose, you can monetize your content from day one, because we have integrated instant payments with Lightning, with SAPs, and yeah, it's almost magical that we have these instant frictionless payments. It's a great experience. You are also pseudonymous because you are using money that is outside of financial institutions, and you can be a name on Noster. In fact, there are quite a few. You decide how much of your real identity you want to share. The thing is that, of course, relays and clients can still ban you, but most of the clients are open source, so can be forked, can be changed. And we have a very portable data format and a cheap way to store and serve it, so you can self-host your content. And there are some services already that you can use to spin up your personal relays. So if nobody wants you, you can always run your own relay, and people can find your content. So that is really powerful. So what's the value proposition from Noster to creators? I will say that portable identity is a big one. The fact that you can accrue followers and use different clients and different content types, and the people that are interested in what you have to say, they will see your content no matter the app, right? If I'm interested in your content, I will see your notes. If I move to a long form client, I will see your long form post. Or if I go to a streaming site that uses Noster, I can also see when you are streaming. So I can engage with you in all these different apps, and you don't have to create a new account for each new content type, and you can build your following and then take it wherever you go. Really interesting fact is that the data format that Nostr uses, the events, is essentially the same across all the content types, and it's really portable. So with just one data format, we're able to model a lot of different types of content. And this is really powerful, because I think we have seen just the tip of the iceberg, and I hope that more developers continue creating new kinds and bringing more experiences to Noster, because anybody can start using new event kinds and put whatever they want in there. As I mentioned before, the monetization is really incredible because it's very fast. It doesn't have a lot of friction, especially if you use WebLN or NWC, and it's direct. So if I want to send you money, I have an address where I can send it, and it gets to you instantly. So it's mostly peer-to-peer. So this is pretty nice. There is no vendor lock-in. I'm using Snort, and if for some reason I get tired, I can go to Coracle, I can go to Amethyst or Damus. Nobody is forcing me to use a specific app. I will choose whatever I like more or whatever gives me the most features. And Noster is not just for nodes. In fact, I think that the nodes, are the beginning of Noster, but Noster can be so much more. Because all the content on Noster can be addressed. You can mention a pub key, an event, or an address, and you can combine these Noster events in novel ways, however you want. So this is really flexible and it's really powerful for creators. Yeah, but we have kind of a problem, I think, and Ravel talked about this, is that our community is very centered around Bitcoin and Noster right now. We have a bit of a technology fetish, to be honest, but it's important that the hardcore Bitcoin Noster people are here, but it's even more important to make it so other kinds of communities, other kinds of people with different values, with different rules, and with different interests can join and can create their own bubbles here. So there are a lot of efforts in that direction, but I think we have a lot of work to do in many different areas. So Noster, people that come to Noster are able to find their people, are able to engage with them, and also we make it more sticky, so you have more reason to stay. And the more users and the more content we get on Noster, the better it gets. So we all win in the end. So what I think we can do to attract creators, one very important thing that perhaps gets a bit overlooked because we are super excited about this technology and we are convinced that people are going to love it, and when they discover it, they are going to see the value proposition instantly. But I think we need to go outside of Noster and spread the word. So in Ravel's talk, they were talking about Noster ambassadors, and I think it's a great idea that, and we need them. We need all kinds of Noster content outside of Noster. We need to tell people how to create an account, how to use the apps, and create a lot of promotional and educational material for people outside of our bubble. I also think that we need to create an experiment and try things and create products that are for very different and diverse audiences. One of the things that we have to take into account as well is the onboarding experience. Not many apps have onboarding, and it's crucial, like, to have a simple onboarding experience that allows people to create an account and start using the app right away, and then learn the details of Noster, like relays, payments, all this stuff, step by step. So not only allowing people to create their Noster account, but also trying to educate them and trying to convey, like, the different benefits of Noster. And we need to make it so people from every level, not only tech-savvy people, can use this. I also think that search and discoverability need work and need improvement. And of course, there is people working on that, and it will get better over time. But sometimes on Noster, it's difficult to find what you are looking for. Another thing that I think is important is that Noster is, of course, censorship resistant. Nobody can tell you if you can post or not. But a very important part of the social media and the creation and consumption experience, I think, is moderation. And we have the primitives to be able to build really powerful and really I think can be best-in-class moderation tools with the Web of Trust, with muted list and different mechanisms. So I think we should make, we should empower users for them to be able to choose what they want to see and what they don't want to see, to make their experience better. And we cannot be complacent and think that Nostr is going to win and Nostr is going to eat the world or everything. We have to go out there, build these apps, build educational material, reach out to people, and also support them when they join. So don't be complacent, keep pushing, and keep inventing stuff. I also think that, I mean, we have SAPs, but I think we need to experiment with more schemes for monetization. I'm listing some here, like pay to unlock content, subscriptions, and streaming payments. We have programmable money with Lightning. So let's get creative and explore more of the options, more options, and not just one-time explicit donations. But I will also, I would also like to see all these other models tried out, and perhaps in specific clients. But I think it's important that we offer different monetization schemes. And we have to focus on the other stuff. So notes are great, but for bringing creators in, we have to make sure we have apps for writers, for musicians, podcasters, illustrators, photographers, filmmakers, people that do streaming, people that work on education, artists, entertainment, and even fundraising, because it's a great, Nostr is a great platform for creating fundraising apps that are very difficult to stop and are pseudonymous. So we need more of the other stuff, and we need more developers working on clients that focus on these other types of content, because the kind one experience is already really good. We just need more apps. And I also think it's important to think globally, because Nostr is an open protocol, and that means that it's global communication and value exchange. So our potential market is the whole world, and we have to think like that, to be aware of that, and not, I mean, it's okay to build tools for niche and specific communities, but we can reach the whole world and connect the world with this protocol. So very important thing is that the clients you make are multilingual and also aware of the right to left languages, because there is a huge part of the world that is using right to left languages. We have to get to a point where Nostr clients have top-notch UI and UX and can work on desktop and mobile devices. There is a lot of talented designers on Nostr, so if you are working on an app, ask using the Nostr design hashtag. Carnage for sure will help you there, and some others as well. And yeah, we have to help people create great products with a great experience. As I mentioned before, onboarding and learning resource for newcomers. A lot of this stuff is very obvious to us, especially if you are into Lightning, into Bitcoin. I mean, it's super obvious, and finally on Nostr, like, you get to use it a lot, but it's not so easy for many people. So we need to create the resources and point people in the right direction so they can be up and running with both Nostr and also Lightning. And one thing that we can also focus on is that making it easy for people that is posting to other platforms to post to Nostr as well, or to migrate their content. So recently Pablo released the exit.pub that allows you to bring all your content from Twitter to Nostr. I think we should create more of those tools where you can take your posts on Instagram, TikTok, or Medium, or wherever, and bring that to Noster in an easy way. So I'm going to show a few examples of apps that I think are good and are going in the right direction for creators. And of course, I will talk about my project, Habla. Habla is a platform for publishing long-form content, basically blogs on Nostr. And one of the things I think is super powerful is the that you are able to address and reference all kinds of Nostr content, right? So in this article, for instance, long-form uses Markdown for writing and formatting text, but you can mention any Nostr content. So Markdown perhaps doesn't allow us to post video or to link video, but I can mention a Nostr event that is a video, and I can just embed it on the post. And audio works with this as well, and basically anything we can put as a Nostr event, we can add to a long-form post, or a note for that matter. So I think it's really powerful. And in this post, for instance, this is a Nostr event, this video is a Nostr event, and the images are also Nostr events. So Markdown doesn't support like inlining videos, but Habla supports mentioning Nostr events. So if it's a video, it will render as a video. I can show another example. So for instance, this post, I wrote this when Alex Gleason added the custom emoji, nib, and after that, I made an app for creating emoji collections. So here you can see a couple of emoji collections and also an embedded note that has custom emoji, right? So the possibilities are endless. I mean, we can include any kind of content here, and if somebody comes up with it and creates a new content type, you can add it to your post. So from emojis to files to music to whatever you want. I also want to talk about Stemster. I think this is one of my favorite Nostr apps, and it's an app for musicians where you can post your music and other people can download it and remix it. So instead of notes, people are posting tracks, and instead of replying, people are remixing. So I think it's really powerful and shows how flexible Nostr is. So in this case, this person, Real Richard, posted a beat, and then Manlike took that beat and added lyrics on top. And you can see it as a thread, and yeah, it's really beautiful. I'm not going to play it, but I recommend you check out Stemster because it's a really, really well done app. There is also WebLake, that is a music app similar to Stemster, where you can sub the creators. And WebLake has a really interesting feature where people that upload music here can configure how the earnings are split. So if you have a band, for instance, you could upload your music here and split the revenue between all the members of the band, and you don't have to do anything. When somebody makes a payment, it will get splitted and each will get their share. And as you see, I'm not going to play it, but you can see all the subs and comments people have been leaving here, and yeah, and it's an amazing app. I recommend you check out WebLake as well. Substream. Substream is basically like a Twitch-style streaming platform that uses Noster, and yeah, the video goes through a real-time media protocol, but Noster gives us chat subs and chat subs. So yeah, you can see that yeah, we can create a new content type that is a live activity, and then we can have associated chat. And here, if you see this profile from No Good, is an illustrator, and he also runs this streaming. Substream allows to customize the creator page, and all of these are also Nostr events. So these panels you see here are also Nostr events, can also mention other Nostr events. So Node could embed here like a note or the emoji collection they made or anything. And they can rearrange this however they like. So it's super flexible. It's events all the way down. And as you can see here, yeah, the chat is pretty active. People are zapping and encouraging a lot. And people like myself that are supporters can even get like their special badge to show here in chat, right? To show your support for this creator. So Substream, check it out. There is also a live stream of the conference. So be sure to sub because the organizers have done a really good job with the conference. Satellite is a client that is focused on readability and also on communities. So here I'm on inside a Dungeon Synth community. So it's what you would expect from a Reddit-like topic-based community. And here you can browse the communities, you can join them, and you can post content to a specific communities. So it's they are moderated, so posts need explicit approval to appear. So it's a bit of a slow feed that is always on topic. And yeah, clients can sort the posts by recency or by engagement. So you get that experience. Another example that I want to show, I'm sure you know it, but it's Highlighter by Pablo. And this is a very powerful tool for annotating content or for, yeah, basically creating highlights of written content. Well, it doesn't have to be written content. It can also be podcasts. It can be articles, both inside Nostr and outside of Nostr. And I'm looking forward for the books as well. So you can basically take any kind of content and highlight parts of that content and create a discussion around these specific highlights. Habla is supporting this kind of content as well, and it's super powerful because it allows to surface good content, good ideas, and also to focus the discussion around specific points in the article instead of generic comment. So Highlighter, I highly recommend you check it out. And a really interesting feature that it has is that you can also support your favorite creators. So you can configure a monthly payment for the people that you want to support. And yeah, basically you can create a paid subscription to them, which is really interesting for content creators to have a stable or a predictable revenue stream through Noster. And the last one I want to show is Pinster, which allows you to create Pinterest-like galleries. And for instance, this profile is a photographer, and they have really nice picture collections. So yeah, you can see all the, they are able to create these collections, and people can react to them, people can sub them or comment on them. So you get that from Noster. And yeah, you can see really yummy food pictures. All right, so I showed some examples, but I think we need more. And I think we need to ask ourselves what we can do with Nostr and Lightning that like tech giants or these platforms cannot do or are not willing to do. Because we have a really powerful tool in Nostr and Lightning, and I think we can come up with very original and very fresh ideas for apps. Some ideas and some areas that are not very explored that I would like to see more of is AI and data binding machines. I think they are really powerful and we can do really interesting stuff with them in existing clients and also in specific clients for using AI or through these data binding machines. I will also like to see apps that are focused around having a knowledge graph, note-taking, and combining all kinds of different content types, because Nostr has the perfect primitives for this. And right now, these kind of apps are very fragmented. And with Nostr, we can have a variety of clients that work on the same data set, that perhaps some are more specialized in one thing or another. But I think it's Noster's ability to reference all kinds of content and to mix everything makes it really powerful for this kind of application. For gaming, games these days can benefit from the social layer both for communication, also for keeping scores and achievements. So I would like to see more experiments of Noster in games or games that use Noster somehow. I think there is a lot of opportunity there and lots of interesting use cases can emerge there. And also apps that are based on location and center around real life events and communities. There are a few NIPs that I wanted to mention that I think are important that we consider when building these kinds of apps. So NIP 65 relay list metadata. We have to make Nostr decentralized, and we have to not force users to use the big relays, the famous relays, because I think those are going to be the first ones that are going to be attacked or that are going to be, have an incentive they have a lot of data, and we are kind of centralizing our content in a few big relays. But with NIP 65, we can create a bunch of relays, and every user can choose their own relays, and then client can use this information to get the content from where you are posting. NIP 31 and NIP 89 by Pablo. I think we should try to implement this in as many clients as we can, because the flexibility of Nostr is also annoying when you see a post that your client can't render. So we should, we should implement those and make sure that we are suggesting Nostr apps that can deal with that kind of content to user. And I listed a few more, but I'm out of time. So I want to tell you that you can be a creator too, and if you are interested in a particular topic that is not Bitcoin or Nostr, post about it, tag it, and create your own small community and create more content, because we need people to see what they are interested in when they come to Nostr. I don't think I have time for questions, so sorry about that, but thank you for listening, and I hope you got something from this talk. Thank you.
All right, guys, our last talk for the main stage here. We've got Pablo. Third talk of the day, fourth talk of the day, mate. Fourth, let's go. He's gonna close it out. Give us a couple minutes to get set up here.
Yeah, I think so. It's a bunch of memes, so looks like mine. Jesus. Oh, there you are. We'll get there. I want to have the notes here and display there. Okay. Yeah, today, well, now I'm going to be talking about how Nostr wins. And yeah, this is a wink to Matadale, a humble guide to relevancy. Okay, winning. Okay, I asked a bunch of people how Nostr wins because I wanted to see what people answered. I got a bunch of different answers, but from a few people I got, oh, dude, do we even want to win? Which, okay, I said, okay, I'm going to just address that part. Yes, we do want to win. The argument that people gave me that why we don't have to win, dude, it's all good, is that they want to keep the signal of, oh, it's few people in Nostr, so it's pure signal. If you want that, you can just create a relay, whitelist or the current path keys, and never see another person that is not on Nostr to this date, ever again. Perfect. That's optionality. That's what Nostr is about. You have the option of interacting with Nostr in whatever way you want. Okay. Now, with that out of the way, let's define a little bit more precisely what winning, well, it's not very precise, but let's define a bit what winning means. And it just means adoption. It's not very fancy. It just means more people using it, more relays existing, more economic activity, more businesses, just more. Nostr has a very, very cool design that it's very much you choose what you see. The way it works is you go and fetch data. Even at the protocol level, it's very, very, very much a pull protocol where you decide the nodes that you're getting. When you see airdrop, spam, you went and asked for that, that spam. No one sent you the spam, you went and get it. So it's pretty cool because you can create your own experience on how you feel Nostr. So the first is, how do we not win. Let's get that part cleared out because I think it helps us think. The first one is it's very hard to out-Twitter Twitter. I don't think you can win by just being Twitter. They've been around for longer. They are much better funded. They used to have name recognition. They changed the name, whatever. Some of the brand recognition transferred to X, not much, but whatever. And yeah, we have a bit of a mantra, a bit of a cliche that for a product to disrupt another product, it needs to be at least 10x better. It's a very well-known cliche. It's a very valid cliche, in my opinion. We don't win, and this might be a bit controversial. I guess not. We don't win by censorship resistance. People don't care. For the most part, most people, when you go mass scale, most people will see censorship resistance as a problem to be fixed. How do we ban the neo-Nazis? How do we ban the whatever your hated group of the week is? We don't win by focusing on censorship resistance. It's not appealing. It's not appealing except for a very small cohort of people. It's not something that conveys or pushes people to act. And wishful thinking. There's a lot of wishful thinking in Nostr. There's a lot of wishful thinking in Bitcoin. Oh, Bitcoin has already won. It's inevitable. It's preordained by the gods. It's not. That leads to not to contrarian thinking. It leads to complacency. That's not the way we should go about thinking about how to improve things, how to improve the world. Because if the efficient market hypothesis is correct, then we don't have to do anything. Everything has been done, and we're good, right? That's not how we win. We win by acting, by doing things. And we don't win if we centralize. It's funny because I have in the same slide, I have censorship resistance, and centralizing is the other side of censorship resistance. If we are not censorship resistant, we centralize, and the other way around. So even though it's not a good pitch, it's not something that will make people move into learning about relays and all these things and private keys and all these things. It is fundamental. It is absolutely fundamental. And when I say centralizing, I mean both relays and clients. Either of those could centralize, or both could centralize. If we end up with a model that requires just connecting to one or two hubs, that means that we are under risk of first failing, which is the most likely case. We first failing because the network can't scale, and when there is an influx of new users, everything crashes. We've seen that a couple of times when, I think it was when Snowden came, or when Jack, I think it was when Jack came. I don't know. It was one time that basically relays were just non-functional, like the big relays. Or if a client owns a very large chunk of the market share, which is one of the things that has been worrying me about Noster for quite a while, is that a client that becomes very popular, that gains a bunch of market share, it could be very easily used to command the design of the protocol, and it could very easily capture it. That's why I've been trying to talk a lot about the micro apps and the micro apps ecosystem, because if culture has a lot of power to shape things. There's a saying by Peter Drucker that culture eats strategy for breakfast. And it's very true. And establishing a culture of using micro apps and being used to using different apps is very important, because it preempts the move of a large capitalized client from capturing a lot of market share. Not to be naive, because this is still very possible. We are nowhere near being like safe on this part. And to me, this is a very important one. Tomorrow we're going to have a panel about this. But the lack of an outbox model, and I use the term outbox model very loosely, it simply means having some kind of decision tree of algorithm on how you decide to which relays you're going to write and from which relays you're going to read. It's a bit technical, but it basically means how easy is for a person to run their own relay, and even though they are banned and censored from all the main hubs, they can still have a voice where the users that want to interact with that person don't even realize that that person is being banned. That's the ultimate test. If a server goes down, if a relay goes down, and the users realize that it went down, then that means that the network is not resilient, decentralized enough. And make Bluster relevant. Basically, as long as there is an economic incentive to use Bluster, which is simply a relay that when you publish to it, it just sends it to 300 other relays. As long as there is an incentive to use that, then we know that we are still not there yet. There's still a lot of work to be done. So how does Nostr win? We went through a bunch of reasons why it would not win. Okay, if you're here, I'm going to guess that you can guess what's the answer that I'm going to give. But just in case, it's the other stuff, stupid. It always has been. Why? Why is it the other stuff? Oh, first, when I say that it's the other stuff, that doesn't mean that microblogging, the Twitter use case, is not important. It's absolutely fundamental. Having a myriad of different clients, solid, well-done, executed clients, is a necessity. It's just not sufficient. It's necessary, but not sufficient. So why the other stuff? Well, network effects are incredibly powerful. They are almost everything. There's a reason why we see, it's very rare to see that an incumbent, like a social network, is replaced by something else. They can make horrible, terrible decisions. Facebook has abused their users to no end. Snowden revealed how much this was going on, and this has happened so many times. Yet people still flock to it. Its network effects make the product incredibly, incredibly sticky. When all your friends are on a network, clearing this 10x better bar, the cliche that I was referring to earlier, clearing that is very, very, very hard. And Nostr has not cleared that bar. I mean, it's nowhere near close to clearing the bar where it's 10x better at anything than something else. Very few things. But there are many, many good chances. There are many good reasons why Nostr has a really good chance of clearing this. And only one of them, it's enough. And to me, that reason is interoperability. Just the transparent, like a magic interoperability of Nostr. Because when you have this basically for free interoperability, it unleashes something that is even more powerful than network effects. It's one of the very few things in reality that is more powerful than network effects. And it's network effects time network effects. Time network effects, time network effects, time network effects. We can summarize it to raise to the power of use cases. Network effects raise to the power of use cases. Why? Each use case that is implemented in Nostr gains a bunch of really cool properties. And it multiplies, it makes all the other products that are completely independent of the use case of this one application, of this one use case, it makes them a little bit better. It's like saying eBay network effects time Netflix network effects time Twitter network effects, etc., etc. This is very, very, very powerful. We are so much at the very early stages of this compounding of network effects that is really hard to see. Something interesting that happened when I was going to Miami, I think I mentioned this earlier, is that I was flying to Miami and I noticed I created Subster, which is like a music app, and Snort. integrated support for Subster. So users that were uploading music to Subster had their music maybe zapped or listened to at least from Snort users. And then Amethyst implemented Subster support. And now Coracle implemented support for WebLake or Semster. And this is super crazy, like this linking of the different use cases that improve the product throughout the spectrum of the Nostr ecosystem. It's really wild. When you think about it, it means that Facebook, which has an enormous advantage over Nostr, obviously, Facebook has to compete with the rest of the world when it comes to building stuff on Nostr. And then Twitter has to compete with the rest of the world that comes on Nostr. Like each independent, completely vertical corporation, as big as they are, they must compete with the rest of the world. Right now, the rest of the world is almost nothing, but my thinking is that it's going to gain more and more and more momentum. But we need to do a couple of things. The first one that I think we need to do is we need to change the way we think and define Nostr. So far, usually we are defining Nostr via negativa. We are defining Nostr by what it's not. We say it's censorship resistant. There are no manipulative algorithms hidden. There are no masters. So it's great and it's real, but it's hard to relate. It's like defining, oh, my wife is great. She almost never manipulates me. You would talk about her beautiful attributes, that she's very smart, that she's very supportive, or whatever attribute she has. You wouldn't say, oh, she doesn't do this really ugly thing to me. But this is the way we tend to define and explain, and even reason around Nostr. And it's just put the energy in the wrong place. I don't know. There are so many positive things to say about Nostr, that focusing on what it isn't is like missing the possibilities. And when I think about how do we explore these possibilities, I think that what we need to explore these possibilities is entrepreneurs. We have a very healthy ecosystem of developers currently, and it's fantastic, and we need more. I think the groundwork that we've done in the past few months to bring more developers to be able to create applications and create robust applications and create applications that kind of work, which is pretty surprising. It's really good, and we've done great. The developers are coming. I see it on my DMs a lot, and that's fantastic. We need the tinkerers because we are still largely on unexplored territory. But we have very little entrepreneurs. We have very little businesses thinking long term. One of the things that a business has, regardless of scale, that a developer doesn't have is usually focus. I mean, a million things, but usually for this talk, it's focus and a vision for product. Developers, we tend to get like very excited about technology and we want to play with this, play with that, and we end up with a bunch of abandonware or stuff that is buggy or stuff that simply does not have a robust roadmap of where are we going. And we definitely need to bring more entrepreneurs into the fold to help us find, like, discover. There are a bunch of things that still need to be discovered, and I think businesses are going to help us unlock these things. And there's a very interesting chance of creating very compelling, very powerful businesses that are non-extracting. If we think how big tech has evolved over the past 20, 25 years, they didn't really create that much value. Facebook has, or Meta, has an enormous valuation, but they didn't really create it. They were just lucky. I mean, obviously there's a lot of execution and there's a lot of nuance to what I'm saying with the lucky word, but they were definitely in the right place at the right time to be able to capture the value that is intrinsically created by network effects. They just happen to be able to capture it, and they execute it magnificently well, and that part of the execution is what we need in Nostr. But the value created by network effects was going to happen. It's just, is it capturable or is it not capturable? And I think there are many reasons to build a business on Nostr. It sounds kind of weird because businesses on Nostr, I mean, there are no profitable businesses on Nostr, but that's simply the Nostr economy is way too small. It's impossible to create a sustainable business at this stage. And I don't think businesses should be thinking about monetizing. I know some people are thinking about monetizing now. I think that's insanely early, and it's going to lead you to poor decisions. It's going to lead you to wrong conclusions, like stuff that would have worked, but it didn't work yet just because the economy is so small. But why would you build a business on Nostr? Why not just build a typical SaaS, or just try to deplatform Google, or like you go like blue sky style? There is a philosophical answer to this, and it's that Nostr aligns with nature much better, which means that by aligning your energy and your business, you benefit from having to exert less force. It's more sound. It's more thermodynamically sound. It's like deciding whether to swim against the current or with the current. And there's I wrote a few months ago. I wrote that all companies that have a social component will end up being either a Nostr client or dead. And I think the force of this compounding of network effects, it's going to crush any business that is not harnessing this force. Even if you stay completely away, if there is some type of social component to your business, and what's interesting is that almost everything that happens on the internet has a social layer. And Nostr, I've been thinking about that, is that Nostr is a bit like a social layer. Like we also usually use like the Aussie layer model and like CPIP and all these things, which I kind of hate because it's a bit taking way too far, and I'm going to take it way too far. And in that anything that has a social component will benefit of being built on top of Nostr. And if you don't build on top of Nostr, and Nostr ends up winning, which is what I think is going to happen, it's just nature, your use case that you didn't build on Nostr is going to be crushed by something that is built on Nostr. We still have a bunch of open questions, like how censorship resistant is Nostr. Like all this stuff has not been tested. Can relays economically sustain themselves? I have theories. We very often discuss these things, but these are all theories. We need economic activity. We need entrepreneurs. We need businesses to come and leverage Nostr so we can find the answers to these questions. It's certainly not an easy pitch to go to an entrepreneur and show them Nostr, and for them to be able to see it. It's such a small economy that you have to look out really far into the future. But if you squint, you can see that there are very, very powerful building blocks happening here. Just the fact that a bunch of developers are coming. That's usually a good barometer. But certainly, it's not for the faint of heart. And with that, I'm going to thank you guys. And yeah, if there are any questions, we have 3 minutes. Thank you. So she asked if there is like a Nostr United Nations. My skin crawls with that question a bit. So before I go off, like, what do you mean?
So basically, you know, we have all these different builders who in one way or another are working towards the same thing, which is to have more people join the ecosystem and to have Nostr be the thing that people want to build on or be a part of. So I'm wondering is like how much intercommunication is there? It's like you know, obviously it's like I guess in some ways some of the clients are competing, but I think it could be interesting if there was maybe like a delegate per client or per relay where people would meet like once a month and kind of discuss like how we can help each other reach certain milestones or something of that nature. It feels like it's very segmented, so I'm kind of wondering like what's happening in that respect or if there's anyone trying to organize that.
Yeah, nothing like that is happening. If something like that were to happen, I would go and work on Blue Sky. No, I wouldn't. I would fork Noster. No, something like that is not happening. I don't think anyone within like any developer would like that. We discover truth by fighting. Like that's how nature works. It's just capitalism is savage, animals die, species go extinct. And that's how we find truth. You don't find it by consensus. You don't find it by getting around on a table and just chatting things over. I don't think that works at any level. And I think that just leads down horrible decisions. Yeah, so I just hope that never happens. I don't think that would happen. Yeah, clients fighting is a very good thing. One more question.
Yeah, so real quick, coming from the musician world, it started in about '99 where we got Napster, which was great because we got a lot of cool things, but we kind of got debased in a lot of ways. And I remember MySpace being a lot better for creators than Facebook. We had basic HTML, we could put on music and stuff. And just your opinion in short, why do you think Facebook won over MySpace back in the day?
I mean, Facebook did launch with a very, I don't know how much they thought about it, but a very good strategy of just going for a niche and just conquering that niche. They didn't try to be the global social network. They went and they solved one very specific use case, and then they started growing and growing and growing layers. They first expanded to the nearby universities, and then more and more and more, and they were the university social network, and then from there they expanded. And MySpace did the big issue where they rewrote the code base, which is like startup killer. Very, very hard as a startup to survive saying, I'm going to rewrite everything. So maybe it was something else. I don't know. That's what I know about.
Right on. Appreciate that.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Guys, we've got a few minutes here, and then we're going to be serving cocktails and food in the lounge area. The Technos College students are going to be making kind of Noster-themed cocktails. It should be pretty fun. At, let's see, 6:30 p.m.-ish, we should have the tuna show. So if you need a nice break, we should have the chef coming in to fillet a huge tuna for all of us to eat. It's going to be really fun. We'll be showing a short documentary, I think, around 7:10 p.m. So lots of activities planned tonight. That's it for the main stage content for now, though. We'll do the fillet on here later tonight. But yeah, go take a break, get some food, get some drinks. Thanks for sitting through a lot of great content today, guys. It's been fun.